Introduction. Predicaments of marginality. Cultural creativity and political adaptation in Southern Africa's colored communities. In Southern Africa, the term colored has a specialized meaning in that it denotes a person of mixed racial ancestry rather than one who is black, as it does in most other parts of the world. In addition to this racialized attribution which defines coloredness in the popular mind, it was the marginality of colored communities that was central to the manner in which the identity manifested itself socially and politically across the subcontinent. Other common features that have historically marked colored communities include a strong association with Western culture and values in opposition to African equivalents, their claim to an intermediate position in the racial hierarchy, and negative racial stereotyping derived mainly from the idea that racial mixture is pejorative and results in degeneration and weakness. Though much more pronounced under white supremacy, these characteristics are still present, though usually in modified, veiled or symbolic forms, in the post-colonial environment, as several of the studies in this collection demonstrate. This book is not an attempt to cover its subject in any systematic or comprehensive way, but rather to showcase current innovative work on colored identity in Southern Africa. It is eclectic in that contributions draw on a wide range of disciplines and are written from a variety of theoretical positions. There are nevertheless a number of intertwining themes running through the volume that bind it together. They, among other things, highlight common elements in the origin of colored identities in the region as well as the shaping influence of that familiar historical trajectory of colonial conquest, segregation and resistance, and the reconfiguration of identities in the wake of the overthrow of white rule. These interlinking themes also accentuate common concerns among researchers in the field derived from recent historiographical developments, the application of new theoretical insights and the changing political environment. In one sense, colored identity is a product of European racist ideology which, through its binary logic, cast people deemed to be of mixed racial origin as a distinct, stigmatized social stratum between the dominant white minority and the African majority. In colonial society, effect was given to this ideology through both official and customary discrimination. The colonial state, in its drive to classify and control people, played an important role in demarcating social identities by imposing racially based legal categories and segregatory policies on the population. Coloredness was also partly shaped by colonial social relations in that both settler and indigenous communities helped determine how people of mixed racial heritage were accommodated in these societies. However, in another sense, colored identity is also very much the product of its bearers who, I would argue, were in the first instance primarily responsible for articulating the identity and subsequently determining its form and content. It is thus not surprising that the most important and most insistent of the themes that unify the contributions to this collection is the agency of colored and proto-colored people in the making of their own identities. All of the contributors argue for a nuanced understanding of colored and mixed-race identities. Their analyses are highly sensitive to changes in the way it has found expression and of the impact of variables such as class, locality, context and ideology on senses of coloredness. They all recognize that an integral part of human social existence is that people self-reflexively create, maintain and revise their perceptions of who they are, and how and why they espouse the values and identities they do, and that social identities are by their very nature contested and unstable. While there is no gainsaying there being a substantive commonality to the concept of coloredness across all of its varied forms in Southern Africa, Christopher Lee's injunction that local understandings of coloredness be acknowledged and understood is broadly observed by contributors. There is clear consensus in this book that states and ruling groups do not create identities among subject peoples. While they may reinforce, constrain or manipulate such identities with varying degrees of success, bearers in the first instance create and negotiate their own social identities. As James Musondidia so eloquently summarizes this standpoint, colored people themselves were the primary authors of their identity text. The challenge is to explain how and why identities come into existence and evolve over time. The contributors to this book approach the problem from many different angles and collectively advance our understanding of this process for colored identity well beyond the limits achieved by the extant literature. The significance of colonialism in the making of colored identities in Southern Africa comes through most clearly in the non-South African case studies because colonialism in its formal sense lasted into the mid-1960s in these societies. The Zimbabwean and Malawian examples illustrate very clearly the ways in which colonial social relations and the policies of the colonial state placed limitations on the ways in which colored identities were able to find expression, yet at the same time presented opportunities for colored leaders and organizations to take the initiative in advancing identity claims. The Zambian example, because of its focus on a family history, provides insight into how the vagaries of colonial policy and customary discrimination played out in individual lives and across generations in particular families. Colonialism is not synonymous with white domination in this set of case studies because settler, as opposed to metropolitan, control of the state was significant in two of them. In Zimbabwe, white rule was prolonged by a decade and a half as a result of the Rhodesian Front's unilateral declaration of independence in November 1965. In the case of South Africa, colonial rule was of limited significance because it had given way to a settler-dominated, white supremacist state in the early part of the 20th century as a result of the political settlement following the South African War, 1899 to 1902. In both cases, the ending of metropolitan control exacerbated racial tensions and sharpened the predicaments facing their respective colored communities. Despite its relatively early termination in South Africa, colonialism was nevertheless critical to the genesis of colored identity because it had emerged under the aegis of British rule at the Cape Colony in the late 19th century. Although the process of social amalgamation that was to give rise to colored identity dates back to the period of Dutch colonialism, it was in the decades after the emancipation of the Khoisan in 1828 and slaves in 1834 that various components of the heterogeneous black laboring class at the Cape started integrating more rapidly and developing an incipient collective identity based on a common socio-economic status and a shared culture derived from their incorporation into the lower ranks of Cape colonial society. This emergent community of assimilated colonial blacks consisted overwhelmingly of a downtrodden laboring class of African and Asian origin variously referred to as half-castes, bastards, Cape boys, off-whites or coloreds, until the last mentioned became the standard appellation from the latter half of the 1880s onwards. This category was usually taken to include subgroups such as Malays, Griquas and Hottentots. It was the transformative impact of the mineral revolution with the discovery of diamonds in 1867 and gold in 1886 in the southern African interior that helped crystallize the identity in the late 19th century. The rapid incorporation of significant numbers of Bantu-speaking Africans into the burgeoning capitalist economy served as the catalyst for assimilated colonial blacks to assert a separate identity and organize politically under the banner of coloredness. With their appeals for acceptance into the dominant society firmly rebuffed, and locked in intensifying competition with culturally distinct Bantu-speaking Africans for social resources, assimilated colonial blacks asserted a separate identity in order to claim a position of relative privilege to Africans on the basis that they were civilized and partly descended from European colonists. This historical background is crucial to an understanding of colored identity free of the essentialist notion that coloredness is an automatic product of miscegenation. There is an abiding popular perception that coloredness is an inherent, biologically determined condition that originated almost immediately with the onset of Dutch colonization of the Cape, 9 months after Van Riebeeck landed, as a popular joke would have it. It is also important to an understanding of the making of the identity in the region as a whole because British colonialism expanded from its Cape colonial base into the subcontinent in the late 19th century under the twin influences of the Scramble for Africa and the development of large-scale mining in southern Africa. Not only did these factors precipitate the South African War, but the hope of discovering a second Witwatersrand motivated Cecil John Rhodes's drive into South Central Africa. Hand in hand with the spread of British colonial rule in southern Africa went a particular set of attitudes and practices towards people of mixed racial origin encapsulated in the particular meaning of the term colored as it had developed in the Cape Colony. A point made in all three of the chapters on societies north of the Limpopo is that South African notions of coloredness influenced local conceptions of the identity. This was most patently the case during the earlier years of British rule when colonial administrations first sought to racially classify and regulate the population using received notions of racial difference, and when ideas, experience and immigrants from the Cape were at their most influential. Later, these governments also looked to neighboring states for suitable models on which to base policies toward people of mixed racial origin. South African influence is clearest in the case of Zimbabwe. James Musondidia on several occasions demonstrates how ideas and circumstances in South Africa, often through the influence of South African-born immigrants, impacted the life of the Zimbabwean colored community. Both Juliet Milner Thornton and Christopher Lee allude to the significance of South African assumptions about racial mixture for their case studies. Not surprisingly, being more remote, South African perceptions and developments had less of an impact on Zambian and Malawian senses of coloredness than they did in Zimbabwe. The relatively small sizes of their settler populations were also significant because this affected both the size of the mixed-race populations as well as the tenor of colonial policy towards this group. The pronounced role of segregation and apartheid in the molding of colored identity is a common theme that shines through in this collection of essays. Being racially classified by the white supremacist state and pushed together into racially defined residential areas, with many, especially among the small elite, spending their formative years in educational institutions reserved for colored students, were all significant factors in creating a sense of separateness and community among people of mixed-race parentage. There is no shortage of examples in this book that illustrate this, whether it be Helen Strauss's subtle analysis of what Chris Van Wyck's reminiscences of life in the colored township of Riverlea during the 1960s reveal about the making of his personal sense of coloredness, or James Musondidia's discussion of the significance of the cadastral development of Zimbabwe's two main cities for reinforcing colored identity in the first half of the 20th century. In this regard, one can also point to Juliet Milner Thornton's reflections on how the colonial administration's collusion in the omission of white fathers' names from the official records in northern Rhodesia affected their mixed-race progenies' bonding in their abandonment. Christopher Lee details the interesting example of Nyasaland, where the possibility of privileged treatment, though never realized, had an important and lasting imprint on expressions of colored identity in Malawi. The considerable effect of forced removals in consolidating communal consciousness among colored people features prominently in this anthology, with 2 chapters devoted to the issue. These studies give substance to the familiar observation that being compelled to live in racially homogeneous residential areas under apartheid reified colored identity as never before. Henry Trotter explains how evictions under the Group Areas Act helped to bond removes and their social networks into a more intimate sense of what it meant to be colored, while Christian Byers shows how symbolic meanings attached to District 6 after forced removals helped produce a more exclusionary sense of coloredness in contemporary Cape Town. What both Trotter and Byers very effectively demonstrate is that while it might have been the apartheid state that enforced residential segregation and other draconian forms of social engineering on the colored community, it was the victims of these injustices themselves who gave content and meaning to the identity reconfigurations that ensued. Both emphasized the significance of a common experience of trauma and a deep sense of social injustice in cementing solidarity within the colored community in the second half of the 20th century. As important as such measures imposed from above were, one cannot ignore the complicity of colored people, both individually and collectively, in the implementation of segregation. They often exploited, supported and sometimes even demanded segregatory measures where these were seen to be to their advantage. As John Sell observed in his study comparing segregation in South Africa and the American South, even though force lay behind segregation, most of the time segregation was self-enforcing. The fundamental reason for this acquiescence in their own oppression among colored communities is patently clear. The original motivation behind the expression of a separate colored identity, and the most consistent dynamic behind its subsequent assertion under white supremacist rule, was to claim and protect a status of privilege relative to Africans. First prize for the colored elites of Southern Africa would have been acceptance into the dominant society, even if only on the basis of individual merit. Since white racism ruled out any such accommodation, the colored communal and political leadership successfully claimed second prize, an intermediate standing in the society that privileged colored people over Africans. The greatest threat they perceived to their community's well-being and future was for coloreds to be relegated to the status of Africans in the eyes of the white supremacist state. Despite the history of colored politics in the region under white domination being a sorry tale of compromise, retreat and failure, essentially because of their marginality, the strategy of claiming a position of relative privilege was nevertheless highly successful. This approach paid off because it resonated so strongly with the ruling establishment's perception of humanity as consisting of a racialized hierarchy ranked in terms of the degree to which people conform to the somatic and cultural norms of Western Europe and its diaspora. Colored communities and identity entrepreneurs were able to capitalize on the dominant society's perception of them as different because of their racial hybridity, and as superior to Africans because of their European parentage, and use these to claim an intercalary ranking in the racial order. Under white rule, the instrumental and material motivations for associating with whiteness and distancing themselves from Africanness through the espousal of colored identity were considerable for people who were able to claim mixed racial ancestry. Africans were subject to past laws, and often to curfews, and were restricted in their ability to do things such as buy liquor or own firearms. Also, coloreds were accorded better political representation, had access to superior housing and social services, and generally earned higher salaries. It is thus not surprising that just as there were some coloreds who managed to pass for white, there were also Africans who succeeded in passing for colored. It was in particular the growing colored petty bourgeoisie that benefited from this status of relative privilege and that spearheaded the drive for colored exclusivism. Each and every one of the contributors to this volume acknowledges the considerable extent to which colored individuals and communities benefited from, and defended, their intermediate position in the racial hierarchy. Of all the cases considered in this collection, only in Malawi did this strategy not lead to the institutionalization of colored privilege vis-à-vis Africans, despite a fair degree of official sympathy for colored lobbying in this regard. Besides the minuscule size of its colored community, the exigencies of indirect rule in Nyasaland pushed the colonial state into playing down racial distinctions among subject peoples in the colony. All of the studies in this book to varying degrees engage with the ways in which the transition to majority rule affected colored identities. In all four of the societies under scrutiny, the new political paradigms and the social changes that came in their wake undermined, and even invalidated, the most basic assumptions and practices that framed the expression of colored identity under white supremacy. Very importantly, that central pillar in the affirmation of a separate colored identity, the protection of a status of relative privilege on the basis of its proximity to whiteness, was no longer legitimate. Also, Africanist and nationalist values and identities were now emphasized in contrast to the racial solidarities and Western mores that prevailed under white domination. In all of the societies surveyed, there is clear evidence of a hasty realignment of political priorities within colored communities with the approach of majority rule. Most striking, however, has been a newfound creativity in the manifestation of colored identities in the post-colonial and post-apartheid milieus. Although the newly democratic environments brought a measure of freedom of association and possibilities for ethnic mobilization not possible under white domination, they also presented obstacles to the pursuit of colored communal interests, and posed dilemmas for the political leadership and identity entrepreneurs who sought to mobilize colored ethnic sentiment. The continued salience of race in the post-colonial situation has left colored communities in a most uncomfortable position. In addition to still having to shoulder the racial baggage and stigmas historically attached to coloredness, in the new dispensation colored communities have had to face up to accusations of having benefited unfairly under white rule and of having been complicit in African oppression. Colored leaders and organizations have also had to tread warily for fear of being accused that they were subverting the state's nationalist project, be it the rainbowism of the new South Africa or the more Africanist conceptions of the nation north of its borders. If anything, the post-colonial situation seems to have intensified colored perceptions of their marginality. Many colored people, especially among the poorer and less skilled sectors, have felt more vulnerable to unfair discrimination than under white supremacy. Some even argue that they were better off under white authority. Whereas under white rule they enjoyed a degree of privilege, albeit that their second-class citizenship was inscribed in law, they now see themselves as occupying the lowest rung in the social pecking order and as defenseless victims of unscrupulous governments that favor their own racial and ethnic constituencies. Ongoing African racial chauvinism towards colored people only serves to deepen colored disaffection and feelings of insecurity under the new order. Thus, despite the coming of independence and democratic government having endowed colored people in these societies with full citizenship rights, many would argue that they are still being marginalized. This sentiment of being trapped in a perpetual state of marginality is captured in the refrain common within South Africa's colored community that first we were not white enough and now we are not black enough. Colored communities in the region have accommodated themselves to majority rule in a variety of ways. In Zambia, a dominant trend has been for the colored community to develop a diasporic outlook that sees Great Britain, and to a lesser extent other parts of the English-speaking First World, as places of possible refuge from a hostile homeland. The Zambian nationalist movement, understandably, had no sympathy for colored exclusivism and, as Milner Thornton reports, expected colored people to renounce their European ancestry. Economic decline from the early 1970s onwards accelerated the exodus. By now over half the Zambian colored population has left the country. Those who have remained, especially the generation born after independence, have generally come to accept majoritarian norms and values to the point where intermarriage with Africans has become common. In Malawi, the colored community by and large resigned itself to suppressing separatist tendencies and embracing, as best it could, state-sponsored visions of an inclusive Malawian nationalism under the autocratic regime of Hastings Banda, who followed a policy of non-tribalism for the 3 decades he was at the helm. Today the term Anglo-African is regarded as anachronistic and most people of mixed race descent identify primarily as Malawian, although there were attempts at rallying separatist colored sentiment after the dissolution of the Banda dictatorship in 1994. In Zimbabwe, while some colored people sought to reinvent themselves as African with the advent of independence, the majority had little option but to acclimatize to living in a society politically dominated by an African exclusivism that envisions the nation in terms of race and indigeneity, and that shows scant regard for colored communal interests. Like other non-autochthonous minorities, colored people suffer discrimination in the economic arena and are effectively excluded from political power. The remnant that has not fled deteriorating conditions during the latter part of Mugabe's rule remains unorganized and completely marginalized. In South Africa, there has been a resurgence of colorism from the early 1990s onwards, in stark contrast to the growing and vocal colored rejectionism fostered by the non-racial democratic movement of the 1980s. Aided by ever more strident appeals to colored identity from across the ideological spectrum for political support, including from the ANC that sidelined its anti-racist lobby soon after its unbanning, it once again became acceptable to espouse a colored identity. Fear of African majority rule, the exploitation of these anxieties by political parties and leaders in pursuit of factional agendas, perceptions that coloreds were being marginalized. A desire to project a positive self-image in the face of pervasive negative racial stereotyping and attempts at capitalizing on the newly democratic environment to mobilize colored communal resources have all played a part in fueling colored assertiveness in the new South Africa. The most dramatic and forthright manifestation of this trend came with the majority of colored voters rallying behind the National Party in the 1994 elections. It is ironic that with the abolition of legally binding race classification as enshrined in apartheid legislation, colored identity has gained renewed salience in South African public life under democracy. South Africa's contrasting experience to the rest of the subcontinent in this regard is mainly due to the relatively large size of its colored population and its regional concentration, giving colored people considerable political clout in the Western and Northern Cape provinces, where they form a majority of the population. Attempts at reconceptualizing colored identity have thus been particularly conspicuous in the case of post-apartheid South Africa. Not only is South Africa's transition to democracy the most recent, but it also exhibits a much broader range of responses to the post-colonial situation. The precipitate change in the political and moral climate in which the identity has had to operate has faced the political and intellectual leadership within the colored community with the unenviable task of reorienting a profoundly racialized identity in an environment in which racial ideology has been thoroughly discredited. This quest has been complicated by the widely held perception of colored complicity in maintaining white supremacy. The transition to democracy has, on the other hand, opened new ways of perceiving and articulating coloredness. It has brought forth creative responses to questions around the nature of coloredness, and stimulated innovative ways of marshalling colored ethnic resources. After nearly a century of remarkably stable existence under white supremacy, colored identity has been in flux since the early 1990s, and there have been unprecedented changes in the ways the identity has found expression. This fluidity has resulted in a degree of uncertainty, even confusion, around coloredness and the extent to which it is appropriate to espouse or invoke it. Within South Africa's colored community, there is a tentativeness about whether members should express their identity as Black, as African, as South African, as colored, as Khoisan, or as descendants of slaves, or whether they should make a stand on the principle of non-racism, or what combination of these forms of self-understanding are pertinent in what contexts. There have been various attempts at reconfiguring the identity by small groups of intellectuals and community activists, none of which has yet found general acceptance within the broader community. 2 chapters in this compilation focus squarely on the attempts by political elites within the South African colored community to realign the identity in ways that are commensurate with the values of the new order. Michelle Reuters unpacks some of the key challenges of being colored in the post-apartheid environment in her broad survey of endeavors to refashion colored identity. Reuters points out that the political leaders and organic intellectuals involved in this formidable enterprise need to make meaning out of the identities and histories of a disparate group in a situation of radically changed power relations and rapid social transformation. In addition to overcoming a historical legacy of oppression and racial stigma, this reformulation needs effectively to happen within a framework acceptable to the ruling party's nation-building project. Michael Besson narrows his focus to the ways in which the Khoisan revivalist movement and claims to indigeneity by various interest groups within the broader colored community have been used to distance themselves from what they see as a humiliating form of self-identification. To them, coloredness represents the colonizer's perverted caricature of the colonized. Their Khoisan heritage is being creatively exploited to affirm a new identity in which they feel they can take pride and assert legitimate claims to national resources. Besson identifies some of the tensions between competing interests within this movement, and spotlights the tendency for what are essentially colored concerns and interests to be clothed in Khoisan garb. It seems clear that elements within this movement are trying to use their claims to indigeneity as a way of legitimizing a new form of relative privilege, that of being the true indigenes or First Nation of South Africa. Helen Strauss's chapter is also fundamentally about the adaptation of colored identity to the new South Africa because it examines how intercultural interactions under apartheid are being interpreted from a post-apartheid perspective by a colored author. She explores some of the new ways of thinking about coloredness that have emerged in contemporary South Africa, and some of the revisions to apartheid-era notions of the identity that are being made in recent stagings of the identity. A consistent thread that runs through this collection of essays is the extent to which the marginality of colored communities has governed their social and political lives. In the context of intergroup relations, marginality implies a predicament, that of overcoming the disabilities of being marginal or, worse, of being marginalized. All marginalized groups, whatever the basis of their marginalization, confront the challenge of countering their exclusion from the mainstream of society. The marginalized, those who are deliberately singled out for collective discrimination, of necessity face severe disabilities, especially if they form a small minority and lack political clout. Being marginalized entails suffering varying degrees of political repression, economic exploitation and social stigma, and the erection of barriers, whether legal or customary, to specific forms of social interaction between dominant and marginalized groups. By these measures, all the colored communities of Southern Africa were marginalized under white dominion even though they may have enjoyed a status of relative privilege. The colored communities of Southern Africa have been marginal both in terms of their small proportions of national populations and also their lack of political or economic power. In South Africa, the colored population as enumerated in censuses has remained stable at between 8 and 9% of the national total over the last century. The Zimbabwean, Zambian and Malawian colored communities have been much smaller, all below 1/3% of their respective domestic populations at any time during their existence. During the 1930s, the period on which Christopher Lee focuses his analysis, the Malawian community formed a minuscule 0.07% of the territory's inhabitants. Their lack of political and economic power is clearly also the product of a history that included slavery, dispossession, encirclement and institutionalized racial discrimination. The colored communities of Southern Africa are also marginal in other senses in which the concept has been used within the scholarly literature, ranging from Robert Park's initial idea of applying it to those who live in two social spheres but feel accepted and comfortable in neither, to the more conventional conception that it refers to social groups who have been alienated from the mainstream of society through a stigmatized identity linked to otherness and inferiority. Their marginality has been of fundamental significance to the social experience of the colored communities of Southern Africa, as these contributions collectively demonstrate. Most obviously, their options for social and political action have been severely constrained. A lack of political power meant that colored people have had little influence on national politics and at times have effectively had no say on issues of vital importance to their communal lives or status as citizens. This largely accounts for the pragmatism and opportunistic nature of colored politics, which in turn fed ambiguities and contradictions in the identity. Under white supremacy, colored communities often found themselves isolated and powerless because their assimilationist overtures were bluntly rejected by the dominant societies. An association with Africans was usually not seen as a viable or attractive option. Trapped by their condition of marginality, the political strategy that seemed most viable to colored leaders was to bow to white power, work towards the incremental upliftment of their communities, and to protect their position of relative privilege. Marginality should not, however, be conflated with inertia or impotence in people's abilities to shape their social identities, of who they are, how they have come to be what they are, and how they relate to others. While their marginality as well as the racist dictates of the dominant society may have placed acute restrictions on their freedom to act, it did not curb their ability to give meaning to their lives and creatively interpret their role and place in society. Christopher Lee makes the important point that it is often in marginal social situations and among marginal groups that cultural innovation flourishes, precisely because they are beyond the hegemony of mainstream patterns and practices. This book contains abundant evidence of such creativity by colored people, both individually and collectively, in the making and remaking of their social identities and in their engagement with the state and broader society in the pursuit of colored communal interests. As indicated earlier, the overthrow of white rule did not put an end to the predicament of marginality faced by colored communities. Their predicament was simply cast in different terms dictated by the realities of the post-colonial situation. Needing to adapt to changed power relations and a radically different moral code, colored identity became more fluid under conditions of majority rule, a point made repeatedly in this volume. One thing that did not change under the new dispensation, however, was the continued existence of a brand of racial thinking that delineated colored people as a distinct group and that continued to inform all aspects of social life despite a veneer of political correctness and nation-building rhetoric that avoided overt reference to race. The prevalence of a race-based worldview that constructs people of mixed racial origin as anomalous, even aberrant, has thus continued to reinforce colored feelings of vulnerability and marginality in the post-colonial and post-apartheid situations. It is thus apparent that colored racial hostility towards Africans is defensive in nature, and arises from their position of weakness. The post-colonial colored experience in Southern Africa demonstrates Bettina von Lies's observation that the mere extension of political and civil rights to small minorities in liberal democracies usually does little to mitigate the marginality of such groups and may exacerbate feelings of political impotence, especially in societies that are racially and culturally cleavaged. There is clearly a tension between coloreds being part of the body politic and participating in the liberal democracy as equal citizens on the one hand, and a desire among many to secure group recognition and access to national resources on the other, in an environment of distrust of central government and the continued salience of race in the political sphere. Under white supremacy, exclusion from power was a major factor in colored marginality. In the post-apartheid era, their marginality stems more from their minority status and being part of a political system that reproduces their marginality by accommodating them fully as individuals but not allowing an opportunity for the expression of group aims and interests. The collection begins with my own essay on the historiography of colored identity in South Africa because it provides useful context for the chapters that follow. While most obviously pertinent to the South African chapters, it is also of relevance to the other case studies. This is most patently the case with Zimbabwe. In both societies, one witnesses similar patterns in both popular thinking and historiographical trends relating to the identity. Muzondija himself draws on South African scholarly analyses to take the lead in developing a social constructionist interpretation of colored identity in Zimbabwe. The most striking parallel between the histories of colored identity in the two societies is that coloredness was almost without exception accepted as a product of racial mixture until the latter part of the 1970s, when colored intellectuals and political activists in both societies, for different reasons and under different circumstances, started espousing an instrumentalist view of the identity in terms of which it was seen as an invention of the white establishment to divide and rule the black oppressed. Black consciousness ideology, with its emphasis on an inclusive sense of blackness, was the common catalyst. The first chapter traces changing interpretations of the nature of colored identity and the history of the colored community in South Africa in both popular thinking as well as the academy. It explores some of the main contestations that have arisen between rival schools of thought, particularly their stance on the popular perception that coloredness is an inherent racial condition derived from miscegenation. The nature of colored identity has from its inception in the late 19th century been an emotive issue, and the politics around it acutely contested. Also, controversy around colored identity has tended to escalate through the 20th century, especially from the late 1970s onwards, because new understandings of the identity were not compatible with more conservative and accommodationist political and ideological agendas within the community. Coloredness thus became a site of struggle, and interpretations of the identity and its history a weapon in the battle for people's hearts and minds in the fight against apartheid. After the transition to democracy, it became a focal point of debate and dissension over the nature of South African society and strategies necessary for reconciliation and nation building. Because conflicting perceptions of coloredness imply different interpretations of the past, there has been a wide range of approaches to the history of the colored grouping. This essay identifies four distinct paradigms in historical writing on the colored people. Firstly, there is the essentialist school, which regards coloredness as a product of miscegenation and represents the conventional understanding of the identity. Because essentialism covers such a broad spectrum of approaches, this category is subdivided into three ideological genres, which I refer to as the traditional, liberal and progressionist interpretations. Secondly, instrumentalists view colored identity as an artificial creation of the white ruling class who used it as a ploy to divide and rule the black majority. This explanation, which first emerged in academic writing in the early 1980s, held sway in anti-apartheid circles. Opposing these interpretations are what may be termed social constructionists who, from the early 1990s, stressed the complexities of identity formation and the agency of colored people in the making of their own identities. Most recently, the rudiments of a fourth approach, of applying postmodern theory, especially the concept of creolization, to the making of colored identity have appeared. In this collection, Helen Strauss and Christopher Lee use creolization theory to cast new light on processes of colored identity formation. In the next chapter, Helen Strauss starts by presenting an authoritative exposition of the impact of creolization theory on the South African critical landscape and then applies it to colored identity through a reading of colored writer Chris Van Wyck's childhood memoir, Shirley, Goodness and Mercy, characterizing creolization as consisting of complex and often violent processes of cultural exchange that take place between various, already creolized identities in the aftermath of colonization and slavery. Strauss in some detail considers the relevance of this import from the Caribbean to the making of colored identity, especially in literary expressions of the identity. Shirley, Goodness and Mercy is particularly suited to her purposes, not only because of the nuanced insights it offers into performances of coloredness, but also because it allows a comparison between the ways in which creolization operated in both the apartheid and post-apartheid environments. In a masterly analysis of the conflicts and subtle changes in behavior that occur in situations of intercultural contact and how these play out against the backdrop of larger social and political developments, Strauss delves into the minutiae of daily life as depicted in Van Wyck's memoir to reveal how creolization may be theorized as being at work in the making of colored identity. Chapter 3 provides a stimulating analysis of the way in which forced removals under the Group Areas Act influenced expressions of colored identity in Cape Town. Henry Trotter notes that, unlike most communities that consolidate around remote historic injustices, colored Capetonians have instead drawn on this traumatic experience within living memory to help provide a sense of self and an understanding of what it means to be colored in contemporary South Africa, and to cope with their feelings of marginality. Trotter quarries an extensive empirical base that includes over 100 life history interviews, several hundred land claim submissions, as well as the growing literature on apartheid-era forced removals, and combines this with an impressive range of theoretical insights to argue that colored removes coped with the trauma of their eviction by developing an idealized vision of life in their destroyed communities through which they mourned their loss and consoled one another. Because apartheid social engineering herded removes together into racially defined residential areas, they were able to swap stories and to reminisce with one another about their former lives, creating what Trotter calls a narrative community. Through a reflexive, mutually reinforcing pattern of narrative traffic, they over the decades created a commemoration narrative, a stylized way of honoring a treasured past and coming to terms with a trying present. Trotter persuasively argues that the senses of intimacy and self-understanding promoted through this shared narrative of trauma are integral to contemporary manifestations of colored identity in Cape Town. His sympathetic, evocative account goes further and demonstrates how the commemoration narrative of forced removes has become a dominant strain in popular perceptions of the city's history itself. Chapter 4 also deals with the ways in which historical memory and the tendency to sentimentalize life in communities destroyed by apartheid-era forced removals has impacted on contemporary expressions of colored identity. In his contribution, Christian Byers focuses on District 6 and the significance of its symbolic status as a preeminently colored space in crafting senses of belonging and community, as well as claims to a special ethos of racial tolerance in contemporary perceptions of the place. Using interviews with former residents as well as fictional and autobiographical literature on District 6, Byers with consummate skill analyses the construction of a colored-centric discourse around the district in the context of its history of racially differentiated identities. He demonstrates how the relatively privileged status of colored residents, their numerical preponderance as well as the more intense oppression and earlier expulsions of Africans allowed discourses about the area to be dominated by colored voices to the virtual exclusion of Africans. Byers reveals the operation of this exclusionary perception of community in District 6 through analyses of Richard Rives' Buckingham Palace and the autobiographical writing of former residents, and engages with Crane Sudian's theorizing around the production of identity and notions of hybridity in the district. He then uses the counter-perspective of Nomvuyo Engelwane's Salar Kale District 6 with its tacit critique of colored-centric perceptions of the place and its past to question current constructions of District 6 as a community. The next two chapters deal with the refashioning and realignment of colored identities in post-apartheid South Africa. Michelle Reuters's accomplished study opens by observing that colored identity, like all South African social identities, is in the process of being reconstructed in response to the fundamental changes brought about by the transition to democracy. She notes that the distinctive political pattern within the colored community prior to the 1990s of protecting a position of relative privilege was invalidated with the ending of apartheid. Enforced change has left this group, which had previously been defined through legislation and had been constructed as homogeneous by the apartheid system, grappling to come to terms with the reality of its diversity. Reuters concentrates mainly on elite identity claims that draw on Khoisan, slave and creolized pasts in their attempts to forge new understandings of their identities and position in South African society. In a nuanced analysis that makes extensive use of interviews with colored community leaders and identity entrepreneurs, and draws on the wealth of documentation generated by the government's various nation-building initiatives, she explores the broad spectrum of new identity claims that have been made within the colored community since 1994. Reuters concludes by considering the implications the reconstruction of colored identities have for the nation-building project and for the future of democracy in South Africa. Michael Besson's chapter breaks new ground as the first substantive, published analysis of Khoisan revivalism in post-apartheid South Africa. Besson begins by providing historical background and showing how people of Khoisan descent tended to be reclassified as colored, native, or Bantu under white domination. This happened not only because of unilateral action on the part of the white supremacist state that used racial classification as a means of social control, but also as a result of the agency of Khoisan people and their descendants in response to the uneven power relations they needed to negotiate. He argues that because coloredness, with the advent of democracy, lost much of its attraction as a category that conferred a status of relative privilege on its bearers within the South African racial system, a growing number of people turned to some form of indigenous Khoisan identity as an alternative. They did so partly as a means of bolstering claims to social and economic resources under the new dispensation, and partly because it gave them a sense of geographic rootedness, ethnic integrity, cultural unity, and an enhanced sense of self-esteem during a time of rapid social change and uncertainty about the future. Besson surveys a wide range of attempts to capitalize on claims to Khoisan indigeneity. He shows how colored concerns have in many instances surreptitiously been re-articulated in Neo-Khoisan terms, and how reciprocity and melding between colored and Khoisan subjectivities are influencing identities and political agendas in the colored community. In a forcefully argued contribution, James Musondager analyses the growth of colored group consciousness in colonial Zimbabwe over nearly a century using an impressive array of primary and secondary sources. His subtle, systematic exposition of the intricacies of identity politics in this colored community from the time of the founding of Southern Rhodesia to the eve of independence is a model of compression. Unpacking both popular misconceptions as well as fallacies about colored identity propagated in the academic literature, Musondager insists that an understanding of identity formation within Zimbabwe's colored community needs to transcend both essentialist notions of coloredness as the biologically determined result of miscegenation as well as the idea that it was an invention of the colonial state. His analysis not only follows the contours of academic debate around colored identity in South Africa but also demonstrates striking resonances between the development of the identity in the two societies. Musondager argues that the construction of colored identity in Zimbabwe was a dialectic process negotiated both within the culturally diverse colored community as well as with external agencies that included the colonial state and the settler and indigenous communities. By focusing on debates and conflicts over the nature of colored identity, Musondager emphasizes the contestedness and fluidity of the identity. These characteristics were nowhere more clearly demonstrated than in the decades-long tussle between Cape Coloreds and locally born coloreds over group boundaries and what it meant to be colored. They also came to the fore when some colored people were able to use African family connections to reinvent themselves as African with the approach of independence. In the penultimate chapter, Juliet Milner Thornton investigates the dynamic behind the expression of colored identity in 20th-century Zambia through the case study of her own family history. Hers is a poignant and compelling story of rejection, loss and displacement, but ultimately also one of resilience in the face of adversity. Milner Thornton's great-grandfather, Dr. Sidney Spencer Brumfield, was born in July 1847 in the south of England and came to northern Rhodesia in the late 1890s, where he made a name for himself as a hunter, adventurer and gold prospector. Here he married several African women in traditional ceremonies. While his wives continued to live in the African community, Brumfield raised the children born of these unions separately at his homestead on the Jesse Gold Mine near Mkushi, central Zambia. In 1928 he abandoned his African family in northern Rhodesia. Brumfield's Zambian family knew nothing about his whereabouts or fate until Milner Thornton in 1999 discovered his grave in Brisbane, Australia, where he had died in 1933. She soon thereafter came across his autobiography Kachalola or The Mighty Hunter. Her study compares Brumfield's autobiography to his Zambian family's oral history as a means of exploring the central significance of absentee white fathers to the colored community of Zambia. This analysis is largely written in the first person as Milner Thornton uses autoethnography, which she characterizes as the autobiographical response of the subjugated to European or metropolitan representations. In a sensitive, evocative exploration of her family history, Milner Thornton deconstructs the legacy of alienation, cultural displacement, social stigma and diaspora that resulted from the refusal of white fathers, with the collusion of the northern Rhodesian state, to acknowledge their African families. She explains how the Brumfield case history reflects the social experience of a large proportion of the Zambian colored community, which consists in large part of the unacknowledged descendants of British colonial men. The final chapter in this collection returns to the theme of creolization in the making of colored identity in Southern Africa by showing how Anglo-African identity entrepreneurs in Nyasaland creatively drew on both European and African cultural domains to forge a new social consciousness and a niche in that society for people of mixed racial origin. In this essay, Christopher Lee examines the formation of the Anglo-African Association and its role in shaping colored identity in Nyasaland during the 1930s. Through an incisive reading of archival material and astute argumentation, Lee demonstrates that Anglo-African identity was a product of initiatives on the part of a small group of identity brokers who seized on an opportune court ruling to form the Anglo-African Association, which they then used to try to secure a status of relative privilege for people of mixed racial descent in Nyasaland. Besides agitating for a favored legal status, the association also pushed hard for separate, superior educational facilities for Anglo-Africans on the grounds that their partial descent from European colonists entitled them to preferment over indigenes. The chapter stresses the importance of the inventive use of kinship norms by members of the association in justifying privileged treatment. The association's efforts were thwarted by the colonial state which, because of its system of ethnicity-based indirect rule, resisted the creation of racially defined administrative categories. Also, the colonial government sought to play down appearances of racial domination or favoritism for fear of provoking African resistance. Their marginality and the dictates of Malawian nationalist politics have resulted in colored identity having had a rather tenuous existence in that society after independence. The contributions to this volume are innovative in a variety of respects besides presenting the findings of original research on diverse aspects of colored identity in Southern Africa. Several, most notably the analyses of Henry Trotter, Helen Strauss, Christopher Lee and Christian Byers, apply fresh theoretical insights drawn mainly from the fields of postmodern, post-colonial and cultural studies to bring new levels of understanding to processes of colored self-identification. These contributions significantly extend the as yet embryonic literature examining the more subjective and interior aspects of colored identity. They go beyond the more explicit political, economic and social motives and behaviors on which analyses have hitherto tended to focus, to examine what Trotter summarizes as the tacit, dispositional, emotional and non-instrumental aspects of colored identity. The issue of self-understanding is, in addition, foregrounded in Juliet Milner Thornton's essay on her family history. Cultural creativity is given prominence, most overtly, in those chapters that draw on creolization theory. This book also introduces new methodologies to the study of colored identity. The autoethnography of Milner Thornton, Strauss's close literary analysis of subjective transformations in situations of intercultural contact and Trotter's deconstruction of narrative and memory production among group area removes are examples that most readily spring to mind. These contributions, furthermore, theorize the making of colored identity in ways that have broadened the field of inquiry substantially, bringing new sensitivities to a range of issues, whether it be the symbolic construction of self and community, the impact of state policymaking decisions on processes of colored self-identification, the social significance of the stories that colored people tell of themselves, or the creative use of kinship norms to justify identity claims. Another novel aspect of this collection of essays is that several probe current developments in colored identity politics in Southern Africa. The contributions of Michelle Reuters and Michael Besson, in particular, concentrate on contemporary colored political organization in South Africa, an area where little writing besides journalistic and fragmentary accounts exists. While contemporary history has its own challenges, these studies help to bring order and meaning to the tumult of conflicting impressions left by erratic reporting in the mass media and ongoing controversy around issues of coloredness in post-apartheid South Africa. An area in which this volume breaks new ground is that it provides fresh, well-researched studies of colored identities in Southern African societies beyond South Africa's borders. James Musondigia, Juliet Milner Thornton and Christopher Lee pioneer scholarly inquiries into colored identity in societies where none previously existed except for essentialist popular accounts or scant and dated academic tracts. A natural question that arises is in what directions research into colored identity in Southern Africa might develop in future. While there are hazards to making predictions of this sort, it is worth noting that this book is able to suggest fruitful avenues for further inquiry. There are two ways in which it may do so. The first is through inviting amplification of novel and less developed themes, methodologies and lines of inquiry presented in its pages. A path that seems to hold much promise is the application of creolization theory to the making of colored identity. A second, and less direct, way would be through a recognition of some of the lacunae and silences in this volume. Being, until recently, a neglected area of research, there are a number of conspicuous gaps in the literature on colored identity, and although this collection breaks important new ground, it nevertheless shares in some of these omissions. The most obvious gap in the history of the colored community is that there is no comprehensive account of the 19th century genesis of colored identity. A second area of neglect is that, except for Elaine Salo's writing, there is very little by way of work that in any systematic way genders the production of colored identities. Also, studies have hitherto tended to focus on elite, urban and, in South Africa, Western Cape expressions of the identity. More thorough investigation of senses of coloredness in other segments of this diverse grouping will complement our understanding of the identity. Comparative studies between colored identities in the region or with other marginal minorities are bound to yield useful insights. Possible comparisons in the latter category that spring to mind are with Indian or Jewish identities in South Africa, or with ethno-racial identities further afield such as with Berber communities in North Africa, 27 Anglo-Indians or one of the many communities around the globe to which the term Creole has been applied, be they in the Caribbean, Southeast Asia or the Indian Ocean Islands. A change in perspective is likely to be productive as well. For example, a switch from the usual standpoint of minority-majority relations to one that draws on the literature on minority rights, multiculturalism or the relationship between citizenship and diversity may be a way of advancing discussion around colored identity. Likewise, locating such studies within debates on the relationship between law and identity, or theories of subjection and agency, might prove rewarding. Until fairly recently, academic analyses of colored identity in Southern Africa were few and far between, itself a reflection of colored marginality. Indeed, less than 2 decades ago, treating coloredness as social reality was frowned upon, if not taboo, in progressive circles in South Africa, as the first chapter explains. The tide has turned, and today colored identity has become a mainstream academic topic, and this book, drawing on recent innovative research on the subject, is evidence of this. Contributors to this volume build on, question, challenge, subvert and rebut aspects of the current state of scholarly knowledge on colored identity and history in Southern Africa. They are all, to varying degrees, conceptually and methodologically innovative, and together they inaugurate a new phase in the historiography of colored identity, pushing our understanding of the phenomenon to new levels of sophistication. Chapter 1. From Narratives of Miscegenation to Postmodernist Reimagining. Towards a Historiography of Colored Identity in South Africa. By Mohamed Adhikari. University of Cape Town. The marginality of the colored community under white supremacy is reflected in South African historiography in that relatively little was written on the history of this social group prior to the mid-1990s, and much of what was written was journalistic, polemical, speculative, poorly researched or heavily biased. In nearly all general histories of South Africa, colored people have effectively been written out of the narrative and marginalized to a few throwaway comments scattered through the text. This tendency was noted as early as 1913 by Harold Cressy, a colored educationist and school principal, when he called on the colored teaching profession to dispel the myth that colored people played little or no part in the history of South African society. Les Switzer, professor of media studies at the University of Houston, put it eloquently when in 1995 he wrote that South Africa's colored community has remained a marginalized community, marginalized by history and even historians. Ever since its emergence in the late 19th century, colored identity, its nature and the implications it holds for South African society have nevertheless been the subject of ideological and political contestation. Because contending and changing perceptions of coloredness imply different interpretations of their past, there has been a wide range of approaches to the history of the colored people in both popular thinking and the academy. Also, controversy around the nature of colored identity has tended to intensify in recent decades, especially after the popularization of colored rejectionism in the wake of the Soweto uprising of 1976. Disagreements have often become quite heated because political and ideological agendas, as well as matters of high principle, were increasingly seen to be at stake in particular views of the identity. Indeed, by the mid-1980s, issues around colored identity had become acutely politicized. This chapter will outline competing interpretations of the nature of colored identity and the history of the colored people, and explore the main contestations that have arisen as a result. The changing political context. Today there is intense interest in the nature and history of colored identity, especially among people who identify themselves as colored, and the idea of anyone questioning the legitimacy of studying the topic would seem odd, even absurd. Yet it was not always so. Until the late 1970s, there was a high degree of consensus both within the colored community and among outsiders about who colored people were and what the concept of coloredness embodied. The conventional wisdom was that colored people were a distinct racial group that resulted from miscegenation between European settlers and a heterogeneous black laboring class of African and Asian origin. Like whites, Africans and Indians, the colored grouping was generally seen as having its own historical trajectory, even though there tended to be an emphasis on its strong cultural and genetic links with the dominant white minority, especially within the colored community itself. In the earlier decades of the 20th century, contestations centered mainly around whether the community should align itself with the English or Afrikaans-speaking sections of the dominant society. These differences usually surfaced at election time, often at the instigation of the Cape National Party opportunistically seeking to attract colored voters. Prior to the 1980s, this perception of coloredness as a product of racial mixing was reflected in both popular and academic histories and in the ways the community itself viewed its past. The conventional wisdom was first challenged in the latter part of the 1930s with the emergence of a radical movement in colored politics, which introduced the idea that black unity or class-based identity needed to be cultivated among the oppressed. Radical intellectuals within organizations such as the National Liberation League formed in 1935 and the Non-European Unity Movement, NEUM, founded in 1943 rejected colored separatism as playing into the hands of the ruling classes who sought to divide the black majority and split the proletariat. The emphasis on non-European unity within this earlier generation of colored radicals was less a repudiation of colored identity than an assertion that racial differences were not in any way intrinsic and that colored particularism undermined the freedom struggle. At no point in the extensive body of publications it produced did the NEUM produce a coherent history of the colored community itself, and a rejectionist viewpoint was usually implicit in its political analyses of South African society. The earliest example of a purist non-racial stance was in evidence during the early 1950s when a handful of ultra-left Trotskyist intellectuals grouped within the Forum Club, a remnant of the Fourth International Organization of South Africa, criticized the NEUM's non-Europeanism as a form of a voluntary segregation that favored the interests of capital and the racist state, and advocated a strictly non-racial strategy. From the early 1960s onwards, however, there also developed an explicit rejection of colored identity within the NEUM itself, which had become politically dormant by that time. For the next 2 decades, the impact of this non-racial outlook was largely restricted to those sectors of the colored elite sympathetic to the NEUM. It was only towards the latter half of the 1970s, when black consciousness ideology took hold in significant parts of the colored community, that the rejection of colored identity found a greater degree of popular support, growing to its zenith within the non-racial democratic movement of the late 1980s and the very early part of the 1990s. Kept alive by a small group of radical intellectuals with influence in a few colored schools as well as a handful of cultural and civic organizations, and through its organ, the Educational Journal, the NEUM's non-racial philosophy nevertheless had a significant impact on the anti-apartheid movement that emerged in the Western Cape in the early 1980s. Firstly, many activists, exposed in various ways to its ideas, particularly as students, imbibed its principle of non-racism without necessarily associating with the NEUM. Secondly, prominent leaders within the United Democratic Front, UDF, who had defected from the NEUM, Dullah Omar and Trevor Manuel being the most prominent examples, helped infuse these ideas into the broader democratic struggle. I first started researching colored identity as a postgraduate student in the early 1980s, and for 1.5 decades it turned out to be somewhat of a solitary undertaking. Not only were there very few people working in this neglected area, but this sort of research was also increasingly frowned upon as the non-racial democratic movement started gathering momentum nationally, and colored rejectionism was rapidly becoming an orthodoxy in anti-apartheid circles. This outlook was succinctly expressed in a letter to the editor published in Grassroots, a community newspaper published in the Western Cape during the 1980s. The people only know about the human race, not about coloreds, Indians and blacks. The 1980s, one hardly needs reminding, was a time of upheaval and conflict, of passionate commitment to opposing sets of values in the standoff between the non-racial, democratic movement dominated by the ANC-aligned UDF and the apartheid state. Colored identity was a particularly emotive issue in the Western Cape, the region being both a focal point of anti-apartheid resistance and home to about 70% of the colored population. By the mid-1980s, people started chiding me publicly for pursuing what was perceived as a racially divisive research agenda, and questioned whether an analysis of colored identity had any value except for exposing how this wicked invention of the white establishment was used to keep the black majority in subjection. One such critic, for example, demanded to know, why do you always have to bring up the things that divide us, while another alleged that taking colored identity seriously was tantamount to endorsing apartheid policies. By the end of the decade, any recognition of colored identity as social reality, especially if done publicly, was likely to be condemned as a concession to apartheid thinking, if not rejected outright as racist. Given the inflamed emotions of the time and the passionate idealism of many that a non-racial, egalitarian society was attainable, the line that colored identity did not really exist except as a fiction created and nurtured by white supremacists was an understandable reaction both to apartheid and to the stigma historically attached to coloredness. It was also a canny political tactic for mobilizing people against the apartheid state, resonating as strongly as it did with the ubiquitous 1980s struggle slogan, "Apartheid divides, the UDF unites." It was obvious from my own extensive experience of colored communal life in Cape Town, as well as from my knowledge of the historical record, that the rejectionist view was at best a gross simplification of the history and nature of the identity. This was also the case for many colored political activists, who took a rejectionist stance publicly but privately acknowledged the existence of colored identity. They nevertheless pushed the rejectionist line energetically as part of a pragmatic strategy of promoting non-racial values and breaking down racial barriers. Other more doctrinaire individuals seem actually to have believed the spurious but politically useful rejectionist claim, presumably expecting the false consciousness of colored identity to be blown away with apartheid. They tended to be much less tolerant of any recognition of colored identity as social reality. For example, when I presented a paper on colored identity at the Burden of Race conference at the University of the Witwatersrand in July 2001, a colored historian had few qualms about declaring to the session that had I presented that paper at Wits a few years previously, he would have been at the forefront of the mob chasing me off campus. Researching colored identity in this environment was a tricky business, especially if one went against the progressive grain by assuming or demonstrating the social reality of coloredness. One ran the very real risk of being accused of being racially divisive or, more seriously, of being a racist and perhaps even worse, of being a closet racist. As indicated earlier, my research did draw disapproving comment of this sort from the rejectionist lobby, and on more than one occasion I was accused of fostering racial division when presenting papers at conferences and seminars. An interesting feature of these accusations is that all were made by white academics, none of whom I would describe as activists or having political credibility within the democratic movement. I take their behavior to be the result of a combination of white guilt about apartheid giving rise to a more radical than thou attitude, and ignorance due to a lack of exposure to the realities of life beyond the fringe of Cape Town's leafy suburbs. Eager to demonstrate their political bona fides, they were more likely to swallow the myth that coloredness was a white-imposed fiction. Colored academics whose disagreement with my line of analysis went beyond scholarly grounds, however, seemed more concerned with perceived affronts to the dignity of colored people and, by extension, to themselves. Two examples stand out in my mind. The first is of the colored editor of an academic journal to which I submitted an article analyzing popular stereotyping of colored people during the apartheid era. The response was a long, indignant, handwritten letter that listed a number of spurious reasons for not accepting the article and ending with the emphatic rejection that the journal concerned does not publish gutter journalism. The second is of a colored historian confronting me after I had presented a paper on colored identity at a colloquium demanding to know why I constantly pick on the colored people, by which he meant why I portrayed them as particularly racist. My response that I was not picking on the colored people, but happened to specialize in the area, and that I did not regard colored people as particularly racist but primarily as victims of racism who, to a fair degree, had internalized the values of their oppressors, did not satisfy him. Both were clearly emotional and defensive responses by otherwise level-headed and competent academics who attributed to me the ideas I was analyzing. They were also unconscious acknowledgments of the emotive power of the negative racial stereotyping attached to the identity. The fatuousness of the more extreme forms of colored rejectionism was largely swept away in the wake of F.W. de Klerk's reforms announced on the 2nd of February 1990 and the subsequent fierce competition among political parties for support within the colored community. There was a defining moment in 1992 when Nelson Mandela himself urged ANC supporters to recognize colored ethnicity as a political reality, his comment clearly aimed at that constituency, derived largely from the UDF, that still put the principle of strict non-racism above political savvy. Any doubts about the political salience of colored identity were dispelled by the majority of colored voters flocking to the banner of the National Party in the 1994 elections, partly in response to its racist campaign designed to play on minority fears of African majority rule. This more than any other development put paid to the idea that researching colored identity was somehow unprogressive. Academic inquiry into colored identity suddenly became respectable and rather popular, if not fashionable. Indeed, for some, understanding the colored mentality became a civic duty. How else to win the Western Cape from the racist National Party for the Party of Liberation? Within a relatively short space of time, a slew of studies trying to account for the colored vote of 1994 appeared and 2 conferences to consider the implications of colored attitudes for the nation-building project were organized. Several popular and academic books as well as fictional work relating to colored identity and social experience started appearing, and in the last few years a significant number of academic theses on colored identity have also been completed. A notable trend in the last mentioned category is that of colored students completing doctoral dissertations on aspects of the identity at foreign universities. So much writing on colored identity has appeared over the last decade that it is clear that the topic has entered the mainstream of South African intellectual life. Paradigms in perspective. Because the conventional categories of South African historiography, imperial, settler, Afrikaner nationalist, liberal and revisionist, are of limited value in analyzing and comparing interpretations of the history of the colored people, an alternative set of categories based on various authors' approaches to the nature of colored identity is suggested here. Within this framework, 4 distinct and competing approaches to colored identity and the history of the colored community are identified. Firstly, there is what may be termed the essentialist school, which has been by far the most common approach in historical writing about colored people. This interpretation coincides with the popular view of colored identity as a product of miscegenation that stretches back to the earliest days of European settlement at the Cape. All these essentialist histories, in one way or another, are predicated on narratives of racial mixture in pre-industrial South Africa giving rise to a distinct racial group, the colored people. Within this approach, racial hybridity is taken to be the essence of coloredness. For essentialists, there is usually no need to explain the nature or making of colored identity because it is part of an assumed reality that sees South African society as consisting of distinct races of which colored people are one. The existence of colored identity poses no analytical problem for essentialists because it is regarded as having developed naturally and self-evidently to be the result of miscegenation. While it does not locate the origins of colored identity in the prehistoric mists of time as many racial and ethnic identities do, essentialist writing is primordialist in that it tends to date the origins of colored identity to the earliest phases of colonial rule. As one version of a popular joke has it, colored people were born 9 months after Van Riebeeck landed at Table Bay. Another more elaborate version has the punchline that Jan Van Riebeeck and not God made the colored people. A related jibe is that colored people celebrate with coon carnivals at New Year to mark their birth as a people, 9 months after Van Riebeeck's landing on the 6th of April. Because essentialist writing covers such a wide range of interpretations, it is possible to identify three well-defined ideological currents within this broad approach. Firstly, there are what might be labeled traditionalists who analyze colored identity and history in terms of the racist values and assumptions prevalent in white supremacist South Africa. In general, the traditionalist point of view sees black people as racially inferior and assumes that congruities of blood and race have automatically been passed down the generations. It has thus supported segregationism and regarded miscegenation as repugnant, even a threat to civilization in South Africa. It goes without saying that nearly all of the writing in this genre was produced by whites and is fundamentally Eurocentric. The isolated examples of colored people writing in this vein consist of school textbooks where the syllabus dictated their approach. This attitude towards colored identity is tacit in the older and more conservative general histories of South Africa. In histories of this sort, not only are colored people marginalized, but their historical agency is also effectively denied. Where they do appear, colored people are presented as inert, faceless beings who are acted upon by whites and are incidental to the main narrative of settler conquest and their creation of a Christian, civilized society in southern Africa. Colored people and their ancestors are little more than bystanders to the unfolding drama of South African history, or impediments to the noble struggle of hardy, pioneering colonists to tame the wild landscape and maintain a civilized existence in barbarous surroundings. This is broadly true of works within the imperial, settler and Afrikaner nationalist stables. See F. J. Muller's 500 Years and Floors van Jaarsveld's From Van Riebeek to Vorster are relatively recent examples that apply in this instance. Where explicit consideration is given to the history of colored people, as in H. P. Cruise's Die Opheffing van die Klolingbevolking and D. P. Boter's Die Opkomst van Ons Dirty Stand, the focus is very much on colonial institutions and colonizers who, despite onerous circumstances, do their Christian duty of raising slaves, Hottentots, Bushmen, and their racially hybrid offspring in the scale of civilization. Equally faceless are those whites, usually regarded as debased, who indulge in miscegenation with black people to produce the colored population. The traditionalist perspective has been thoroughly discredited in the new South Africa and is no longer publicly propagated except within a fringe receptive to white supremacist ideologies. The second ideological current within this broad school consists of liberal essentialists who dissented from the dominant racist view and sought to ameliorate racial antagonisms and break down racial barriers. To this school, the very existence of colored people is confirmation of the central contention of the liberal interpretation of South African history, namely, that progress and economic modernization were predicated upon the integration, cooperation and interdependence of its peoples. To them, racial segregation was not only abnormal and a relic of an outmoded frontier mentality but also detrimental to the society's economic development. The miscegenation that is supposed to have given rise to the colored community is held up as living proof that strict segregation had not always been the norm in South African society and that the dominant theme of its history was that of the acculturation of its various peoples to a common nationhood. Though sympathetic to the assimilationist aspirations of colored people, the liberal essentialist approach is nevertheless racialized in that it conceptualizes coloredness in terms of race and defines it as a product of miscegenation. And while colored people were not regarded as inherently inferior, they tended to be seen as relatively uncivilized and in need of white tutelage. The liberal interpretation was common within the English-speaking sector of the academy, the minority of whites opposed to the segregatory ethos of the ruling establishment, and some colored intellectuals of moderate political persuasion. Before the mid-1980s, by far the best quality and most thoroughly researched writing on the history of the colored community came from within the liberal school of South African historiography. The best-known works in this genre are W. M. Macmillan's The Cape Color Question and J. S. Murray's The Cape Colored People, while Richard van der Ross's Rise and Decline of Apartheid is the most prominent example of a moderate colored writer espousing the liberal interpretation. Indeed, van der Ross went so far as to present his work as a continuation of the narrative where Murray left off in the early 20th century. The third distinct strand within the essentialist approach is what might be termed the progressionist interpretation of colored history and which, for the greater part of the 20th century, represented the conventional view within the educated, politically moderate sector of the colored community of its own history. In common with the traditional interpretation, it accepted that colored people formed a separate race and were socially and culturally backward compared to whites, but did not regard this condition as innate or permanent. The progressionist perspective was in effect a variation on the liberal essentialist theme in that it combined an environmentalist conception of racial difference with liberal values of personal freedom. This view was predicated on an assumption that humanity, and with it colored people, was on an inevitable path of progress and an Elysian future of prosperity and social harmony. Deeply held religious beliefs that posited the equality of all humans in the eyes of God and that anticipated the ultimate redemption of humanity reinforced the progressionist outlook, as did the Whiggish concept of history transmitted to the colored elite via an education system dominated by church schools. Educated and politicized colored people in the earlier decades of the 20th century exhibited a clear sense of the trajectory of their history as a people through their broad adherence to the progressionist interpretation. This vision of their history harked back to the Black Night of slavery and the dispossession of the Khorasan, heralded the new dawn of their emancipation in the middle decades of the 19th century under a liberal British administration, and laid stress on a subsequent period of steady advancement through to contemporary struggles for full citizenship rights and a better life for the community. The implementation of segregatory measures in the 20th century were rationalized as temporary setbacks that would be overcome in time and through perseverance. Espoused publicly by organic intellectuals and community leaders, often from political platforms, this interpretation was usually coupled with a plea for fair treatment or the preservation of their status of relative privilege within the South African racial hierarchy. This interpretation found its most elaborate expression in Christian Zievergel's Brown South Africa, in essence the first formal history of colored people written by a colored person. Tightening segregation through the 20th century, especially the implementation of apartheid policies, progressively stifled, but never completely extinguished, the optimism and assimilationist impulse on which this interpretation was predicated. While the essentialist approach is inherently racial because it assigns racial origins and characteristics to the concept of coloredness, it has to be recognized that not all writing within this category is racist. Indeed, a good deal and some of the best writing in this genre was intended to help break down racial barriers and expose the injustices suffered by colored people under South Africa's racial system. This sort of writing might usefully be described as multiracial in that it recognizes the existence of diverse races but advocates racial tolerance and cooperation. Because the essentialist approach embodies the conventional wisdom about colored identity, it is still very common in popular writing, and even some academic work is still cast in this mold. Until the 1980s, essentialism was in effect the only paradigm in colored historical writing. The sole exception was the standpoint of a handful of radical intellectuals within the Trotskyist tradition of the South African left whose critique of South African society and whose interpretation of South African history implied an alternative construction of colored history. While these radicals never wrote explicitly about the history of the colored people, their analyses of South African society and history implied that racial divisions, and hence also colored identity, were products of international capitalist and local settler strategies to divide, rule and exploit the South African masses. In these tracts, the specific history of the colored community was either ignored, subsumed under a broader black rubric or referred to obliquely. Some of these key works, dating from the early 1940s onwards, include Ben Kease's Background of Segregation, Isaac Tabata's The Building of Unity and the Awakening of a People, William Van Score's The Origin and Development of Segregation in South Africa and Hosea Jaffe's 300 Years. The impact of these radical analyses was generally confined to a small sector of the colored elite where the NEUM retained influence, until their ideas and insights were taken up by a series of studies produced in the 1980s. A new paradigm in historical writing relating to the history of colored people emerged in the post-Soweto era in reaction to the essentialist mode of analysis and a desire among scholars both within the liberal and revisionist schools of South African history to distance themselves from racialized thinking or any idea that colored group consciousness was based on biological or primordial ties. This school, which will be referred to as instrumentalist, regarded colored identity as an artificial concept imposed by the white supremacist state and the ruling establishment upon an oppressed and vulnerable group of people as an instrument of social control. Positions in this respect range from seeing colored identity simply as a device for excluding people of mixed race from the dominant society to viewing it conspiratorially as a product of deliberate divide and rule tactics by the dominant white minority to prevent black people from forming a united front against racism and exploitation. Written from a point of view explicitly opposed to the apartheid system, instrumentalist histories have tended to focus on colored politics, especially resistance to white domination. The initial impetus for popularizing the instrumentalist approach came from black consciousness thinking. A growing sense of black solidarity and defiance of apartheid in the post-Soweto era fed colored rejectionism. Later in the 1980s, the idea of colored identity as a product of white supremacist social engineering gained added purchase through the non-racial ethos of the anti-apartheid movement and Marxist notions of false consciousness that were supposedly used by ruling groups to manipulate populations under their control. This view was actively propagated at grassroots level by political activists in the anti-apartheid movement. The new trend, as noted earlier, was built on the foundation laid by a small group of NEUM activists and intellectuals who kept a rejectionist spirit alive in the Western Cape through the 1960s and 1970s. Instrumentalism represented the dominant view within the anti-apartheid movement during the turbulent 2 decades that followed the Soweto uprising. These ideas, in part, stemmed from a refusal to give credence to apartheid thinking or, in the case of the expedient, the fear of being accused of doing so. Although this approach seemed blind to the reality of racial divisions within black South Africa and of colored exclusivism, it did score significant political successes in that it helped create a united front against apartheid and played a role in undermining white domination. The revisionist school of South African historical writing that emerged in the 1970s, with its emphasis on class analysis and strong identification with non-racist values, also played down the significance of racial and ethnic identities. This genre tended to support the instrumentalist view where it addressed the issue of colored identity. The distinction of being the first instrumentalist history lies with Maurice Hommel's Capricorn Blues, published in 1981. Hommel took up the ideas and arguments of preceding radical theorists such as Kenneth Jordan, Isaac Tabata, and Ben Keys, and together with his own research, fashioned a political history of colored people. Hommel's key historiographical innovation is that he switched the focus of historical writing on the colored community from accounts of interracial mixture in pre-industrial South Africa to colored protest politics in the 20th century. There was a sudden spurt in historical writing on the colored community in the latter part of the 1980s with Gavin Lewis's Between the Wire and the Wall, Richard van der Ross's Rise and Decline of Apartheid, and Ian Goldin's Making Race appearing within a year of one another. Although the close spacing of these books was coincidental, it is not in the least fortuitous that this period witnessed the publication of several political histories of colored people written mainly from an instrumentalist perspective. This surge in historical writing was triggered by intensified anti-apartheid resistance in the Western Cape during the 1980s as well as the concomitant controversy over the participation of some colored leaders in P.W. Botha's tricameral parliament. Both raised the political profile of the community and upped the stakes in the increasingly bitter wrangle over the racial and ethnic distinctiveness of colored people. This stimulated interest in the colored past, particularly in the political struggles of the 20th century. Lewis's thorough and extensively researched Between the Wire and the Wall represents a liberal, instrumentalist elucidation of colored political history in the period from the Anglo-Boer War to 1948. Goldin's book, which focuses on the colored labor preference policy, is written from a revisionist perspective. Roy Dupree Separate but Unequal, another instrumentalist intervention published in 1994, consists mainly of an angry rant against the apartheid system. The instrumentalist interpretation lost much of its potency when the ANC in the early 1990s sidelined the anti-racist pressure groups within its fold and openly appealed to colored identity in an attempt to win colored political support. The attraction of the instrumentalist view has all but evaporated in the post-apartheid era, in which inter-black racial tensions could no longer be explained away as the dastardly machinations of the white supremacist establishment, and a strictly non-racial outlook became a political liability. A few die-hard instrumentalists nevertheless remain within the small anti-racist grouping of left-wing intellectuals and activists. The Khoisan revivalist movement is essentially instrumentalist in that its followers reject coloredness as the colonizer's caricature of the colonized. A third paradigm, referred to here as social constructionism and in which I place myself, emerged from the latter half of the 1980s onwards in response to the inadequacies of both the essentialist and instrumentalist approaches. The basic assumption of this genre is that colored identity cannot be taken as given but is a product of human agency dependent on a complex interplay of historical, social, cultural, political and other contingencies. It is neither ordained by God nor a product of nature as essentialists imply, nor is it a device conjured up by the machinations of white supremacism as instrumentalists argue. The creation of colored identity is also taken to be an ongoing, dynamic process in which groups and individuals make and remake their perceived realities and thus also their personal and social identities. The fundamental concerns of social constructionists are thus to explain how and why colored identity came into existence and to unravel the intricate ways in which it has found expression. My own work and that of Zimbabwean historian James Musondagia form the principal contributions to this genre. In the early 1990s, I published a study of the Teachers League of South Africa which elaborated on an embryonic social constructionist approach to colored identity. This theme was subsequently developed through a series of scholarly publications culminating in my recent book Not White Enough, Not Black Enough, which attempts a more systematic history of colored identity in South Africa under white supremacy. Musondagia's Walking a Tightrope is a comprehensive study of the making of colored identity in Zimbabwe from the founding of the colony in the 1890s to the coming of independence in 1980. Musondagia's analysis is pertinent because it draws extensively on, is significantly shaped by, and engages with South African debates on colored identity. Noteworthy social constructionist interventions have also been made by Vivian Bickford Smith, whose final chapter in his study of Victorian Cape Town analyses the emergence of colored identity in the city, and Birgit Pickle, who frames her analysis of colored voting patterns in 1994 within a social constructionist synopsis of colored history. While Bickford Smith and Musondagia portray the making of colored identity as a dialectic process of imposition by the ruling establishment from above and colored initiative from below, I stress the primacy of colored agency in the making of their own identity. The main criticisms of both the essentialist and instrumentalist approaches from the perspective of social constructionists are that they tend to accept colored identity as given and portray it as fixed. They generally fail to take cognizance of fluidities and ambiguities inherent in processes of colored self-definition. In essentialist histories, this is a product of a Eurocentric perspective and a reliance on the simplistic formulations of popular racialized conceptions of colored identity. The problem in instrumentalist writing is that it shifts agency in the making of colored identity away from colored people to the ruling establishment. Not only does this interpretation fly in the face of elementary understandings of the nature of social identity, but it is also dependent on an unlikely conspiracy for which there is little evidence. It also suffers from a narrow focus on colored protest politics and the social injustices endured by the community. This has had the effect of exaggerating the resistance of colored people to white supremacism and playing down their accommodation of the South African racial system. The overall result has been that both paradigms present an oversimplified image of the phenomenon and are profoundly ahistoric in their perceptions of the origins and workings of the identity. A cardinal sin of both these schools is that they deny colored people a significant role in the making of their own social identities. Essentialist interpretations do this by assuming coloredness to be an inbred quality that arises automatically from miscegenation, while instrumentalists share the essentialist premise that colored identity is something negative and undesirable but blame it on the racism and the exploitative practices of the ruling white minority. Though they may have had the laudable intention of countering the racism of essentialist accounts, instrumentalist histories are nevertheless condescending by denying colored people a role in the basic cognitive function of creating and reproducing their own social identities. Even the best of these histories, Gavin Lewis's Between the Wire and the Wall, despite its firm focus on colored agency in the political arena, nevertheless asserts that the solution to this dilemma of defining coloredness is to accept colored identity as a white-imposed categorization. Both schools of writing treat colored identity as something exceptional, failing to recognize it for what it is, a historically specific social construction, like any other social identity. In this respect, both schools have betrayed undue concern with contemporary ideological and political considerations. Social constructionist histories have therefore been at pains to demonstrate the complexity of colored identity and, most importantly, to stress the agency of colored people in the making of their identity. In my own work, emphasis has been placed on the ways in which the marginality of colored people, their intermediate status in the racial hierarchy, negative racial stereotyping, and assimilationist aspirations, together with a range of other factors, have shaped their identity and influenced their social experience and political consciousness. The resultant ambiguities and ideological conflicts have been central to the making of the identity. Far from being the inert anonymous entities of the essentialist school or the righteous resistors of instrumentalist histories, colored people exhibited a much more complex reaction to white supremacism that encompassed resistance as well as collaboration, protest as well as accommodation. Social identity is by its very nature mainly the product of its bearers, even though it is partly formed through interactions with and against the perceptions of outsiders. It can no more be imposed upon people by the state or ruling groups than it can spring automatically from miscegenation or people's supposed racial constitution. Social identity is cultural in nature in that it is a product of learned behavior, and is molded by social experience and social interaction. Identities can be influenced, even manipulated, by outsiders, but then only to the extent that they resonate strongly with people's self-perception. In this regard, instrumentalists usually confuse status with identity when arguing that the state, especially during the apartheid period, imposed colored identity on a particular group of people. A distinction needs to be drawn between the two. It is clear that while a status can be imposed upon people by the state or ruling groups, an identity cannot, though a social identity may well be the basis upon which a particular status is foisted on a group. In the case of the colored community under white supremacist rule, it was both through customary discrimination and the various ways in which the state was able to assert its power that a particular status was imposed upon colored people. This was most transparently the case with the legislative and administrative programs that put the apartheid system in place from the late 1940s onwards. There can be no gainsaying that whites broadly colluded in the oppression of black people through nearly all of South Africa's history, and that racial categories were manipulated to the advantage of the ruling classes. Hertzog openly tried to manipulate the colored community in the 1920s in this way, as did P.W. Botha in the 1980s. This does not, however, amount to the imposition of their identity on colored people. Recently, the rudiments of a fourth approach, of conceptualizing colored identity as a product of creolization, have emerged. This viewpoint, which draws on postmodern and postcolonial theory, shares much of the critical outlook of social constructionists, and may be seen as social constructionism informed by a particular theoretical perspective. It is, as one would expect, nuanced and sensitive to the complexities of identity politics and, by its very nature, critical of the simplistic paradigms of essentialist and instrumentalist writing. Symmetry Erasmus's introduction to her edited volume, Colored by History, Shaped by Place, published in 2001, initiated the application of creolization theory to colored identity. It is a pity that Erasmus does little beyond proposing the idea. Erasmus's basic premise is that colored identity is not a product of racial mixture as popular wisdom and much academic writing would have it, but of cultural creativity shaped by South Africa's history of colonialism and white domination. Using creolization to explain the making of colored identity is an innovative line of inquiry that seems to hold much potential. In this volume, Christopher Lee and Helen Strauss take up the challenge of applying creolization theory to substantive case studies. Elaine Salo's intricate anthropological studies of the roles of gangsterism, global consumer culture, and the imagination in the making of racialized and gendered self-perceptions of youth in the working-class Cape Town suburb of Manenberg represent important recent interventions in the understanding of localized colored identities. As both Salo and several contributions in this volume demonstrate, the use of theoretical perspectives derived from postmodernism, postcolonialism, and cultural studies are yielding rich results. Conclusion. Colored social experience in South Africa. Under white domination, it was largely a combination of colored marginality and growing colored resistance to racial domination that influenced the content and quality of historical writing on the community. Features of the historiography during this period that stand out are its relatively poor quality, its paucity, and the degree to which political and ideological considerations overtly influenced positions staked out by contributors. The poor quality and scantness of this historiography under white supremacy were to a considerable extent products of racial oppression and the marginalization of the colored community. From the 1980s, there was a clear tendency for opinions to be polarized, with colored identity either being taken for granted or imbued with intense political significance, resulting in it often being rejected with vehemence. The rapid retreat of colored rejectionism and the transition to democracy has resulted in the mid-1990s forming a watershed in both academic and popular writing on colored identity. With far greater freedom to give expression to their social identities and with the new order being much more conducive to creativity in this arena, it should not be surprising that the new South Africa has witnessed an efflorescence of studies on the subject. Chapter 2. Confused about being colored. Creolization and Colored Identity in Chris Van Wyke's Shirley, Goodness and Mercy. By Helen Strauss. McMaster University. Even though the term creolization is used primarily to describe Caribbean and New World processes of cultural cross-fertilization, theories of creolization have traveled far and wide, especially since the early 1990s, when post-colonial studies came to be institutionalized in universities across the globe. The term, which broadly signals complex and often violent processes of cultural exchange that take place between various, already creolized identities in the aftermath of colonization and slavery, has featured prominently in post-apartheid South African critical debates. This chapter considers the significance of this critical import in relation to post-apartheid literary articulations of coloredness. After contextualizing the terms Creole and creolization in the Caribbean and South African contexts, an assessment is made of both the drawbacks and the critical potential of this transplanted concept when used to theorize colored identities in South Africa. Does creolization help clarify processes of colored identity formation, or does it reinforce apartheid-era essentialisms and undermine the very transgressive potential that has made it so attractive for revising cultural exclusivity? To what extent do received cultural and racial categories continue to inflect the ways in which processes of creolization take place? These questions are specifically considered through a reading of Chris Van Wyke's Shirley, Goodness and Mercy, published in 2004. This post-apartheid text is useful for the new perspectives it offers on the tensions and contradictions that plagued performances of coloredness during the apartheid years, as well as for what it says about the difficulties of deciphering what coloredness as a cultural identity might mean in the post-apartheid era. The stories that Van Wyke shares in this memoir are important conveyors of the identities and experiences of a range of colored South Africans during the apartheid and post-apartheid eras, and as such enable a consideration of the extent to which the production of colored subjectivity during this period might be analyzed as examples of creolization. When working with a term such as creolization, which has taken on a considerable number of meanings and has generated an enormous amount of scholarship internationally, one necessarily has to be selective. This study favors work that offers insight into the minutiae of subject formation and racialization, and that theorizes some of the social meanings that are assigned to people's bodies as a result of popular assumptions about race. This chapter privileges theories of cultural creolization that shed light on the manner in which people who are labeled, who self-identify, or who resist identification as colored accommodate at times conflicting ideologies in their day-to-day lives. The small-scale identity alterations that people have to make in moments of intercultural contact, and the psychological divisions that people have to negotiate in contexts of conflict and domination, are necessarily staged against the backdrop of larger political and social developments. Van Wyke's Shirley, Goodness and Mercy proves particularly instructive in this regard, since it situates the production of colored subjectivity firmly within historical moments of social and political change. Situating creolization in the post-apartheid imagination. Since the disintegration of apartheid in the late 1980s, South Africans have been searching for new ways in which to relate to one another. The search for a vocabulary that might offer alternatives to the limiting and racially hierarchized identity categories of apartheid has, since 1994, yielded a wealth of terms, tropes, and critical frameworks. At the forefront of these has been the terminology that has come to mark nation-building projects of the post-1994 era, such as the Rainbow Nation trope, former President Thabo Mbeki's notion of the African Renaissance, and the rhetoric of reconciliation central to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC. The language generated by these initiatives reflects the ANC government's attempts at reshaping social relations and promoting national symbols that might foster reconciliation. While the extent of South Africa's reconciliation remains a topic of considerable debate, while many of the social inequalities of the past remain firmly in place, there can be little doubt that the transition from apartheid to democracy has created an opportunity for people to articulate a range of hitherto suppressed identity narratives. As a result of greater personal freedom underwritten by their progressive constitution, South Africans are now at liberty to explore alternative forms of self-imagining. While these freedoms have offered exciting possibilities for all South Africans to find more equitable and ethical ways in which to stage their identities to one another, many are uncertain about the extent to which inherited performances of identity require revision to fit the ideological projects of the new order. These uncertainties are reflected, for instance, in the recent proliferation of writings on what it means to be an African in South Africa, on who has the right to lay claim to this label and who has the necessary credentials to police access to this category. The identity shifts that have been taking place in relation to the category African speak to larger insecurities about cultural belonging that can be seen also to inform the different ways in which the category colored has been revised and/or rejected in post-transition South Africa. Academic attempts at accounting for this fluidity have culminated in an outpouring of texts that analyze the social construction of identity through the critical lenses of post-colonial cultural studies. In this area of study, terms such as a diaspora, hybridity, cultural translation, and creolization have been invoked with varying degrees of enthusiasm over the past few decades to address processes of cultural exchange that have taken place under the circumstances specific to slavery, colonization, and globalization. In South Africa, the term creolization in particular seems to have captured the interest of academics who are trying to find new terms with which to articulate the uncertainties of the new order. The terms Creole and creolization, as demonstrated elsewhere, have taken on a wide array of meanings in the relatively short time since they first entered South African academic debates. Elika Beymer uses the term Creoleness, for instance, to signal the hidden difference of her own white identity as a Dutch immigrant in South Africa during the apartheid years. Robert Shell describes the cultures that developed at the Cape between 1652 and 1838 as a result of slavery as creolized, while Ulf Hannes suggests that the global, cosmopolitan cultural connections that were formed in erstwhile Sophiatown might be read as a process of creolization that served local resistance. Politics. The most hotly debated of recent usages of the term creolization has arguably been that of Sarah Nuttall and Cheryl Ann Michael in their editorial Introduction to Senses of Culture, a collection of essays that offer novel interpretations of South African popular and youth cultures. In this introduction, they argue that readings of the contemporary South African cultural landscape should move away from the apartheid fixation on race, separation, and resistance. Reading South Africa as a site marked by myriad previously unexplored local and transnational intercultural connections, they offer the term creolization as a possible frame for rethinking the ways in which cultural identities are formed in contemporary South Africa. This term, they argue, brings into focus the ongoing processes of cultural transformation that everyday living in a country of such cultural complexity and heterogeneity has necessarily produced, efforts at limiting these exchanges notwithstanding. Since the publication of this collection of essays, their theoretical frameworks have been the subject of considerable discussion, with critics suggesting that this kind of theoretical framing is incapable of addressing the contemporary dynamics of class, race, and power that still shape identity formation in present-day South Africa. The reluctant initial reception of their choice of creolization as a conceptual frame was partly the result of its timing. Undertaken when discourses of cultural interchange abounded in both popular and scholarly debates, it is not surprising that they have subsequently been read as having downplayed race, domination, and resistance. The Mbeki presidency was characterized by a return to race in public discourse, as Verl D. Eltons terms it. Recent scholarship has been paying closer attention to entrenched racialized, heterocist, and culturally essentialist thinking and to the segregationist legacies of apartheid that continue to shape the South African cultural landscape. A resurgence of interest in the social effects of essentialist discourses of racialization can partly be blamed on the emphasis placed on unity and reconciliation by the South African media and the ANC government in the years immediately following the transition to democracy. The TRC's ironic silence on the issue of race can be read as both symptomatic and constitutive of this drive for unity. Yet, as many scholars of the post-Mandela era have pointed out, in light of South Africa's singular history of racial engineering, it is indeed surprising that so little work has been done to lay bare the cultural processes whereby racial identities are produced and performed. To Nuttall and Michael's credit, it must be acknowledged that debates about racial essentialism and about creolization are not mutually exclusive. To describe colored identities as creolized is not to deny the ongoing salience of essentialist racial categories in colored self-imagining. Creolized identities cannot be read as socially progressive per se. It should be noted, furthermore, that even though processes of creolization necessarily produce new cultural and identity formations, the speed at which these processes take place varies depending on the social factors at play in the cultural exchange. In contexts of extreme inequality and poverty, for instance, where people from divergent cultures are thrown together and the stakes of claiming cultural allegiances are high, processes of creolization tend to take place more rapidly than in contexts where people enjoy the relative cultural stabilities that economic privilege can offer. Not all colored identities are therefore creolized in the same way, since the pressures faced by people to adjust their self-definitions in the face of cultural difference tend to depend on a range of social and economic factors. It is also important not to confuse the process of creolization with what in apartheid and eugenicist discourse has come to be known as race mixture. Zimmetry Erasmus has done important work in this regard by offering creolization as a term that might move discussions of colored identity away from racist assumptions about supposedly natural links between racial identity, read in essentialist biological terms, and cultural expression. Instead, Erasmus uses the term to refer to the ways in which coloredness has historically come into being as a cultural identity in South Africa. By conceptualizing colored identity as the product of cultural creativity, creolized formations shaped by South Africa's history of colonialism, slavery, segregation and apartheid, Erasmus seeks to undermine the widely held notion that coloredness is something produced by the mixture of other, purer, cultures. Erasmus's account of processes of colored creolization is heavily indebted to Caribbean theorizations of the term. Heuristically, the importation of Caribbean theories of creolization into South Africa for illuminating coloredness as a social identity makes sense for reasons that a brief consideration of Caribbean thinking on the term will clarify. The term Creole came into being in both the French Antilles and in the Anglophone Caribbean within vernaculars of race thinking developed in contexts of slavery and colonization. Yet despite the term's frequent historical inscription in essentialist racial theory, and as a sign of racial miscegenation in particular, Caribbean theories of the process of creolization, as Stuart Hall points out, have in fact emphasized the hybridity of cultures rather than the impurity of breeding and miscegenation. In this context, creolization, as a process of cultural exchange and transformation, has been theorized, furthermore, as encompassing two interrelated tendencies. On the one hand, the collision of cultures in the Caribbean has been credited with enabling possibilities for cultural and literary creativity, what Hall calls the good side of creolization. This approach is generally associated with the work of the French Caribbean Creolite theorists Jean Burnaby, Patrick Chamoisier, and Raphael Confiant. On the other hand, the process has been shown to be embedded in extreme forms of violence, inequality, domination and resistance as, for instance, exemplified in the writings of Wilson Harris and Antonio Benitez Rojo. Hall defines this as the bad side of creolization, entailing questions of cultural domination and hegemony, of appropriation and expropriation, conditions of subalternity and enforced obligation, the sense of a brutal rupture with the past, of the world which has been lost, and a regime founded on racism and institutionalized violence. In her reading of South African colored identities as culturally creative responses to the violent legacies of slavery, colonialism and apartheid, Erasmus is in fact mobilizing both the celebratory and the more pessimistic readings of the process that emerge in these Caribbean conversations. Yet the crucial difference between the Caribbean and South African, post-colonial contexts is that coloredness in South Africa designates a minority identity, even if one relatively privileged as a result of apartheid classification. Even though all Caribbean islands still bear the psychological and institutional markings of hierarchical race thinking, the category colored as a cultural identity is arguably more mainstream in this context than in South Africa, where eugenicist assumptions about race succeeded in the creation of particularly rigid divisions between differently racialized South Africans. This was especially the case in apartheid South Africa, where constructions of cultural and racial superiority, and the economic privileges secured by these constructions, were threatened by a blurring of social boundaries. As a result, South Africans who identify as, or are identified as, colored have had to negotiate a historically distinctive set of social pressures related to the formation of group consciousness and to the realization of substantive citizenship in the context of marginality. Yet this distinctiveness does not invalidate the lessons to be learned from the Caribbean. It simply means that the experience of creolization in the South African context will have to be read with an eye that is attentive to historical and cultural specificity. My own interest in processes of cultural creolization in South Africa has been driven by questions about the kinds of identities created when conflicting cultural codes converge in individual bodies, as well as about the manner in which these bodies are subjected to and resist oppressive social norms. In this regard, Caribbean articulations of creolization have also proven instructive. Drawing on novelist and social theorist Anna Brodber's exploration of some of the ways in which contemporary Jamaican subjects positioned at the crossroads of culture are fashioning creolized identities, I have argued elsewhere that the term creolization can be useful for elucidating some of the specific meanings that processes of cross-cultural exchange have for differentially racialized South Africans. This is the case especially if creolization is read as a difficult and at times violent process whereby differing cultural codes are crafted into identity performances that may or may not be socially credible and sustainable. Creolization is here understood, in other words, also as a process of subjection to social norms that nonetheless leaves room for agency. I see this process as producing shifting performances of identity relative to the specific demands that unfamiliar or oppressive cultural categories make on a person's sense of self. The extent to which a person will feel constrained to adjust his or her identity to changing social pressures usually depends on that person's location on socially constructed racial, class and gender hierarchies. As such, the discursive and economic legacies of slavery, colonialism and apartheid necessarily inform contemporary cultural exchanges in South Africa, yet the repercussions of these historical realities are not felt exclusively by those who cohere around the identity label colored. Creolization, in other words, is a complex process that affects all of South Africa's diverse social groupings, though the extent to which the process is experienced as violent and coercive varies according to a person's social positioning. Chris Van Wyck's Shirley, Goodness and Mercy offers an opportunity for one to consider how such an understanding of creolization might illuminate some of the ways in which colored identities are imagined and staged in contemporary South Africa, as well as how past performances of coloredness are reimagined from a post-apartheid perspective. This text provides a useful platform from which to consider small-scale subjective, as well as larger socio-political, processes of cultural creolization. Remembering, Resisting and Reimagining Coloredness in Shirley, Goodness and Mercy. A number of scholars of colored identity in South Africa have suggested that the onset of democracy has permitted the creative and affirmative rearticulation of coloredness as a social identity in ways that were impossible under white supremacist rule. The creative energy brought by the transition has been harnessed in particular by literary and cultural workers, who have produced a wealth of texts in recent years to validate some of the previously suppressed identity narratives surrounding coloredness in South Africa. This process of rearticulation is intimately tied to the construction of cultural memory, since group consciousness is reliant on the production of a shared historical narrative within which individuals with divergent personal backgrounds can imagine the interconnectedness of their past, present and future with others. Cultural workers such as Zoe Wickham, Rada Jacobs, Akmat Dongaya, Yvette Christians and Chris Van Wyck have done a lot of work since the end of apartheid to revise the historical script handed to colored South Africans by showing the historical strands that are woven into contemporary performances of coloredness to be fraught with contradictions, silences and ambiguities. Wickham's novel David's Story, for instance, offers fresh perspectives on the difficulties of creating an accurate historical account of the processes whereby Griqua, Khoi and colored identities were formed from the late 17th century through to the early 1990s, whereas Jacobs's The Slave Book, and Christians Unconfessed form part of an emergent post-apartheid body of literature that offers creative and critical revisions of South Africa's legacy of slavery at the Cape from 1652 to 1838. Matt Dongea's Bitter Fruit, in turn, exposes some of the silences related to apartheid-era gross human rights violations that were left unaddressed by the South African TRC, especially for those inhabiting coloredness as a social identity. Whereas each of these texts can be read as taking part in an ideological project prioritized by the Black Consciousness Movement, BCM, already in the early 1970s, namely to challenge dominant colonial and apartheid versions of history through the dissemination of suppressed local histories, they do so from a post-apartheid perspective. Academic, political and popular interest recently expressed in indigenous Khoi histories, as well as in South Africa's slave past, has been facilitated by the freedoms brought by the onset of democracy, yet the explosion of writing on these topics also speaks to some of the anxieties about identity and belonging tabled for colored South Africans by this transition. Chris Van Wyck's Shirley, Goodness and Mercy, another text that revises apartheid versions of history from a post-apartheid perspective, reveals some of the causes of these anxieties, since it exposes many of the ideological pressures of apartheid that continue to reverberate through contemporary performances of coloredness. The text also enables a rethinking of creolization as a process of identity formation that takes place in contexts where the cultural codes governing behavior are difficult to decipher. Van Wyck's delightful autobiographical collection of stories centers on the gradual process of maturation whereby he learns to map out the boundaries of identity and difference in Riverlea, a township to the southwest of Johannesburg for people designated colored by the apartheid state. The text charts both the personal and political coming of age of an inquisitive young boy who struggles to sift through all the unwritten rules that regulate behavior in apartheid South Africa. The retrospective narrative voice makes it clear from the outset that this is a story in which the personal and political are intimately intertwined. The narrative opens with an account of the political dramas unfolding in South Africa in 1961, when Van Wyck is 4 years old, the Sharpeville massacre, the banning of the ANC and PAC, and the incarceration of many political activists. Even though the young Chris, for the moment, is unaware of this, the narrator makes it clear that even at this stage in the child's life, the social and political realities of apartheid inevitably press in on the private delights and disappointments that shape his burgeoning sense of self. The interrelatedness of the personal and the political in the domestic spaces of apartheid is captured in a poem entitled The Road, introduced in the first chapter. The poem recounts the death of Van Wyck's younger sister Alista, who lives for only a few hours after she is born. The news of her death comes to him as it does to all 4-year-olds from the overhanging vines of the adults, through the eaves of the wise who suddenly are not so wise. Upon receiving the news, his Uma, grandmother, wraps him in a blanket, as cold as the flag of a sad country, and sets out on the road to his grieving mother. For his Uma, the poetic voice explains, this road, which is cobbled with the dirges of beercans tremulous with stones and filled with more people than children born to the world that day grows gradually shorter, but for Van Wyck, staring over her shoulder, it grew longer and longer. As a prelude to the autobiographical journey that follows, the poem forcefully draws the reader into Van Wyck's travels through the social and political absurdities of apartheid South Africa. The moment of his sister's death marks the beginnings of his growing awareness of the difficulties that attach to discussions of national and cultural belonging for those relegated to the margins of this sad country. Van Wyck's use of the term eaves in the first stanza is particularly significant, since it anchors the trope of eavesdropping that runs through the rest of the text. The term eaves denotes the lower edges of an overhang or roof that peers over the side of a wall, or, more broadly, an overhanging edge or a border of some sort. Since the young Chris is not made privy to the talk of grown-ups, he positions himself at the edges of their exchanges, where he snatches tidbits of conversation and pieces them together into what he hopes are reliable versions of events. Throughout the narrative, Van Wyck's eavesdropping on people's conversations serves as a metaphor for the process whereby racial and cultural identities might be forged through the assemblage of snippets of information and stories from the radio, from school, from family and friends, from a person's cultural and social worlds. By devising a set of rules to facilitate successful eavesdropping on grown-up conversation, the narrator, protagonist manages not only to accumulate the juiciest gossip on offer in his community, but also to decipher, and later to challenge, the myths whereby white identities are constructed as more worthy than any of South Africa's other racialized identities. These rules are: 1. Don't sit quiet as a mouse. If you can hear them out there in the lounge, they can hear you here in the kitchen. And if you're quiet, they know you're listening. Make busy noises like drinking a glass of water, singing bits of pop songs, calling the dog outside. But don't overdo it. 2. Do something while you're listening. Read a book or do some homework. If they come into the kitchen to switch on the kettle or something, they see a boy struggling with maths and not just staring at a wall. 3. Be wary of jokes coming from the lounge. If someone in the lounge tells a joke, try not to laugh. They'll know you've been listening all along. 4. If Ma calls you, don't answer immediately. If you do, it's a dead giveaway and means that you've had your ears tuned on them all the time. The art of eavesdropping, which serves as a trope for the process whereby South Africa's absurd rules for the performance of racial identities might be accessed, is clearly something to which the young Chris has devoted much thought and time. His success at eavesdropping in Riverlea also speaks to the realities of cramped township living. It's hard to keep secrets in a Riverlea sub-economic matchbox. For the young Chris, listening in on the conversations of others functions as the only way in which to decode his political positioning in South Africa, since there are two things the Van Wyks never talk about in their home: sex and where babies come from, and why white people and colored people and African people and Indian people live in different places. Chris frequently laments his parents' failure to educate him on the political realities of the day. His dad, he suggests, sent him and his 5 siblings out into a racist world without any preparation. But his family is not unique in this regard. The whole of Riverlea goes about in this happy or unhappy state of amnesia. In the absence of any active political engagement and instruction beyond the odd, bitter remark about white bosses and white people in general in the colored community of Riverlea, Van Wyk learns by picking up all kinds of information in the streets and on the radio, from which he begins to understand that, according to the law, he is not as good as a white person. Discourses that construct white privilege as both normative and deserved permeate the programs on Springbok radio that people in Riverlea listen to. Radio, the narrator explains, is definitely a white people only thing. White people have phones and so they can phone in and win prizes. We listen to the radio, but like eavesdroppers, listening to white people talk and laugh and cry and win prizes and stuff like that. Van Wyk's location within South African discourses of racialization is clearly reliant on narratives of white superiority in relation to which he internalizes feelings of colored self-doubt and resentment. The eavesdropper always has to hide in the wings, and is continually at risk of being exposed and shamed. Zoe Wickham accurately identifies the feelings of shame that haunt colored identity as tied to the historical mythologizing of racial mixture as a product of degeneracy and colored female concupiscence, yet Van Wyk's embarrassment about his family can be tied to much more immediate, practical concerns related to white privilege in apartheid South Africa. When offered the opportunity to be tutored by a white female student from the University of the Witwatersrand, for instance, he declined because of his feelings of inadequacy about his family's poverty. The Van Wyk household, he explains, usually runs out of toilet paper by the middle of the week, when sheets cut up from used copies of the Star have to serve as a substitute. Van Wyk cannot bear letting a white woman witness this. There's no way I'm going to let a pretty white lady from some Lani suburb, used to a lifestyle of 2-ply Kleenex, come and use our loo. Whereas his friend Keith, whose family is no more well off than the Van Wyks, seems not to labor under such apprehensions. Chris's thoughts are consumed with what he calls stupid things. I'm scared of this, worried about that, embarrassed about most things, especially white people. In the socially hierarchical context in which creolization takes place, as an Abrodba reminds us, it is important for social and psychological peace that one know one's place. Yet it is precisely because it is so difficult to figure out what exactly this place might be that creolization is such a psychologically unsettling process, she suggests. In the South African context, the social and psychological peace of which Brodba writes is elusive, especially for those, like Chris, who try to make sense of South Africa's absurd racial hierarchies and are left feeling confused about being colored. Van Wyck attempts to allay these feelings of discomfort and confusion, motivated by considerations of both class and race, in the only way he knows how, by keeping his eyes and ears open. When my granny talks to a white man in the bookshop, I check him out from top to bottom to see what it is that makes him better than confused about being colored me. I listen to white people carefully on the radio, taking note of what makes them laugh or sing out loud. He notices that his granny puts on her musical voice when addressing the white shopkeeper, and the young Chris mimics her by bidding the white man good afternoon instead of goodbye, because it sounds posh. The subjective alterations that Chris and his Uma make for the benefit of the white man draw attention to identity as performance, and to the extent to which South Africa's racial hierarchies require subjective shifts relative to the power dynamics at play in the intercultural encounter. The subjectivities that are staged in Shirley, Goodness and Mercy are shown to be incomplete and to require adjustment according to context. Yet do these shifts necessarily produce creolized formations of identity? Creolization, writes François Vergès, is not about harmony and conformity but about adjustment, accommodation, arrangements, recognition of differences. Creole cultures are not about the mechanics of mixing. The literal analogy of 2 plus 2 is not useful. Creolization is about a bricolage drawing freely upon what is available, recreating with new content and in new forms a distinctive culture, a creation in a situation of domination and conflict. Creolization, in other words, can be understood both in terms of transformations of group identity and in terms of the small-scale everyday decisions that people have to make to accommodate the demands of cultural difference, power imbalances and inequalities. The act of eavesdropping serves as a fitting metaphor for the creolization process, for it requires a person to listen attentively, to learn, unlearn, resist and negotiate the information gleaned from overheard exchanges, and to shape this knowledge into performances of identity that range from being self-directed to being coerced. The eavesdropper is necessarily subjected to a set of social norms that constrain his or her agency. Yet the creolization process, as defined by Vergès, also entails an interruption of these social norms. As Judith Butler puts it in a different context, such norms cannot continue to enforce themselves without a continual action. It is in the thinking through of this action that change can happen, since we are acting all the time in the ways that we enact, repeat, appropriate and refuse the norms that decide our social ontology. For the growing Van Wyck, the bricolage of which Vergès writes involves both the processes whereby his own identity is molded in the context of racial and cultural domination and conflict, and the manner in which he manages to creatively resist such subjective constraints. It is worth noting, furthermore, that the subjective shifts that Chris makes through the course of the text play out on the larger stage of colored group self-imaging, which the autobiographical narrative voice chronicles through the early apartheid years to the present. The pressures that shape racial and cultural identification for Van Wyck interestingly shift in accordance with the changes that national and struggle politics undergo throughout the 1970s, 1980s and 1990s. These shifts can be recognized in the different ways in which he tries to make sense of colored identity as positioned midway between white and black in the racial hierarchy. The manner in which he negotiates this positioning works to a number of ends in the text. As a child, he on occasion finds himself unable to resist drawing on the racist ideology that circulates freely in River Lee. He even admits to participating in racist name-calling as a young boy, when, for instance, he attempts to deflect taunts from a friend about his squint by calling the boy a Kaffir. Van Wyck is clearly at pains to acknowledge colored complicity in the racist othering of black South Africans. Yet he also demonstrates that the colored community of River Lee is anything but uniform in their support for discourses of intra-black racism. Van Wyck's friend Alan Walborough and his family, for instance, have a take on intra-black distinctions and apartheid politics that differs markedly from the views espoused by Chris's parents. For example, Alan scoffs at the Van Wyck siblings for calling their African domestic worker auntie, and preaches to Van Wyck about how much Prime Minister Verwoerd has done for colored people. Chris's dad, in contrast, in his characteristically brusque manner, calls Verwoerd an idiot. His mother, in turn, is incensed when hearing about the Walboroughs' attitude to Verwoerd, saying, "Look here. Those white hobos that you see in the streets, they can vote but we can't. So fuck the Walboroughs and fuck Verwoerd." Through a series of similar encounters, Van Wyk cultivates a growing irritation with the indignities that the apartheid system imposes on people racialized as colored and African. He begins to recognize that expressions of intra-black racism among his peers are closely tied to the psychological divisions that pervade colored self-imagining. These divisions are spawned in large measure by discourses of racialization within which human worth is measured in terms of arbitrary somatic markers, and people are judged according to their perceived physical and, by implication, moral proximity to whiteness. These judgments find expression in overheard statements cited by the narrator as examples of the absurdity of racist constructions of colored embodiment. He's dark-skinned but quite handsome, she hasn't got straight hair but she's quite confused about being colored pretty. Actually her hair isn't that bad, it's sort of on the straight side. They're getting married, but he's dark and she's dark, so imagine what their children are going to look like. The pervasiveness of such views within colored communities during the apartheid era demonstrate that processes of cultural creolization rarely produce progressive readings of cultural and racial positioning. The cultural inequalities that permeate colonial and apartheid discourse instead tend to filter into day-to-day interpersonal interactions, where processes of creolization produce interpretations of identity and of bodily markers along hierarchical lines. Van Wyk registers his growing alienation from such expressions of racial self-loathing and finds himself drawn to the BCM, which he accesses through an interest in poetry and writing. His discovery of Oswald Mshali's poetry in the mid-1970s, for instance, serves as a watershed in his political awakening. Listening to his teacher read from sounds of a cowhide drum, he realizes that until that moment he had not even known one could write a poem about being black. From this moment on, he takes an active role in the struggle against the knowledge systems of apartheid, and swiftly internalizes black consciousness ideology in his poetry. As a self-proclaimed member of the 1976 generation of poets, Van Wyk composes poems that are filled with, if not a hatred, then at least a sharp loathing for white people. His writing is brash and full of black consciousness pride. During his late teens and early 20s, Van Wyk finds in black consciousness ideology a refuge from the alienating contradictions and confusions that plague common-sense assumptions about race in Rivoli. In 1980, Van Wyk is appointed as the editor of Staff Rider, the black consciousness-inspired South African literary journal first published in 1978. It functioned, at the time, as an important platform from which black consciousness writers such as Mthutuzeli Matshoba, Miriam Tlali, Jabulon Debele and Joel Matlu could voice resistance to white dominance. By refusing to acknowledge the terms within which apartheid attempted to fix race, the BCM of the 1970s and 1980s did important work to expose the slipperiness and arbitrariness of racial signification. For Van Wyk, the movement opened up avenues of interracial identification within which performances of coloredness, subsumed under the heading blackness, could be staged as resistance to apartheid. The oppositional vocabularies forged by the BCM during these years broadened the identity narratives available to colored South Africans by foregrounding intra-black connections. Yet despite its crucial revision of interpersonal relations, black consciousness ideology did not always accommodate all oppressed groups equally. Heribert Adam and Kogila moodily point out that the BCM secured a greater following from colored than from Indian activists, in part because many of the Indian supporters of the movement felt rejected as insufficiently black enough, and resisted pressures to cast aside their cultural heritage and replace it with African symbols. Even colored activists did not always find easy access into the BCM since, as Zimitri Erasmus argues, it tended towards a universal and single notion of being black which privileged black African experiences, narrowly defined, and papered over racial hierarchies and differential racialization among racially oppressed South Africans. The BCM's emphasis on black unity failed to account for the psychological effects of the apartheid state's construction of an intra-black hierarchy. A similar argument could be made in relation to the production of discourses of non-racialism by the United Democratic Front, UDF, in the 1980s. That the search for a workable identity continues to be a troubled one in the post-apartheid era is evident in Van Wyk's refusal to present a vision of colored identity as unified, clearly demarcated and complete. Van Wyck's account of the centrality of Black consciousness ideology to the production of colored subjectivity during the 1970s and 1980s offers important insights into the social and political conditions that yielded the view, to quote Richard Rive, that colored is offensive in the South African context because it has hierarchic implications, inferior to whites and superior to blacks. Van Wyck explains the position he and fellow activists adopted during these years: we are black, not carbon copies of white people. We reject the term non-white when we are forced, for whatever reason, to use the term colored. We make two little double quotes in the air. Yet his autobiographical reflection on these ideological imperatives is situated firmly in the post-apartheid moment, when many of the certainties of the anti-apartheid struggle have given way to more nuanced and open articulations of racial and cultural identification. Van Wyck's memoir indicates that neither dominant nor resistant identity narratives offer lasting certainties about the ideological and cultural allegiances that might produce convincing performances of coloredness in the post-apartheid era. That these certainties have shifted is evident, for instance, in the story that Van Wyck tells of his encounters with Mr. Lawrence, the principal of the primary school he attended. Van Wyck's animosity towards Mr. Lawrence, who is described in the most unflattering of terms, stems in part from the man's refusal to take a stand against Mr. Kelly, an uncommonly sadistic teacher who gave the 12-year-old Chris 100 lashes on the buttocks for some minor infringement. Instead of dismissing the teacher on grounds of child abuse, a disinterested Mr. Lawrence left it up to the boy's father to talk to the teacher. Years later, after Van Wyck has confronted an unrepentant Mr. Kelly about his abusive behavior, he runs into Mr. Lawrence again. To his surprise, Mr. Lawrence, who is still distant, aloof, like the white person he wishes he was, is aware that Van Wyck has become a writer. Lawrence comments disparagingly, "I see you're concentrating on the blacks in your writing. Why don't you write about your own people, the colored people?" The narrator addresses Mr. Lawrence's question with words which serve as a defiant conclusion to the harrowing tale of Mr. Kelly's cruelty. "Well, here it is, Mr. Lawrence, and I hope you like it." The representational complexities signaled by this statement are indicative of the difficulties inherent in an autobiographical memory project that tries to reconstruct, from a post-apartheid perspective, a collective identity labeled colored. Van Wyck occupies the position of story collector in his community, since to tell his own story he has had to tell the reader about his family, friends, the people of Riverlea. After the onset of democracy, Van Wyck decides to stay in the township of Riverlea, unlike many of his friends for whom the leafy, formerly white suburbs beckon with undue haste. He decides to stay because there remain many stories in Riverlea that need to be told, stories that are part of our history and which apartheid had made us believe should never be told. But now these people are telling these stories. And they are telling them to me. No longer the apprenticing eavesdropper, Van Wyck now legitimately listens in on and records the life stories of his community. But this is no uncomplicated, romanticized act of representation. As with the story of Mr. Kelly and Mr. Lawrence, Van Wyck does not shy away from foregrounding the contradictions and confusions that continue to plague attempts at articulating colored identities in Riverlea. In this context, political apathy and various acts of racial othering still seem to be the most fashionable approach to handling the crushing realities of poverty, unemployment and crime endemic to township living. Van Wyck's identity is no longer demarcated in the clear activist terms that informed claims to blackness during the years in which black consciousness ideology, and later UDF-inspired non-racialism, dominated self-representation among colored activists and intellectuals. Nor is the autobiographical voice now claiming a position uncomplicatedly marked colored. The transition to democracy, as Pamela G. Kohler states, has allowed for a revisiting of identities, or has enabled more sublimated tendencies to surface. For black people this has meant the opening up of colored subjectivity to a new kind of questioning, and the reviewing of what identifying as colored can mean. For Van Wyck, this process of revision enables a newly honest reflection on the racism colored activists encountered among black comrades during the apartheid years. At an informal gathering of activists in the late 1970s, for instance, Kyle, a black acquaintance, rejects Van Wyck and his Indian friend, Benji, because they are not black enough. "Coloreds and Indians," he says, "are not black. These post-apartheid recollections also facilitate a rethinking of the difficult questions around the excavation of racial and cultural roots in a country in which claims to historically indigenous identities are made for reasons that are not always progressive. The project of excavation that Van Wyck undertakes is openly reflexive about the difficulties of accessing a past obscured by colonial and apartheid historiography. In line with the overall tone of the memoir, Van Wyck tackles this problem through humor, as when he juxtaposes historical records on the Khoikhoi with a description of a personality trait of his cantankerous grandfather Frank. "One day I open up a book and I read about the Khoikhoi. These ancestors of ours spoke a clicking language. Well, Grandpa Frank clicked his tongue at me often enough, I'll tell you that." Far from romanticizing these roots, Van Wyck points to the losses, uncertainties and silences that have to be navigated by those who, in post-apartheid South Africa, are at liberty to push against the historically and socially policed boundaries of coloredness. That the identities and histories that Van Wyck attempts to reconstruct and remember are troubled centrally by loss reinforces Francois Verges's point that creolization is not about retentions but about reinterpretations. It is not about roots but about loss. Van Wyck further complicates the process of historical revision by questioning the assumption that claims to white ancestry necessarily work to reactionary ends. Upon seeing a picture of his white great-grandfather in his Uma's photo album, Van Wyck was aggravated. "This is not good news. I am black. I write black poetry. I am a follower of the black consciousness philosophy of Steve Biko. And here's a white guy in the family messing up my past and my future. For God's sake, white people are the enemy. I don't want the enemy in my family. Shit." Of significance here is not so much the black consciousness position that the young Van Wyck articulates, but that the story is told from the post-apartheid perspective of the autobiographer amused by the inexperience of a younger self. This ironic passage indicates that the complicated cultural and racial disavowals spawned by the ideological absolutes of apartheid are now open to reflection, and that the uncertainties that produced these disavowals might now be openly discussed. Conclusion. Van Wyck's memoir, while attentive to the violent inequalities produced by the apartheid state, and to the ongoing repercussions of this history for people trying to shape their identities in a post-apartheid South Africa, can nonetheless be read as a celebration of life and laughter amidst these troubling realities. There are, however, many contemporary processes of creolization in South Africa that entail the production of subjectivity in contexts of much more extreme violence and inequality than those of which the relatively privileged Van Wyck writes. These processes are reflected in many of the cultural texts that explore the subjective transformations that people have to make in contexts of violent inequality. These texts include the writings of Keseyo Dika, Faswayne B. and Zach Mda. Each of these writers explores in detail the demands for continual self-invention that poverty and cultural exchanges make on those who occupy the edges of the contemporary South African city, where, to quote Abdul Malik Simone, making lives from the provisional is an essentially unstable process, and such instability can produce enormous creative change, but also devolve into spreading violence. Nonetheless, the preceding analysis of Van Wyck's Shirley, Goodness and Mercy does reveal some of the ways in which the identities of those who either self-identify or resist being labeled as colored might be theorized as undergoing creolization. The feelings of embarrassment, uncertainty and confusion that trouble the young Chris as he tries to map out the parameters of coloredness in Riverlea are indicative of a process of creolization that necessarily entails inequality and hierarchization for those situated at the crossroads of different cultural and racial formations. While creolization is usually theorized in generalizing terms as a process of cultural intermixture that produces new cultural identities on a grand scale, it is important not to lose sight of the small-scale psychological struggles that people face as they try to construct socially accepted identities for themselves. This is a struggle that the young Chris faces daily as he attempts to negotiate the confusions that South African constructions of racial in-betweenness bring. His feelings of discomfort and cultural alienation can be read as partly informing his decision to embrace black consciousness ideology in the 1970s and 1980s. Yet the retrospective autobiographical narrator strains to find a comfortable fit for his younger self even in this site of identification. Also, that Van Wyck offers no clear guidelines on how coloredness might be inhabited in post-apartheid South Africa speaks to its ongoing open-endedness and mutability. The post-apartheid perspective that the text offers on the historical identity alterations that someone like Chris has had to make reinforces Symmetry Erasmus's point that what is distinctive about colored identity is the condition of its making and remaking, something that she reads as central to the creolization process. Why then, to sum up, do the vocabularies of creolization theory lend themselves so readily to analyses of colored identity formation in South Africa? What is it about South African expressions of coloredness that inspire academics to gravitate towards theories of cultural creolization such as those developed in the Caribbean by writers such as Wilson Harris, Stuart Hall, Anna Brodber, Edouard Glissant, Jean Burnaby, Patrick Chamoisier, and Raphael Confiant? These are questions that can be fruitfully addressed in the contemporary political and cultural climate in South Africa, where scholars are beginning to recognize the importance of trying to understand why essentialist racial categories continue to circulate in the ways that they do. Sarah Nuttall's warning about the pitfalls of conceptualizing colored identity in terms of creolization if this process is read in biological terms is an important one. She suggests that one of the reasons why some critics have been hesitant to enter into debates about South African processes of creolization is that they have assumed that creolization is tantamount to coloredness as a biological and cultural construct. Contributing to this assumption, presumably, has been the apartheid state's construction of coloredness as a political buffer between blacks and whites, and the interpolation of coloredness as neither black nor white, according to an ideology of racial purity. This warning does nonetheless not negate the fact that many who either self-identify as colored, or who are trying to resist such racial or cultural labeling, continue to struggle with anxieties about racial in-betweenness which are often articulated in the popular imagination in essentialist terms. While it is necessary to challenge conceptualizations of race as biologically determined, and while creolization theories have been relatively successfully re-articulated in counter-essentialist terms, it is nonetheless crucial to pay attention to the continued cultural and affective currency of the racial markers inherited from colonial and apartheid South Africa in people's day-to-day lives. The feelings of cultural confusion that the young Chris learns to navigate, and the difficulties that the older Chris faces when trying to find a stable, colored identity to inhabit in post-apartheid South Africa, can be read in part as a corollary of the continued cultural circulation of deeply problematic discourses of racial in-betweenness in South Africa. The impact that these ideas have on people's sense of self is perhaps no less forceful in post-apartheid South Africa than during the apartheid era, particularly in the context of political discourses that construct colored South Africans as not black enough in the new dispensation. While it is important to recognize that creolization is a cultural process that no people has been spared, the particular salience that South Africa's racial vocabularies have in everyday understandings of coloredness centrally inflect how processes of creolization unfold in this context. And while, as Symmetry Erasmus argues, the term creolization is useful for enabling a re-articulation of colored identity in cultural as opposed to racial terms, it must be remembered that processes of cultural formation in South Africa continue to be informed by reactionary assumptions about race. Caribbean theories of creolization can shed light on processes of colored identity formation in South Africa, one might argue, precisely because the terms Creole and creolization have historically functioned as markers of cultural as well as racial identities. The complex imbrication of these two theories of identity, the one progressive, the other reactionary, has been central to the ways in which processes of creolization have been theorized in the Caribbean, which explains in part why these theories fit so well in the South African context. Chapter 3. Trauma and Memory: The Impact of Apartheid-Era Forced Removals on Colored Identity in Cape Town. By Henry Trotter. Yale University. Communities often cohere around memories of historical suffering. Black Americans look back to the atrocities of enslavement, Hutus to the injustices of pre-colonial Tutsi domination, and Afrikaners to the abuses of British imperialism. For colored South Africans, a people whose diverse ancestry experienced enslavement, dispossession, genocidal extermination and apartheid degradation, the question of historical memory is fraught with difficulty. A striking aspect of colored people's memory today is that, for the most part, they do not invest in a remote past. Some scholars have even implied that they suffer from historical amnesia. Most colored Capetonians instead focus upon a painful experience within living memory, the forced eviction of 150,000 colored people from their natal homes and communities in the Cape Peninsula between 1957 and 1985 under the Group Areas Act. Based on over 100 life history interviews with colored forced removes, this chapter examines the impact of group areas evictions on contemporary colored identity. It suggests that, in the wake of mass social trauma, colored removes coped with their pain by reminiscing with one another about the good old days in their destroyed communities. Their removal to racially defined townships ensured that they shared their memories almost exclusively with other colored people, and only infrequently with Africans, Indians, or whites. Apartheid social engineering determined the spatial limits within which colored memories circulated, creating a reflexive, mutually reinforcing pattern of narrative traffic. Over the past 4 decades, the constant circulation of these nostalgic stories has developed a narrative community among colored removes in the townships. This experience of popular sharing and support in the context of loss gives colored identity in Cape Town a salience today that would be lacking if it were based solely on political or economic interests. Measuring the resonance of identity, its depth, power and relevance, involves understanding it beyond its explicit manifestations. Most studies of colored identity deal with its overt characteristics, such as the apartheid state's categorization of people as colored, or of white society's external identification of people perceived as being of mixed racial descent as colored, or of assimilated colonial black self-identification as a middle-tier colored group situated between Europeans and natives after the Mineral Revolution. These analyses are crucial for our understanding of colored identity in its more explicit forms, but their focus on categorization and identification do not cover the interior dimensions of the concept. They reveal little about the significance of colored identity for the people who have identified or have been identified as such. They do not ascertain what commonalities they share, by what means they are connected, and what level of boundedness they feel as a racial community. Essentially, they do not probe colored self-understanding. This chapter thus seeks out the tacit, dispositional, emotional and non-instrumental aspects of colored identity that are negotiated and reinforced implicitly through the circulation of narratives. It also attempts to understand the relationship between these tacit understandings of self with more explicit and political identity claims. Group areas. After coming to power in 1948, the National Party moved quickly to implement its vision of a segregated racial utopia. After passing the Population Registration Act of 1950, it sought to segregate the officially identified races. Because the status of the colored category was ambiguous in terms of the binary racial logic of the time, the mechanics of their separation was up for debate. According to Ian Goldin, after the Transvaal and Cape branches of the National Party argued the issue at length, officials decided that the Western Cape would become a colored labor preference area. The policy was designed to remove Africans from the region and to promote a stronger sense of coloredness by privileging coloreds economically, relative to Africans. And within urban areas, coloreds were to be relocated to racially homogeneous townships. Although the Group Areas Act was passed in 1950, forced removals did not begin in earnest in Cape Town until the late 1950s. Some of the smaller colored neighborhoods were summarily evacuated, as was generally the case with Africans, but the fate of most people was decided by the Group Areas Board, GAB, which claimed that it would determine the racial character of an area only after public consultation. Thus, before classifying an area white, colored, or Indian, the board held public hearings allowing people to voice their opinions. Though some whites supported group areas evictions, many people of all racial groups opposed the proposed removals at these hearings. Even the Cape Town City Council challenged them, stalling implementation when possible. Most residents argued that their neighborhoods should stay just as they were. They rejected the government's rationales for removals, claiming that such extreme intervention was unnecessary. Their protests seem to have had no effect on the outcome of the hearings, though, as racial zoning followed a predictable pattern in which whites obtained the prime real estate near Table Mountain and the coasts, while coloreds, Africans and Indians were banished to racially homogeneous group areas on the periphery of the city. Before the implementation of the Group Areas Act, Cape Town was arguably the most racially integrated city in South Africa. People from different racial and ethnic backgrounds lived interspersed, shaping one another's lives. This is not to say that they were haphazardly spread across the peninsula, or that residential areas did not have distinct racial characters. As Vivian Bickford Smith shows, racialized space has been a normal part of Cape Town's life since at least the late 19th century. The drastic measures taken to segregate the city illustrates how racially entangled its residential areas had been and how diverse the living conditions of its colored community was before it was homogenized by racial zoning. Coloreds responded in various ways to their eviction. In Sea Point and Ronbost respectively, 2 colored men committed suicide, preferring death to dispossession. According to virtually every removee, many older people died just before or just after moving. Survivors blame this on the trauma of eviction. Leonard Levendel of Red Hill provides a typical example. "You know, my father, he was blind, so when they moved him, chucked him out of Simon's Town, they put him in the flats down here in Ocean View. It was about a year, he got a stroke, he died. Heartbroken." Most residents, especially homeowners, tried to find some means of staying in the area a bit longer, petitioning for an extension. Others left as soon as possible, hoping this would ensure a better choice of accommodation in the townships. A few fought their fate. Norma Solomons refused to move out of District 6, even after her home was bulldozed. She and her children moved from one broken palace, evacuated house, to another as the bulldozers slowly ate away at the district. For years, they managed to stay in the area until there were no more broken palaces in which to squat. Some were caught by surprise. Cecil McLean remembers returning from work one day in 1969 only to find that his family had been relocated to Manenberg, a distant township he had never heard of before. Sadness pervaded these communities when they were notified that they would have to leave their homes. Everyone faced their hardship with great bitterness and resentment. Hopelessness and resignation overtook some, impotent rage others. Official and counter transcripts. The apartheid government justified group areas removals in a range of ways. Most importantly, it claimed that racial mixing bred conflict. Introducing the Group Areas Bill into Parliament, the Minister of the Interior, T.E. Dorngs, confirmed that the policy was designed to eliminate friction between the races. Also, officials believed that most colored people lived in overcrowded, unhygienic conditions that needed to be eliminated in accordance with the dictates of public health policy and principles of modern urban planning. Removals were seen as necessary for halting urban decay and were construed as philanthropic. Thus the chairman of the Group Areas Board enthused that, truly, for the majority of people the advantage would be that they will be provided with better housing and living under much better hygienic circumstances. It was argued that this exercise in slum clearance would provide the colored underclasses with a new start. A consistent theme in government rationalizations was that criminal activity, which was seen as especially prevalent in colored areas, would be curbed. Segregation rather than better policing was touted as the solution to crime. These justifications constitute the core of the official transcript for group areas evictions in the Cape Peninsula. James Scott claims that elites generate a public transcript to justify their acts of domination. This transcript is composed of a series of rationalizations which explain how and why one social group deserves the power it exercises or desires. While elites hope that subordinates will accept these rationalizations, the oppressed usually respond by developing a hidden transcript. Instead of passively accepting the word of the elites, subordinates construct narratives that embody their real hopes and longings as well as a different understanding of their subjugated status. They question the foundations on which their domination is based and fantasize about a reversal of roles. Because they are in relationships of inequality with elites, who often hold a monopoly of coercive force, they face constraints on their capacity to reveal their opinions publicly. Thus the development of this vision from below takes place away from the surveillance of elite power in the relative safety of peer groups and like-minded discontents. Among themselves, subordinates construct and circulate oral transcripts that reject the degrading terms of their subjugation and attempt to salvage a sense of pride, dignity and self-worth despite their condition. In the company of their superiors, they may abide by the ritual conduct demanded by the public transcript and may even go so far as endorsing the virtues of the official transcript in the presence of elites. Scott argues that the public transcript of domination is ontologically prior to the hidden, backstage transcript. Elites create narratives while attempting to enforce their will, after which subordinates react by conjuring their own hidden transcript, which comprises the offstage responses and rejoinders to that public transcript. The public transcript has a structuring effect on the hidden transcript. In Cape Town, colored rejoinders to the public transcript were not completely hidden. Throughout the city they responded to the government's rationalizations for group areas removals with a counter-transcript. They stated their arguments against segregation at group areas board meetings, in newspaper articles, and when interviewed. They also developed these arguments away from the ear of power, in a hidden fashion, when commiserating with one another or discussing their plight. But, as Scott's theory suggests, coloreds responded on a 1-for-1 basis to the government's justifications with counter-arguments of their own. For example, many challenged the main justification of group areas removals by detailing how friendly their relations with people of other races were. One removee was reported in the Cape Argus as insisting that we have been very happy and secure living here among the whites, while another claimed that here we find the people who have learned to live in peace and harmony as good neighbors. Racial and religious friction is virtually unknown. Colored people often made the counterclaim that the application of the Group Areas Act over the years has created, rather than averted, friction and resentment. Mrs. Brown summed up the feelings of the District 6 community when she told a reporter, "We were like one family with no divisions between whites, colored people, Indians or African. But then the group divided us all." Many individuals and groups presented their opinions to the Group Areas Board on the excellent race relations that existed in their communities. In some instances they were supported by their white neighbors. In Lansdowne, whites and coloreds formed the Lansdowne Ratepayers and Tenants Society to protest the removal of coloreds. They petitioned the GAB, claiming, "The application of the Group Areas Act in Lansdowne is seriously threatening to disrupt a stable, law-abiding community where white and colored families have lived in friendship and trust." Many colored people, particularly within the petty bourgeoisie, justifiably rejected the notion that they were living in slums. While they did not challenge the idea of urban renewal, they denied that their particular neighborhoods were in need of such intervention. The Black River Ratepayers and Residents Association's submission to the GAB provides a good example. The residents in the area include people who cleared the bush, drained the swamps, and eradicated the snakes, lizards and harmful insects, and have converted the area into a decent habitable one. The residents have invested their life savings in the construction of houses that met with the most stringent building regulations of the Council of the City of Cape Town, and measure up to the most modern standards. Newspapers and GAB hearings show that residents also repudiated the notion that crime and gangsterism were significant problems in their neighborhoods. The Black River Ratepayers and Residents Association asserted that the area has been singularly free of serious crime. Others stressed that crime was not a problem but that it would become one if the government went ahead with its removal plan. Nasima Ibrahim, who was forced out of District 6, claimed in a newspaper article that there were no knife-wielding or undesirable elements to take the joy out of our evening stroll. One District 6 woman, interviewed about gang fights in her neighborhood before Group Areas evictions, refused to describe the fighters as gangsters, saying rather that they were not gangs at all but just rival groups out to have some fun. Suffusing their defense was the premise that their lifestyles, including racial mixing, were morally wholesome and that there was no justification for their eviction. Circulating narratives in the townships. Despite their rejection of the official transcript, people classified colored were taken from all over the Cape Peninsula and lumped together in racially homogeneous townships on the Cape Flats. Residents who had identified with particular neighborhoods were dispossessed of them, deprived of their patrimony, sundered from their social networks, and forced to accommodate themselves to a new existence with strangers from other communities. In many ways, they had to recreate their sense of self and their social lives as their old networks were torn apart. When they first arrived in the townships, removes felt only a tenuous connection to the people around them, unless they were fellow removes from the same area. Many say that they just couldn't get used to it. They were mixed in with all sorts, removes from their own neighborhoods, removes from other areas, migrants who had voluntarily moved to the townships for the opportunity of having their own home, and former shanty dwellers who were given formal accommodation by the city council. In this diasporic context, removes tried to rebuild their lives, seeking one another out for support. Their shared experience of dispossession bonded them as they struggled to make sense of their altered situation. They grieved and gossiped together, commiserated and consoled one another, railed against apartheid and complained about the shabby housing. They also commemorated their destroyed communities, sharing with one another beautiful memories of their cherished pasts. Across the Cape Flats, forced removes mixed socially, creating interlocking webs of connection, circulating their stories within the boundaries of the legislated colored areas. They also shared this discourse with empathetic non-removee neighbors who validated their pain through emotional support. No doubt they also disagreed with one another about many things, but this did not cloud their desire to honor their lost communities in appropriate ways. Cut off from meaningful interaction with Africans, whites and, to a lesser extent, Indians, apartheid social engineering determined the geographical limits within which colored memories spread, creating a reflexive loop of narrative circulation. Over the past 4 decades, the constant exchange of nostalgic stories about the good old days has developed a narrative community among colored removes. Through interaction with one another, they developed a shared set of narrative conventions for remembering a past characterized by traumatic loss. Through sharing, they came to agree on what was appropriate to remember about this past and their relationships to their destroyed homes and communities. This helps explain the uncanny resemblance that removee life histories bear to one another. Their stories were forged in the same cauldron of traumatic loss and were animated by the same moral and emotional purposes. Colored removee life histories and the stories that they share with one another in everyday conversation can be termed a commemoration narrative. Their memory production is driven by 3 moral intentions: to counter the government's rationale for group areas, counter memory, to compare the difficult present to an idealized past, comparative memory, and to commemorate their former communities with highly selective stories which honor their former homes, communities and identities, commemorative memory. These 3 agendas come through in virtually every colored removee life history. An analysis of these narrative components helps explain the conventions shaping life history production among removes as well as subjective aspects of colored identity. Counter-memory. Though the counter-transcript was developed in reaction to the official transcript, the ideological commitments of that effort continue to find expression in removee memory to this day, despite the ending of apartheid. Not surprisingly, a key feature of their life histories today is the reproduction of the counter-transcript, now a counter-memory, point by point. The counter-memory essentially restates the values of the counter-transcript in nostalgic terms, thus stories of interracial harmony abound. The Cape Town they remember before group areas removals was a place without racial conflict. Removes remember their former homes as fully meeting their aspirations and almost always being better than the ones they were forced into in the townships. Many of the conditions group areas officers regarded as deleterious were interpreted as qualities that gave their communities wholeness. What the government saw as overcrowding, residents saw as closeness. What officials feared was interracial friction was interpreted as racial tolerance by locals. Though some gained access to modern conveniences such as electricity, waterborne sewerage and running water in their township homes, they are quick to stress that the government could have upgraded their old homes instead of forcing them into the townships. Criminality in the old neighborhoods is denied or qualified, as when District 6s conjure the image of the gentleman gangster to challenge the area's reputation for violence. Removes also remember their communities as suffused with positive values, especially regarding respect for elders and tolerance of social difference. Though apartheid is over and its transcripts discredited, removes continue to advance arguments of the counter-transcript in their memories lest anyone think that there might have been some truth to National Party justifications for evictions. Comparative memory. The commemoration narrative also posits an explicit comparison between 2 distinct moral eras separated by the rupture of eviction. This radical divide is a classic feature of nostalgia. It declares that life was better in the past than it is in the present. But unlike general nostalgia in which a vaguely constituted past is compared to an equally vague present, removee nostalgia posits eviction as the critical divide. Removes often characterize their eviction in terms of a fall from a state of grace, though through no fault of their own. Their former communities were Edens compared to the post-lapsarian townships. Following contours reminiscent of the story of Adam and Eve, removes plot their lives according to a narrative of descent. As so many removes declare, ever since we were moved out from there, everything went wrong. Everything. Their stories chart the fall from a plane of moral perfection in their old communities to one of moral degradation in the townships. Comparative memory operates by treating current concerns through the lens of nostalgia. Many of these concerns are shared by other Capetonians, regardless of race or whether they were victims of group areas. Colored removes, however, tend to use them to compare the pre-removals era to the post-removals one. They use these concerns to highlight the particular role of evictions in bringing about current hardships. The main themes that occur in comparative memory are crime, gangsterism, fear, respect for elders, the value of money, entertainment and community spirit. Other themes such as unemployment, social opportunities and government service delivery are also pronounced in life histories, but these only became concerns after 1994 when the ANC took power. The attention that crime receives in public discourse, newspapers and over-the-fence conversation, not to mention its effects on people's lives and psyches, highlights the extent to which vice and violence are critical issues for people living on the Cape Flats. Murder, rape, assault, robbery, car hijacking, domestic abuse and kidnapping are constant features of their lives. And for forced removes, whose own past must seem like a foreign country, the crime and violence permeating their lives is an indication of just how much better the old days in the former communities were. As Zulfa Wagner claims, in Goodwood, we didn't live in violence, man. Only here in Lavies, township, then we used to get violence. Whether removes have personally experienced crime or violence, or whether they have had to sacrifice dearly held freedoms such as taking evening strolls, their present-day concerns have a major impact on their memories of their former lives. Virginia Elisak, who grew up in Rondbosch, illustrates this. I prefer those days, they were peaceful and quiet and everybody was loving. Yes, oh God, my father warned us about so-called Scollies thugs at that time. Ooh, they would stab you with a knife or they would do all of these horrible things. But basically, when one looks at today, it's violent and a violent way of life, then what happened in those days was nothing, totally nothing. For her father, the Scollies may have been truly worrisome characters and may have merited concern, but present dangers make a mockery of this concern. The past seems safe and innocent in comparison. While crime and gangsterism seem to go hand in hand today, it was not always so for many interviewees. For them, gangsters fulfilled a variety of roles in the past, such as communal protection, neighborhood entertainment and even assisting the elderly. Some communities, especially those with a rural character, had little exposure to gangsterism. The move to the townships and the introduction to the world of gangsterism was a rude shock that symbolized the shift between then and now. For Elizabeth Williams, gangs belong to the post-eviction era. Before that, in Lou's cottages, Kirstenhof, we didn't have guns, we didn't have gangs. The very idea of gangs could only belong to the world of the townships. Crime and gangsterism has bred feelings of fear that most say they never knew before group areas evictions. Township life introduced a level of insecurity that never existed in their old communities. They claim that they used to be able to do whatever they wanted without concern for their safety or the threat of violence. Many interviewees lovingly reminisce about how they could walk anywhere at any time back in the old days. When asked if she feared gangsters in her old community, Ruth Peterson of Deep River responded, "Never, never. We used to go to Midnight Bioscope, we used to walk to Winburg, midnight. The whole crew of us. And as we walked, the others joined. And we sit in Midnight Bioscope and we all go singing home along the road." In Claremont, Sarah September shared that same feeling of freedom, and what was so easy, you could be out late at night, you could still go down and do window shopping. We used to go down on Friday evening and we go down, buy fish and chips. Shops closed late at night. But here in Manenberg you're even too scared to put your head out during the day. You can't go to the store as we stayed before. Removes feel bitter and betrayed, for it did not have to be so. Present-day fears prompt stark comparisons between a safe and carefree past with current threats of crime and violence. A common lament among removes is that the destruction of their communities brought about the demise of certain wholesome values in their lives. Their way of life together with its finely tuned social mores were seen to have been ruptured by evictions, making it nearly impossible for them to reproduce those cultural ideals in the alien environment of the townships. Here they met people from different ways of living, so you had to accustom yourself with them. Along with scholars who have analyzed the disruptive legacy of the Group Areas Act, removes. Highlight the rift that evictions created in reproducing their social values in the townships. They claim that respect was the cornerstone of their former communal lives. For most removes, respect is couched in terms of reverence for older people. Maimuna Mjidi stressed the importance of respect in her childhood. When we grew up, our parents used to teach us to have respect for the older. We used to go around and knock on elderly people's doors and then go ask them if they don't want anything from the shop because they don't walk. The children today, they don't do things like that anymore. We used to sit in the bus, and when we'd see an elder person getting in the bus, we stand up. We stand up from that chair for that elder person to come sit down. And if we go past an elderly person, we got to greet. That is why that time, there was no such crimes they got here now, because there's no more respect. This ethos of respect was lost with their forced removal. As one said, the respect we had, we left behind. Removes often perceive the value of money as constantly having eroded. Even though some families have more now than ever before, they still present the past as an epoch of abundance compared to today's scarcity. The value of money is used to symbolize that distinction. Sarah September speaks the words of so many removes. My father earned little, but we had all the comforts. We never struggled. But struggling was when we came down to live here in Manenberg. That time the earning was very little, but you could buy Tikkie's butter or tuppence jam or so. But now it's worse than what it was before. A compelling, but ironic, allegory is usually at play in these memories. Back then we earned little money, but it went a long way. Today we get much more money, but it does not buy anything. This perception is clearly aided by South Africa having suffered more than 2 decades of high inflation from the mid-1970s onwards. The cherished tuppence jam, penny polony, and a Tikkie's butter are quaint images of a time when people say they had all that they needed. Not luxury, but comfort. Not excess, but satisfaction. Group Areas ended an age remembered for its pecuniary innocence. Colored removes often reminisce about recreation and entertainment in their old communities, claiming that they were more satisfying than present diversions. Minstrel carnivals, Malay choirs and Christmas bands were annual events that helped make the old times memorable, for they were of their own creation. There were bioscopes to attend, dances to frequent, concerts to go to, and beaches to show off at. Those in peri-urban settings entertained themselves through storytelling, kite flying, sewing, window shopping excursions, and a wide variety of sports and popular games. And for the middle classes, couples would relax with their sherry and they'd make some snacks and they'd sit around the piano and they'd sing. They'd sing all the opera arias, so we grew up with opera and music. Whether a pastoral idyll or an image of urbane sophistication, past forms of entertainment are remembered as salubrious, satisfying, culturally expansive and family-oriented. They were also innocent, in that the joy they engendered was genuine and safe. Everyone could participate, and the cultural values of families and communities were reinforced through hearty social interaction. In virtually every way, that entertainment is considered superior to today's pirated DVDs, electronic games, drug-infested nightclubs and garish malls. Colored removes make a point of comparing the community spirit of former times to the alienation of today. In the old days, everybody knew everybody else, and people treated one another like family. In areas where Muslims and Christians lived intermixed, residents tell stories of deep and meaningful interaction. One Muslim woman from District 6 reminisced with tears in her eyes. You know, Labarang is our Christmas, any? Well, we would go to wish everybody and the Christian people go with us, go wish. And when it's Christmas, then we go with them. And when I was small, then I ran away from home and I'd go sit in the mission with the Christian children, then we go sing gospel songs and then sometimes, they'd sit in the mission, then we sing together. Sometimes we go in the evening, we walk from one street to the other street with a piano accordion and then we'd sing. The children don't get that anymore. The spirit that is said to have once suffused the old communities is now gone. That spirit, of which removes speak so nostalgically, is a quality they were not able to reproduce in the townships, try as they might. New communities have been born, it is true, but they are not seen as worthy successors to the old ones. The spirit lives on only in their stories and memories. Commemorative memory. Besides countering the rationales for group areas and comparing the past to the present, removee life histories commemorate their lost homes and communities. This is the overriding sentiment that animates their production of memory. Through countering government justifications, removes show what wonderful places their communities were. In critiquing the present by comparing it to the past, they show how fantastic that time was. These lesser agendas serve the larger commemorative purpose of honoring their destroyed communities. The idealized recollections of removes help answer the deep emotional need of people who have suffered the trauma of evictions to grieve and come to terms with their loss. They demonstrate their connection to those communities by telling romanticized tales about the old times, when life was innocent and carefree. They honor the passing of their communities by recounting tender memories about them. And they make emotional, social, political and identity claims based on their attachments to those communities. Svetlana Boym tells us that nostalgia, from nostos, return home, and algia, longing, is a longing for a home that no longer exists or has never existed. Nostalgia is a sentiment of loss and displacement, but it is also a romance with one's own fantasy. Nostalgic love can only survive in a long-distance relationship. Thus, idealization and massive omission of negative memories are key ingredients of nostalgic commemoration narratives. As Barry Schwartz explains, commemoration lifts from an ordinary historical sequence those extraordinary events which embody our deepest and most fundamental values. Like grieving parents who honor a dead child with beautiful stories rather than memories of arguments, failures and betrayals, the commemoration narrative focuses on what is good and represses negative memories that might compromise the project. Those are overwritten by successive versions of the narrative, which is scripted, rehearsed and refined. Memory is palimpsestual, subject to revision. Through the commemoration narrative, removes express grief, assign blame, treasure good times, value lost relationships and identify with other removes and their old communities. The narrative also serves as a resource for satisfying a number of crucial needs. First, it has emotional utility. For victims of traumatic loss, narrative development offers a road to psychological recovery and the prospect for healing. It allows victims to keep a sense of connection to the people and places from which they were severed by evoking them verbally. Psychoanalytic theory has long recognized the therapeutic role that narrative construction plays in the lives of trauma victims. By integrating their experiences into their life histories, survivors are able to move on with their lives, no matter how painful that memory may remain. Secondly, it has archival utility. That is, even though narrative tends to reduce the chaotic mass of impressions that a person has of the past to a more manageable and meaningful set of memories, it enhances their resolution by promoting those memories that fit the narrative's conventions. The commemoration narrative vigilantly guards against the infiltration of the official transcript by carving out a space of truth against the lies of the government and against the risk of forgetting. Like so many post-traumatic commemorative projects, Holocaust museums, war memorials and genocide documentation centers, removee memory fights against both forgetting and misremembering an authentic past. In the context of the apartheid townships, in which removee memory remained in oral form without the support of museums, archives, the press or publications until the end of apartheid, the commemoration narrative provided the means through which removes pasts were kept alive through the years. Thirdly, it has aesthetic utility in that removes derive immense pleasure both from the recitation and reception of stories that conform to the commemoration narrative's conventions. Similar to singing or listening to a beloved song, where much of the joy is experienced in anticipating and then arriving at critical moments of the composition, the recollection of and response to commemorative stories promise gratification because this elicits aesthetic expectations from removes. Understanding the rules of their collectively constructed genre, they can anticipate and then relish the consummation of crucial moments of the story. By molding their stories according to this narrative format, removes are assured of, at minimum, communicating meaning successfully. And if they are practiced storytellers, with a flair for language or embellishment, then they are able to generate artistic delight by adding personal touches to an otherwise well-known storyline. Those familiar with the rules of the commemoration narrative also appreciate stories that offer unique images or creative use of the genre. Fourthly, it has social utility, in that narrative sharing allows victims to rebuild new lives together in challenging circumstances. It helps them make sense of a world that has been fundamentally altered. All previous expectations of their life trajectories having been destroyed, narrative development allows for tentative attempts at making meaning of their new state. Through narrative interaction and making sense of the world together, they ended up building new communities in the townships. Lastly, it has political utility. For people of marginalized oppressed communities, narrative is a crucial weapon of the weak. As we have seen, narrative is a flexible, durable and universal oral resource easily hidden from the ears of power. It can be subtle and non-confrontational, a whisper of protest. A political strength of narrative is its relative illegibility to power, as the oppressed group controls the timing of the narratives broadcast to elites. At the time of removal, most victims believed that they were too weak to challenge the government openly. They could not afford more muscular forms of protest such as strikes, boycotts and riots, the tactics of the next generation. Removee resistance took the form of underground narrative production against the government's justifications for removals. In the post-apartheid era, the commemoration narrative has taken on a surprising new relevance. With the decline and demise of apartheid, colored cultural entrepreneurs have been publicizing the commemoration narrative beyond the borders of the townships. The publication of Richard Rives' novel, Buckingham Palace, District 6, which later became a standard textbook for high school students in the Western Cape, represents a crucial breakthrough in this regard. Then followed musicals by David Kramer and Talia Peterson, and dramaturgical performances such as District 6 and Ons Boet that embodied the sentiments of the narrative on stage. Very importantly, the District 6 Museum was formed to give concrete expression to the memories of the bulldozed community. Today it also acts as a repository for the memories of other Cape Town communities destroyed by apartheid-era forced removals. In this respect, District 6 has become symbolic of group areas trauma generally, and community members have taken the lead in promoting the commemoration narrative as an alternative to the discredited apartheid transcript. Because of its popular resonance with removes, and its widespread acceptance, or tolerance, by other Capetonians, the narrative has been taken up as the official transcript by the post-apartheid regime. Moreover, when the ANC came to power, it allowed group areas victims to claim some form of restitution, such as their actual land if available, an alternative parcel of land or financial compensation. The process initiated by the Land Claims Commission relied heavily on removes narratives to substantiate their claims. Besides factual data elicited by the application form, duration of residence, date of expulsion, level of compensation awarded upon their removal, number of rooms in house, whether it was rented or owned, it also asked people to justify their claims by relating their experience of forced removal. In the 550 land claim applications personally analyzed, almost all colored claimants utilize, in some fashion, the template of the commemoration narrative to make their cases. Given the scripted, rehearsed quality of the narrative in their memories, as well as its current ascendancy as the new official transcript, colored claimants leveraged its legitimacy and simply wrote down what they had been saying for decades in the townships. Their memory has, literally, paid off. Collective, communal and individual identities. In a recent article provocatively entitled "Coloreds Don't Toy," Shannon Jackson argues that most theorists of colored identity rely on data sources such as voting practices, voluntary behavior and verbally expressed political positions, particularly amongst elites, which valorizes the relevance of consciousness and consciously volunteered information at the expense of more tacit and diffused domains of meaning. The problem with this is that it overlooks some of the contradictory behavior of coloreds who voice conscious rejection of a separate colored identity in one context and then unreflexively channel their energies into separate colored cultural affiliations in another. She then examines colored people's relationships to different bodily movements and gestures, such as toying, protest dancing, to see how these implicit indices bear on the question of identity. Other writers have also recognized this bias towards conscious declarations and have turned their attention to more tacit expressions of identity found in annual rituals such as Coon carnivals and Malay choirs, linguistic practices such as code switching, the expression of emotions of shame, longing, denial or desire, the personal politics relating to hair texture and skin pigmentation, consumer behavior, and humor. This analysis of the commemoration narrative provides clues for analyzing coloredness beyond explicit statements of identity contained within them. The very structure of their narratives tells us something about the way that removes understand themselves, what Margaret Summers calls narrative identity. This section argues that the structure of the commemoration narrative and its meaning-making devices, plots, themes, tropes, and anecdotes, are means through which colored removes make multiple identity claims. Essentially, narratives create meaning out of otherwise chaotic memories and impressions through devices such as plots, themes, tropes, and anecdotes. These devices work together to help speakers construct intelligible stories structured to convey specific messages. The commemoration narrative exemplifies these qualities, with its pre-removals beginning, its forced removal middle, and its post-removals ending. And their narratives are structured to make three crucial points: that the government's rationales for evictions were illegitimate, that their lives were far better before their removal than after, and that removes honor the memories of their lost homes, communities, and identities. But these devices each serve different functions in narrative production and allow speakers to do more than just create meaning through them. They also allow them to make highly specific identity claims without necessarily doing so overtly. These devices allow for subtle cues of differentiation, tacit expressions of inner disposition, and latent manifestations of subjectivity. Margaret Summers argues that it is through narrativity that we come to know, understand, and make sense of the social world, and it is through narratives and narrativity that we constitute our social identities. Colored removes use these narrative devices in consistent patterned ways which speak to their sense of identity and belonging. Firstly, plot structures are broad organizing devices that determine a story's direction, but not its details. They provide the evaluative framework for making sense of independent events, putting them in relationship to one another. Plot structures also identify a speaker's disposition towards the direction of their own or community's lives. The commemoration narrative locates memories and events along a downward-sloping moral trajectory, showing that their lives were made worse by the experience of forced removals. However, colored removes are not the only group to use this narrative structure. Most working-class colored people and many whites, Indians, and Africans also structure their life histories in this way. Indeed, this shared plot structure promotes a common tenor to many of the minority communities in South Africa, forming the basis for most opposition party claims, especially at election time. For these other groups, the narrative of dissent is usually tied to the historical changes inaugurated in 1994 when the ANC came to power. For many who had been privileged or enjoyed privilege relative to the African majority, this is when their fortunes deteriorated. While most colored removes agree that their lives have taken a turn for the worse since 1994, that historical moment is not pivotal to their life histories. For them, the descent began with forced removals and merely accelerated with the change in regime. While the narrative of dissent gives a similar pitch to pessimistic minority critiques of the post-apartheid order, allowing them to identify with one another politically, colored removes are distinguished from the rest by positing group areas evictions as the moment of historical rupture for them. Colored removes use their nostalgia for a different moral purpose. Theirs is a specific response to the injustices of removals, thus the narrative of dissent both ties and distinguishes them from disaffected minority groups. It, however, mostly serves to identify them as survivors of a historical injustice. Secondly, themes give flesh to the overarching plot structure. As meaning-making devices, themes remain broad, allowing for any number of tropes or anecdotes to be marshaled under their banners. In the commemoration narrative, the major themes fall under the categories of counter and comparative memory. The main counter-memory themes are interracial relations, material conditions, crime, gangsterism, and morality. These were arrived at in dialogue with the official transcript. Comparative memory themes include crime, gangsterism, fear, respect, community spirit, the value of money, and entertainment. These were arrived at through negotiating the challenges of the townships. These shared themes illustrate the commonalities that removes perceive as having shaped their lives. When tens of thousands of people living in a confined geographical area utilize the same themes for organizing their memories into meaningful life histories, it is clear that those narrative choices are not random. There are countless themes that removes could choose to structure their memories, but not all would be socially relevant. In the wake of this mass social trauma, three crucial elements came to define their social context. Their audience was now exclusively colored, most were also fellow removes, and victims sought to heal their emotional and psychological wounds through narrative sharing. This reduced the number of relevant themes to an identifiable core. Colored removes established what might be compared to an extended support group with a narrative program that allowed them to approach one another for emotional and psychological succor. As is the case in support groups, in which members tend to develop a stylized narrative format to speak about addiction, rape or trauma, by borrowing the group's confessional style and tapping into commonly accepted plot structures and themes, colored forced removes also developed a stylized narrative to convey meaning through their stories. These themes, while seemingly attenuating their narrative options, actually opened up the possibility for meaningful speech in the aftermath of trauma. They formed a common currency that could be traded among removes, allowing for instant intelligibility, despite coming from radically different locales and facing different eviction experiences. As broad meaning-making devices, themes connected colored forced removes across the Cape Flats without demanding that they sacrifice any of the specificity of their communities or their own experiences. The common themes of their life histories bear testimony to the process of narrative sharing, implicitly connecting these removes despite physical separation, differing opinions and divergent aspirations. Thus, even though many of these themes are used by other township dwellers, the specific functions they serve in removee narratives distinguish them from others. They tie removes together in a loose web of narrative affiliation, giving a remarkable similarity to their stories across the Cape Peninsula. It is easy to predict what kinds of stories removes will offer when telling their life history, so patterned and consistent are they in reproducing this canon of themes through the narrative of descent. Thirdly, nested below plots and themes are tropes, more intimate meaning-making devices. They are figures of speech carrying symbolic significance far beyond their literal meanings. Tropes condense large amounts of information, emotion and meaning into a memorable, stylized and compact image that is conveyed in a word or short phrase. They allow storytellers to communicate economically and artistically, conveying complex messages in a succinct, symbolic form. As Harold Shube, in his study of South African storytelling explains, trope implies transformation, from one set of images to another, but without giving up any of the original meanings or perceptions that an audience might have of them. The use of tropes implies a degree of complicity between speaker and listener, its success being predicated on communicants sharing a cultural vocabulary and an understanding of the relationship between certain symbols and messages. On the Cape Flats, commemorative stories have circulated to the extent that a collective cultural vocabulary has developed so that removes from different destroyed locales can speak meaningfully about their own particular experiences in ways that are collectively understood. The figure of the gentleman gangster provides a good example of the way tropes work. District Sixers speak lovingly of the gentleman gangster, that charming, rough and tough character who is also genteel and civic-minded when appropriate. He may fight with other gangsters, or even mess with an outsider, but he would never hurt someone from the community. He is a uniquely District 6 figure, a trope evoked by former residents when the theme of gangsterism arises in their narratives. Use of this trope serves two purposes. It locates people's history and identity squarely within District 6 and allows them to deal with the current thematic issue of gangsterism through the commemorative narrative. Other removes do not use that trope in their life history, for they have their own way of speaking about gangsterism that is more appropriate to their experiences. The specificity of tropes allows removes to identify with and speak in unique ways about their particular communities while linking them at a broader thematic level. Tropes are drawn from a locally conceived fund of images, characters or events capable of bearing dense symbolic meaning, and have deep resonance for people within that community. People look to their own histories and localities to provide material for symbolic meaning. Certain mores, socio-economic conditions, vocational trends, landscape features, spatial configurations and historical events cue the recall, representation, rehearsal and development of tropes for a community. Linkages between landscape and memory are common in the making of tropes. That is why street life looms large for District 6s, forests and gardens for Protea villagers, wide open spaces for Goodwood Acres people and charming cottages for Newlanders. As Simon Scammer reveals in his study of ethnic and national memories, landscapes act as a repository for the myths and memories that a community tells of itself. For although we are accustomed to separate nature and human perception into two realms, they are, in fact, indivisible. Before it can ever be a repose for the senses, landscape is the work of the mind. Its scenery is built up as much from strata of memory as from layers of rock. Thus tropes develop from landscape features and other cultural perceptions which offer communities the necessary narrative resources for promoting a unique sense of identity within a context of overwhelming sand brick concrete and matchbox house sameness in the townships. Lastly, anecdotes are personal stories that are unique to a speaker, carving out an autonomous space of experience and action within the commemoration narrative framework. It is a narrative device that often speaks to a host of themes, sometimes utilizing specific tropes, but ultimately constituting an assertion of individuality. Anecdotes may use thematic topics or communally defined tropes, but they show the speaker also to be an autonomous subject with personal experiences, emotions, and aspirations. They provide personalized proof that the past was better than the present, or that gangsters really were gentlemen, or that money really did go a long way. Thus anecdotes fit into a larger frame of signification, just as individuals fit into larger frames of identification. It needs to be stressed that the commemoration narrative is not the basis of collective memory. It is a set of guidelines established by removes to help them recount their lives in a culturally appropriate manner in the wake of mass social trauma. The actual memories of any removee life history are singular, the product of that person's own experience, but the way in which those experiences find expression are structured by collectively held narrative conventions. The shared guidelines are what give colored removee life histories their striking similarity. They are products of the same discursive constraints. This is not to say that colored removes never go outside the confines of the commemoration narrative, but when they do, they usually qualify the meaning of their assertions. For instance, some women who were newlywed when forcibly removed say they were happy to get a house of their own and start a family outside of their parents' home. However, lest they appear to be endorsing group areas, they quickly say that they wish they could have gotten a house in their old communities, not in the townships. Also, those who were forcibly removed while they were still young do not have a sufficient fund of personal recollections to tap into to give flesh to the commemoration narrative, so they tend to rely on their parents' memories and moral evaluations. Also, the loss is not felt as keenly since they were too young to appreciate the magnitude of what was happening to their families and communities. Thus, through a shared plot structure and a common endowment of themes, removes identify with each other collectively as removes. Through shared tropes, removes identify themselves as members of particular communities, and through anecdotes, they identify themselves as individuals who have a degree of personal autonomy. Together these devices allow removes to claim collective, communal and individual identities, often tacitly. Identity claims are usually structured into their stories, implicit in how they recall their memories. Conclusion. The social engineering effected through group areas evictions had a fundamental impact on colored identity. First, population registration grouped those classified colored into a legally binding racial category which set in motion a host of institutional effects that severely restricted their social and sexual interactions, political and communicative opportunities, and professional and material aspirations. Group areas substantiated this commonality in a most elemental way, limiting residential mobility to within areas legally prescribed as colored. It is these institutionally produced effects, not so much the administrative process of classification, that radically reshaped colored people's experience in the last half-century, giving concrete social, spatial and political expression to the colored racial category. Group areas united colored people as a group in a fashion unprecedented in South African history. The legacy of the Group Areas Act continues to shape colored self-perception as well as others' perceptions of them. Secondly, Group Areas residential restrictions allowed coloreds to achieve a level of intragroup interaction unprecedented in their history. Though meaningful intergroup relations between colored people in newly created townships were anything but assured at the time of dispossession, coming as they did from such varied backgrounds, removee life histories today confirm that substantive social networks have been formed within the racial boundaries legislated under apartheid. The shared conventions of the commemoration narrative by colored removes tell us much about the nature of these connections. Not quite an imagined community, in which people explicitly identify with a common narrative promoted by elites through mass media, colored removes form a narrative community in which they implicitly identify with each other through an orally shared narrative structure. The commemoration narrative was constructed and circulated through personal contact, involving tens of thousands of people whose lives became connected through interlocking social networks in a socially and spatially defined area. Though the numbers of each individual's social network were certainly small, these articulated with others, proliferating until they had reached the social limits imposed by group areas. Representing the outlook of an oppressed, marginalized community and being in opposition to the interests of the state, this commemorative project was achieved almost exclusively through face-to-face contact. It never enjoyed media support until apartheid was in decline. It was through day-to-day interactions that the narrative gained social purchase. Furthermore, during the latter part of the apartheid era, many people rejected colored identity, insisting that it was an artificial racial identification imposed by the government to divide and rule black people. They often signaled their rejection by referring to themselves as so-called colored. Others, influenced by the Black consciousness movement, called themselves black, identifying with Africans and Indians who were also oppressed. But the effort remained largely intellectual, a mental stance, for it was difficult to create meaningful relationships beyond racially circumscribed areas. Identification with blackness, or rejection of coloredness, was difficult to sustain in reality because people were spatially and socially disconnected. The majority of colored people's social networks remained almost completely colored in character, a point easily missed if the focus is exclusively on overt statements of identification. Thirdly, the sense of groupness or boundedness felt by colored people was intensified by group areas. Before apartheid, many colored people had long lived in relatively integrated environments or had belonged to communities that had their own norms, histories, and understandings of identity that went beyond race categorization. Some were absorbed into white society through their appearance, associations, standard of living, or nuptials, just as whites and Africans were accepted into colored circles through the same means. Indeed, coloreds married outside of their putative race group more frequently than any other South African grouping. Though colored identity was well established socially and institutionally before forced removals, its boundaries were porous. Racial classification and group area segregation, together with other apartheid legislation such as the Immorality, Mixed Marriages and Separate Amenities Acts, together with the colored labor preference policy, hardened those boundaries as never before. But the response of coloreds, especially forced removes, to state-enforced racialization gave positive content to their otherwise restricted social world. The trauma of removals compelled victims to seek one another out for sharing, empathy and solace. Their effective social horizon, colored people in colored areas, became an effective resource for removes adapting to township life. Through everyday sharing, their intention was not to create a sense of colored awareness or removee consciousness, but their circumstances enjoined them to constitute their situation affirmatively. The government might have controlled the limits of their social world, but it could not determine the content that they would give to it. The combination of the commonality imposed by group areas, the connectivity that was achieved through sharing stories in the wake of mass social trauma, and the reinforcement of a sense of groupness through positive narrative circulation has promoted a sense of colored self-understanding that goes beyond mere instrumentality. Self-understanding refers to the disposition of having a sense of who one is, of one's social location, and of how one is prepared to act. In the post-apartheid era, colored people have greater freedom to identify without reference to racial categories. But, by and large, they have nevertheless continued to embrace a variant of the identity reminiscent of apartheid-era values, and continued to invest in the social networks they created in the wake of evictions. Part of the reason for this is that they have been able to build rich social lives within those boundaries, creating positive associations through narrative sharing. The depth of understanding that removes have been able to develop through the collective creation of a shared narrative speaks to the sense of intimacy and distinctiveness they feel as colored people. They have spread the commemoration narrative beyond the confines of the townships to the extent that it has become one of the dominant stories of Cape Town itself. Although group areas removals did much to reconstitute the colored group as the government intended, the trauma of evictions has set removes apart in important ways. It distinguishes them from their non-removee neighbors in terms of the socializing experiences they created in the wake of their tragedy. They needed, and built, networks of trust, comfort and solace with other removes who faced an uncertain future. This illustrates that race-making projects, like group areas social engineering, do more than just unite people under a racial banner. Their trauma can also set them apart and help reconfigure their social identities. While group areas social engineering certainly contributed greatly to the reification of colored identity, it also foisted onto its victims a unique historical and emotional burden which reshaped their understanding of themselves as colored people. This was partly inspired by narrative strategies they created for coping with their predicament. Their commemorative stories give rich testimony to the ways in which removes have come to understand themselves within and beyond state-sponsored racial categories. Chapter 4. Identity and Forced Displacement, Community and Coloredness in District 6. By Christian Byers. Trent University. District 6 has been and continues to be one of the principal sites on which colored identity is symbolically claimed and contested in Cape Town. For much of the 20th century, this high-density neighborhood, adjacent to the central business district of Cape Town, consisted of a largely low-income, racially diverse population of which the majority was classified colored. After District 6 was proclaimed a whites-only area in 1966, most of its approximately 60,000 residents were forcibly removed to the barren and windswept Cape Flats in phases until 1982. African forced removals, however, date back to the turn of the 20th century. Today, a large portion of District 6 remains undeveloped and subject to a land claims process under the post-apartheid land restitution program. District 6 has emerged as an exemplary site in the post-apartheid urban landscape for reimagining community as a counterpoint to racial segregation, forced removals, and social dislocation. While District 6 prior to forced removals is commonly remembered as culturally and racially diverse, this image is underscored by a subtext which privileges an understanding of the area as primarily a colored space, holds a status of particular symbolic significance for popular perceptions of coloredness in Cape Town. John Weston argues that due to their marginalization, place of origin, home, has become an essential element of self-definition for colored people. If there has been any place, any space that coloreds have looked upon as our territory, it is, or was, District 6. Whether or not one agrees with this view, it does appear to be the case that, more than any other ethno-racially defined group, District 6ers, and indeed many Capetonians, self-identifying or identified as colored, feel their roots to be in District 6, and memorialize and sentimentalize this lost community. Their sense of attachment has been bolstered by a mushrooming cultural industry around District 6 from the latter part of the 1980s. This chapter examines the relationship between identity, community, and loss in the context of forced removals from District 6. How is the sense of commonality that underpins the notion of colored identity posited within the fictional and autobiographical literature on District 6? And what forms of social exclusion occasion the assertion of such identity claims? These themes are explored in a reading of Richard Rives' conception of community in District 6 in his novel, Buckingham Palace, as implicitly colored. This sets the stage for a critique of some contemporary accounts of District 6, which construe the community as accommodating diversity, but do so within a frame of reference that corresponds to the particular conditions associated with being classified colored. Even the most reflective scholarly work on District 6 arguably reinforces these tendencies by, for example, seeing cultural hybridity as fashioning a kind of unity out of a deeply differentiated socio-cultural and ideological field. In an effort to tackle the question of the exclusionary effect of this colored-centric discourse, the present chapter closes with an examination of the most significant literary effort to date to redress the exclusion of Africans from the communal landscape of District 6. Nomvuyo Engelwayne Salah Kale, District 6, An African Woman's Perspective advances a highly distinct understanding of community which carries within it an implicit critique of current constructions of District 6 as an essentially colored space. A key dilemma for any social constructionist approach to racialized identities is how to analyze identity formation without reinscribing race in naturalized social or cultural categories. In apartheid's system of racial classification, one's racial designation had overwhelming effects on almost all aspects of one's life. Moreover, within District 6's dense social fabric, people classified as colored not only tended to share certain social possibilities and constraints in common, but also certain cultural and linguistic points of reference. These were not necessarily as resonant among African people, classified as native, Bantu, or black, for example, who generally went to different schools, spoke Xhosa in addition to English or Afrikaans, worked at different kinds of jobs, traveled to different places and established different kinds of social networks. It is thus possible to speak interpretively of a colored-centric perspective in District 6, if only for the purpose of revealing how identity formation was racialized in socially contingent and site-specific processes. This, of course, does not mean that socio-cultural formations always corresponded with racial categories, even under the auspices of separate development. Rather, racial ascription was one, albeit very important, dimension of several in patterns of identification and exclusion. Interpretive reliance upon the ordinary language of race is problematic because it assumes a correspondence between racial ascription and self-identification. Consider, for example, people who do not self-identify as colored, in fact, who consciously disavow the category, but are nevertheless widely perceived to be colored in the society in which they live and work. This is significant in District 6, where political movements guided by a philosophy of non-racialism, such as the Non-European Unity Movement, NEUM, and the Anti-Colored Affairs Department organization, had substantial support. Nonetheless, the relevant point for the current analysis is that one is often socially included or excluded from a racially defined group based on how one is perceived in society at large, and regardless of one's self-definition to the contrary, even if this self-definition is echoed by a considerable minority. The analysis in this chapter thus strategically deploys racial markers in order to reveal the exclusionary dimensions of social conventions of discourse and practice. This is not by any means to endorse these conventions, and the attempt here is ultimately to undermine the apparent objectivity of racial terms by revealing how they have been used in socially contingent ways to ground many stories or analyses of District 6. Colored-centric, then, is not intended to presuppose the existence of an unchanging essence or center of coloredness which narratives of District 6 approximate, but rather to highlight the underlying presumption of the existence of such a center in these narratives. My argument is that this presumption allows difference to be rendered as sameness in the construct of community. Approach to colored identity. In Colored Ethnicity and Identity, Birgit Pickle provides a good starting point for analyzing colored-centric constructions of community that is in keeping with the current trend of social constructionism in studies of identity. Pickle sees colored identity as consisting of a loosely fitting set of heterogeneous cultural elements that have come into being as a result of its segregated condition and middle position within colonial and apartheid society, and which derived an apparent coherence largely from the definition of outgroups. This approach is broadly consonant with Frederick Barth's classic treatment of community as a situationally based form of identification whereby putative cultural differences are organized according to social boundaries that are established between us and them. Some neo-Barthians argue that the significance and the intensity of these differences arise largely from the social ideologies and means of classification of the state. Thus, Catherine Verderi argues, the practices of government in the modern state not only produce difference but also institute it in the form of identities. The weakness of this general approach is that it reduces individual agency to consciously manipulated categories that are received from the state. It fails to take adequate stock of the ways in which identity formation is determined by social and cultural codes and practices handed down from the past. More significantly for this chapter, it fails to consider how identity is shaped in response to traumatic historical events. An inquiry into the dynamics of social inclusion and exclusion has to begin by asking what is fundamentally at stake in claiming an identity. The aim of this chapter is not to advance a particular version of colored identity to be situated among other approaches on offer, or to endorse a move to reclaim the proper name colored in order to affirm an overarching socio-cultural identity. It rather endeavors to say something useful about identity formation, how the self comes to be defined in relation to others, in a specific context. The object of analysis is not so much collective identity per se, but a range of claims made in the name of identity by different authors. What is called identity, and this applies not just to colored identity, is seen as consisting of a range of truth claims. Moreover, different kinds of truth claims under the rubric of the same identity work according to different perceptual and cognitive criteria. The question then becomes how such a range of claims comes to exist under the same name. This is not merely to endorse relativism or methodological individualism. Identity-based truth claims can over time cohere, in more or less durable ways, in patterns of narrative and symbolic meaning, and become materially embodied in social practices and institutional forms. They can fundamentally shape other basic value orientations, such as an individual's organization of the flow of experience into episodes, criteria for judging character, or standards of success or failure in life. Moreover, fixed in various relatively stable representational forms, identity claims not only inform agency, but also figure a subjection by which externally imposed identities are internalized. Notwithstanding these points, the question of how identity-based claims come to be stabilized in broader and more durable patterns of identification and subjection cannot be understood in abstraction of the social dynamics and symbolic struggles in which a concept of identity first takes root. In the present case, the task is thus to analyze how ethno-racially inflected identity claims are used to assert commonalities of traumatic experience. Moreover, it is to understand how this occurs according to more or less authoritative representations that respond to the specific conditions and dilemmas of particular contexts and localities. In District 6, the impetus for identity construction comes from the deep sense of injustice of forced removals, and a rupture with a past way of life, as well as the possibility of restitution. This chapter thus tries to understand how a sense of community is generated by District 6s in a historically mediated way. The aim is to discern how the formation of an identity through a traumatic history consists of partial characterizations of the past that carry certain socially exclusionary dimensions. Loss and identity. Since the early 1980s, the particular context of identity formation around District 6 has been one of traumatic loss due to forced removals. Discourses about District 6 and the field of District 6 politics have been dominated by colored voices in part because the majority of the population of District 6 was colored, overwhelmingly so after the earlier removal of African people. Whereas most colored and Indian residents were removed between 1968 and 1981 under the Group Areas Act, the majority of African District 6s were removed well before this. Most recently, Africans were removed between 1958 and the early 1960s through a variety of legal mechanisms, most typically slum clearance legislation, under the auspices of the Colored Labor Preference Policy in the Western Cape. The Colored Labor Preference Policy, in tandem with laws controlling the influx of Africans into the Western Cape, was designed to exclude African people from living and working in the Western Cape, and Cape Town in particular, and thus protect colored people in the region from African competition in the labor market. By institutionalizing a relatively privileged citizenship status for coloreds, their political acquiescence was encouraged in the face of black resistance. The objective was to secure white dominance in the Western Cape with the compliance of the colored majority. According to W. M. Iceland, the Western Cape was the natural home of the colored people, and they have the right to be protected against the competition of natives in the labor market. The result was that Africans were deported to ethnic homelands or driven to seek emergency accommodation in townships or informal settlements on the outskirts of Cape Town. The presence of Africans in Cape Town was thus precarious, transient and controlled, and to the extent that they managed to live there for any length of time, they maintained a low profile. Africans were generally poorer than coloreds and faced different kinds of social and legal constraints. Writing of the broader context of Cape Town, Sindiwe Magona reveals some of the ambivalence with which African people consequently viewed coloreds. Were colored people less oppressed because more was given to them than had been given to Africans? Colored people did not carry passes. They had better houses which they could even own. Their salaries, while not equal to the salaries of whites, were far above what Africans earned. However, colored people were not fully fledged citizens in South Africa. As will be discussed in the final section of the chapter, although African District 6s often remember their relationships with colored neighbors in highly amicable terms, their primary ties of affiliation tended to be with fellow African Capetonians. Symbolic constructions of District 6 generally reflected colored privilege vis-à-vis African people in the Western Cape. Before District 6 was declared white, it was regarded as colored by the ruling establishment. When District 6s were forcibly removed and their houses bulldozed, the liberal press lamented the loss of a colored homeland. The Cape Times averred that if there ever was an area in which colored people were entitled to live by tradition, by occupation, and by human right, it is District 6. It used a minority rights discourse to lament colored people's loss of territory to which they had a historic claim, ostensibly their most solid foothold in an otherwise sparse cultural tradition. The Department of Community Development, which was directly responsible for implementing the Group Areas Act, paternalistically rationalized the removals according to what would be in the presumed best interest of the colored population, which, it was argued, would be uplifted by being moved from a slum to the new housing developments on the Cape Flats. It is thus not surprising that public responses to the 1966 proclamation of District 6 as a white area were articulated in terms of the colored community being the victim of a gross injustice. A general memorandum of protest in September of 1974 is typical of sentiments of colored District 6ers at the time. It is an indisputable fact, and it should at all times be kept in mind, that of all the people in South Africa, the colored South Africans are the only ones who cannot be traced back to an overseas country of origin. We were born and bred here. We were nurtured on the soil of this country, the only country we know. The origin of our people cannot be traced to before 1652. We are deeply attached to our country and are intensely hurt by the fact that foreigners, who are not even citizens of this country, have an open sesame to everything this rich country has to offer, with facilities and incentives which we have never received, while we, whose blood and sweat form the foundation of their riches, are rejected and must be satisfied with the crumbs which convenience drops our way. The law which has deprived the people of District 6 of what was formerly theirs is evidence of this. The memorandum claims to be representative of the current thinking of the vast majority of colored South Africans on the position of District 6. In keeping with the liberal tradition going back to the African political organization, its plea was framed in terms of the inalienable right of any person to have the freedom of owning and buying property in any area amongst people according to his financial means. It is worth noting its overwhelming sense that colored people had been wronged. We are the victims of what appears to be a vendetta against stepchildren who were not in a position to prevent their being brought into this world. The injustice was perceived to have arisen as a result of the violation of a relationship of trust between whites and coloreds, in terms of which the latter could look forward eventually to being lifted to a status equivalent to that of whites under white guardianship. Significantly, the memorandum appealed to whites to recognize that coloreds share a familial relationship with them as stepchildren. Moreover, the possibility of tracing the roots of coloredness to pre-colonial Africa is excluded. The memorandum explicitly uses colored identity to posit an equivalence in the face of a historical wrong, and to call for some sort of justice. The various experiences of removals of people designated colored are understood to be essentially the same. Community is claimed for the first time at the point that it becomes necessary to talk about a collective entity that has been wronged. This is an eminently political act of voicing a grievance in the name of others within the community who are taken as equal. As racialized others, people classified as African are not fully incorporated within the rubric of community. This process of identity formation and exclusion has much to do with the spatial segregation of people officially designated colored, and their relative privilege vis-à-vis other people designated African. As Pickle remarks, socialization in segregated group areas has left persons formerly classified as colored with a distinct in-group perception that differs from that of whites and Africans. In the words of one African claimant, the removals made everything change between the colored and black people, as this is where a people came to know themselves as different. This is illustrated in Richard Rives' novel, Buckingham Palace, where community is constructed as a subject of loss that is implicitly colored, and where the figure of the African District 6er remains conspicuously absent. The birth of community in Buckingham Palace. Richard Rives' novel, Buckingham Palace, which has become a standard component of the post-apartheid school curriculum in Cape Town, is an extended commemoration of community in District 6. The novel is divided into 3 parts: morning 1955, afternoon 1960 and night 1970, which are intended to reflect the story of forced removals in District 6. The structure of the novel is of a fall from an age of innocence before forced removals to a dreadful and lonely life on the Cape Flats. The bulk of the novel recounts the experiences of characters who live in or near a house called Buckingham Palace. Their reflection on the spirit of the community is provoked by their own forced removal as coloreds. Significantly, the prior removal of Africans is not registered. After all, the morning of the novel would be late evening for African identity and forced displacement District 6ers. Each of the sections of the novel begins with an italicized introduction narrated in the first person, and cast in the register of a reflective autobiography. It is not clear who the narrator of the story is, but this voice seems to reflect Rive's personal outlook, particularly towards the end of the novel. Tellingly, the term community does not figure in the dialogue of the characters until their imminent eviction, although the first section of the book tries to paint a picture of close communal living filled with characters and incidents that reinforce their sense of affinity. Following the announcement of planned removals under the group areas with the advent of evening, the novel shifts into an explicitly commemorative and nostalgic register. The idea of community is evoked most strongly when contrasting residents' life in common in District 6 with their atomized existence on the Cape Flats after their eviction. For instance, in the introduction to the final part, Rive writes, "Many were forced to move to small matchbox houses in large matchbox townships which with brutal and tactless irony were given names by the authorities such as Hanover Park and Lavender Hill to remind us of the past they had taken away from us. There was one essential difference between the old places and the new ones. District 6 had a soul. Its center held together till it was torn apart. Stained and tarnished as it was, it had a soul that held together. The new matchbox conglomerates on the desolate Cape Flats had no soul. The houses were soulless units piled together to form a disparate community that lacked cohesion. In the absence of social cohesion and solidarity on the Cape Flats, and the loss of a past that they had taken away from us, District 6 is imagined as uniform in essence. It is visualized as having a center, and yet there is no sociological conception of what this center was or how the different parts of the community cohered. The introductions to each of the novel's 3 parts are used to provide an evaluative framework for locating the characters morally and understanding the historical relevance of the plot. The author's opinions intrude progressively through the novel in both the consciousness of the narrator and of other characters. Towards the end of the novel, character dialogue directly corresponds with Rive's personal reflections, where the idea of community serves to unify the experience of loss. Thus Mary, the brothel keeper, tries to persuade the respectable Mrs. Knight to refuse state-provided accommodation in a township. One place might be like another, but one community is never like another. A community is not just a place where you live. It is not just another locality like Hanover Park or Bonteheuwel. Here, the concept of community is expanded from a close-knit neighborhood around Buckingham Palace and the Karsbar brothel to an entire municipal district encompassing tens of thousands of residents. The whole of District 6 is now represented as community and as a home. The catalyst for this change is residents' sense of solidarity as victims of racial injustice. The spiritual fusion of part with the whole becomes clear when the main character, Zoot, pays homage to Mary. She is leaving us to look after her father, but I know that her heart will always be here. Buckingham Palace will be razed next week, but Mary will still be here. And even when District 6 is gone, there will still be Marys here. Because they can never destroy our Marys. Mary is District 6. Mary comes to represent solidarity in loss. Towards the end of the novel, the author's viewpoint asserts itself to the extent that he begins to speak through Zoot. We cannot fight this thing alone. We must join up with others who are already fighting, with those who are losing their houses and are afraid of also losing their manhood. We must join up with all others so-called to mention. Only that way we can win. We lost because we tried to fight this thing alone. It's not a Buckingham Palace thing. Not only our houses are being demolished, it is not District 6 that is being thrown down, but the whole country. I know what I will do. I know with whom I will work. If the spirit of community is feminized in the figure of Mary, the cause of justice is embodied in a fight for manhood. Most of the other characters acknowledge that Zoot is right, and the cause of unified black resistance to apartheid is made to triumph. However, this rise to political consciousness of the main character introduces a tension within the book between its concept of community, which is implicitly understood as colored, and a vague anticipation of a unified black South Africa. While Zoot muses that we are all those who suffer in this sad land, the novel lacks any recognition of Africans having suffered forced removal from District 6. Curiously, in the very last pages, a huge Xhosa suddenly identity and forced displacement makes an appearance in the figure of the night watchman guarding the area for white bosses as it is being demolished. But while there is dialogue with the white demolishers in this final chapter, and with other white characters earlier on, the Corsa remains voiceless and in the background. He is described as making a fire in a galley from his hut, around which the now bereft inhabitants of Buckingham Palace gather one final time. The author tells us that the night watchman is the last to salute Zoot, in Corsa, before he walks from the fire, a gesture presumably meant to underscore Zoot's resolve to fight. Buckingham Palace's commemoration of a community in Lost contrasts sharply with Rive's earlier writing, which consciously disavowed the tendency to romanticize the slum. In his novel, Emergency, published in the mid-1960s and banned in South Africa until 1988, Rive summarizes life in the district: the filth, the grime, prostitutes, street fights, people with no aim in life except to eke out their miserable existences on their Friday night's pay. Having moved out of District 6, the protagonist, Andrew, was determined to blot out the memory of the slums, the dirt, the poverty. He recalls the feeling of shame and humiliation he felt when his friends from the affluent neighboring suburb of Walmer Estate came to his old home in District 6. The novel leaves one with a strong sense of the stigma attached to District 6. While Rive self-consciously rejected the notion of race as a basis for identification, Desiree Lewis in an article on the writings of Rive and Zoe Wickham shows that far from resolving problems of identity, Rive's work stages a compulsive return to matters of racial ascription and identification in an autobiographical, confessional voice. In contrast to Emergency, Buckingham Palace's nostalgic commemoration of life in the district rests upon an insular concept of community. District 6 is represented in the words of Zoot as an island in a sea of apartheid. He argues that apartheid only becomes visible to the District Sixer when the white man comes and forces it on us, when he makes us see it, when the police come, and the council people, and so on, or when we leave the district. This image of a non-racial and caring community denies the extent to which apartheid shaped life in the district. While the diversity of the neighborhood is evoked through mention of Malay music, the Indian corner shop and the Jewish landlord, Africans do not figure in the consciousness of Rive's characters or even in descriptions of the novel's settings. For Buckingham Palace, the burden of history is expressed in a particular way. The formation of a communal identity of those who have been wronged becomes the basis for the emergence of a cross-sectoral political consciousness. However, the cause of unified resistance is betrayed at the outset in the exclusionary construction of identity. Nostalgic commemoration in autobiographical accounts of District 6. Since the late 1980s, a number of autobiographical and semi-autobiographical works have been published by former District 6 residents. This relatively new form of popular cultural entrepreneurship is an outgrowth not only of the heightened awareness of the district as a flagship for redress in the democratic order, but also more concretely of activists encouraging community participation in processes around land restitution. The District 6 Museum, by promoting the participation of former residents in mounting exhibits, and running artistic projects and writing workshops, has encouraged ordinary people to describe themselves as they wish to be seen. Autobiographical accounts generally reflect the views of most District 6ers that I interviewed who are currently claiming land rights under the Land Restitution Act, particularly of claimants living in predominantly colored residential areas. Buckingham Palace's tendency to commemorate the old times is reflected in these autobiographical accounts. One example of nostalgic commemoration that carries an implicit colored subtext is the portrayal of gangsterism as having been relatively innocuous. Indeed, giving gangsterism a positive gloss is one of the ways in which community is aestheticized in colored-centric terms, along with, for example, the Coon Carnival, about which much has been written. Gangs are usually associated with a colored social milieu and, as Don Pinnock demonstrates in his classic study on the subject, the proliferation of gangsterism in Cape Town is closely associated with the creation of predominantly colored residential areas on the Cape Flats through forced removals. Indeed, gangsterism is often assumed to be a defining characteristic of coloredness. As one man explained, "You will never get gangsterism out of us, it's innate to the colored people." In Noor's story, My Life in District 6, Noor Ibrahim recalls listening to gangsters sing, and enjoying watching gangsters fighting among themselves. In William Street, District 6, Hetty Adams claims that in District 6 we had decent scollies and that gangs never harmed you if you minded your own businesses. She remembers that the leader of the Globe Gang, Identity and Forced Displacement, had teeth full of gold. He was smart and suave and you'd never think he's a gangster. Common decency is seen to be upheld by gang leaders, and gangsters are seen as having been gentlemanly towards women and the elderly. In autobiographical texts where gangs are commemorated, African District Sixers are invariably absent. While racial prejudice is seldom expressed directly in these accounts, there are numerous indications of its existence, and there is a lack of concern with the predicament of African District Sixers. When claimants talk about the multiracial, multicultural and cosmopolitan character of District 6, Africans, Indians and especially whites are taken as enriching the mixture, but seldom as offsetting the implicit dominance of the colored majority. Thus Hetty Adams recounts that she would only visit her brother's wife Ruby and her children in the hockey shack, in which the couple lived in her backyard, when Dada was not home. "I mustn't go there because they are too black." Adams confides that Ruby's children looked all right when they are small, but when they were 3 they turned out with big lips like Ruby. Although Ruby was classified colored, she had to keep a low profile in public, and after a policeman stopped her and her pale-skinned husband in the botanical gardens, he never took Ruby for a walk again. Adams recounts that over time she developed a close friendship with Ruby. She intimates that no one said those days, "You are a Kaffir," or this or that. We were all happy together in the street, all the same. Nevertheless, Africans figure only anonymously in the book, as the Africans on the corner. Adams also tells of the tragic ordeal of a Malay woman named Sisi who married an African, who was eventually deported. This man, who was such a quiet man, he didn't fight, never argued, a proper gentleman, is implicitly set apart from other Africans, for, though he was from Transkei he had all the colored ways, he knew nothing else, he grew up with us. I don't know how that happened. Linda Fortune's house in Tyne Street is somewhat atypical of the genre in that she at least briefly considers the plight of African District Sixers. Fortune describes a shebeen on her street in a double-story building inhabited by natives, and talks about a friend, Lindiwe, who lived upstairs with a select people whom she describes as caring and respectable and dressed smartly, and who didn't drink or behave foolishly or make noise. Lindiwe's voice is at one point manifested directly, when Fortune tells of her determination to avoid her mother's fate of being a domestic servant. "I know I'll have to work very hard, because there won't be many opportunities for us in future. My parents can't even leave the house now without their passes." Fortune recalls being upset for some time by the look on Lindiwe's face when she spoke of her plans. Fortune's recollection that the removal of African people living in the building and elsewhere on Tyne Street occurred very suddenly one night, and her inability to understand why Lindiwe had not come to bid her farewell is suggestive of the divide between African and colored District Sixers. These memories do not cloud Fortune's otherwise rosy recollection of community life in District 6. Different kinds of people lived in these buildings, select people, average families, and gangsters all lived next to each other, and all hung their washing from the balconies. There was no other place. Couples who got married moved in with their families and new babies were born and grew up here. The elderly passed away and younger people took their places. People of all colors and creeds lived side by side. Sometimes a fight would break out, but when it was settled, things would just go back to normal. Here and there a brilliant child would manage to study in these conditions. He or she would finish school and end up being someone of importance. Everyone in District 6 would respect such a person. Her positive gloss on dense urban living is punctuated by the child who rises above the conditions of poverty to respectability. Despite her incantation that people of all colors and creeds lived side by side, it is clear that the figure of the brilliant child almost certainly does not refer to an African child. As the difficulties facing Lindiwe attest, African children did not have access to the opportunities, however limited, available to colored or Indian children. As in other literature of this sort, Fortune's concept of community in District 6 is tacitly colored-centric. In the post-removals literature reviewed thus far, the trouble with proclamations such as "the people of District 6 shared and cared for each other, no matter what color they were," is not only that there is a singular lack of concern with the predicament of African District 6ers, or that they have only a nominal presence in these accounts. It is also that community is aestheticized in terms of cultural reference points that are widely understood to be colored. Africans are thus excluded in identity and forced displacement a fundamental way from the symbolic construction of District 6. The silencing of the Africanness of District 6 is necessary to a particular cultural construction of the community as a subject of loss. Africans were accommodated in the colored-centric social rubric on lesser terms than coloreds who were deemed to resemble Africans physically. Casting race-based exclusion. Crane Sudian's scholarly analysis of District 6 as a site of social construction is useful for thinking further about the exclusion of Africans in representations of District 6. Sudian seeks to understand how District 6s have written themselves in the range of oral, written and other media. In what he calls critical non-racialism, identity is taken as multiplicitous, and its subjects as contradictory and inconsistent. Sudian uses an agent-centered reading of Homi Bhabha's concept of hybridity, and its associations with disavowal of origins, ambivalence and subversion of authority, to interpret the discourses of District 6 as revealing a sharing, harmonious and cosmopolitan society. Hybridization is elaborated as cultural syncretism, which is seen as the alternative to racist narratives of miscegenation, such that District 6 is presented not as Europe, Africa or Asia, but its most generative cultural amalgam. At the same time, Sudian is attentive to the way in which discourses of non-racism in District 6 work to exclude Africans. By emphasizing the pluralistic and performative character of identity formation, Sudian clears conceptual ground for theorizing the production of colored identity in particular sites. District 6 is seen as a deprivileged symbolic terrain in which symbols overlapped and fused, a district, in excess of its parts. It does indeed appear to be the case that District 6 consisted of a comparatively open and inclusionary society, at least in comparison with most of South Africa. The area has come to be known for what might be called its ethos of accommodation. Interviewees describe a tolerance of racial difference and even a color blindness, and widespread practices of mutual support. These elements are to some extent encapsulated in the term Kanaladorp, which signifies both a call for help and a sense of duty. District 6 was indeed renowned for its dense associational life, cultural borrowing and improvisation, or the spirit of working across boundaries, as Sudian succinctly puts it. This ethos is seen to be based on the street culture and the sense of spontaneity and informality that defined everyday life in the area. In some respects, Sudian's use of the concept of hybridity does well to evoke the ways in which District 6s were able to transcend the narrow confines of apartheid-era racial categorization. This general ethos of accommodation could to some extent be seen as a social expression of being identified as colored, for although the concept of colored is racial in origin, the residual social status associated with it appears to have permitted a degree of indeterminacy that allowed for greater accommodation of social, cultural and racial difference than other racial categories. At the same time, it has been demonstrated that not everyone was accommodated in the same way in District 6. The virtue of Sudian's analysis is that it recognizes the exclusionary character of this non-racial discourse. He demonstrates that even self-critical intellectual discourse on District 6 continues to be symbolically informed by coloredness. The social history of Africans is included, but as an appendage to a historiography defined by a predominantly colored cultural frame of reference. In taking in narratives of Europe, Asia and Africa, and in crafting the linguistic, gestural and symbolic forms which were its hallmark, it left unspoken, or largely so, its umbilical connection to pre-colonial Africa. The figure of this Africa was absent, an unspeakable presence, sublimated within a hybridized discourse which played mainly in the space of its colonial history. The role accorded to Africa in this hybridization was essentially that of a carrier. Africa carried the district's melding of its European and Asian pasts, and when it had played its role, the carrier was ingested and rendered harmless. While Sudian's analysis identifies the need to address this historical exclusion, it is debatable whether his theory of identity construction enables the analysis to move beyond a colored-centric perspective. The concept of hybridization is used to provide a unifying frame for understanding the construction of a plurality of identities as a continuous socio-cultural formation, of unity structured in difference. He thus speaks of the people who lived across boundaries and who imbibed and reproduced a culture which was intelligible in what people ate, sang and did. Is there not an essentialism that is smuggled in under the proxy of hybridization? Does the cultural amalgam of District 6 not privilege certain kinds of difference? Whatever the verdict, a greater emphasis needs to be placed on a concept of socio-cultural heterogeneity, the existence of distinct identity and forced displacement forms of identification and social solidarity involving discontinuous socio-cultural frames of reference. While racial distinction was by no means the only source for such discontinuity in the apartheid era, its importance was considerable indeed. In attempting to move beyond colored-centric discourses, it is important not to reify or essentialize the African perspective on District 6, for African identities are of course also multiple and subject to processes of hybridization. Rather, what is called for is attention to the range of identity claims made from subject positions corresponding to this general racial ascription. For example, one claimant averred that, non-Muslim, coloreds haven't got culture, not an unusual assertion, whereas, Muslims and us, Africans, are very similar 62 due ostensibly to their adherence to established rituals and cultural practices. In contrast, other African claimants characterize Muslims as being similar to coloreds. Thus one 90-year-old man claimed that, Muslim people, they took the style of the colored people, because they only come from other countries. The point is that neither hybridization nor racial identification are unitary processes, which warrant the assertion of a common culture, or a set of internally consistent frames of reference for the expression of identity. In District 6, An African Woman's Perspective. Nomvuyo Engelwayne Salah Kale District 664 provides a unique perspective on community in the area. A former District 6 resident of African descent, Engelwayne was surprised when she found out in March 1996 that Africans also qualified for compensation from the government, since it was rarely recognized that Africans had lived in District 6. As she puts it, it is often forgotten that we hold the same sentiments about the place as our colored neighbors. When she visited the District 6 Museum for the first time, she resolved to write about her own experience as an African woman living in District 6. As a child, Engelwayne lived in a building on Cross Street, a family crammed into each room. She recalls that the whole building, from number 22 to number 28, was occupied by black tenants. It was quite unusual that most of us shared the same clan name, Amabili. According to our Xhosa culture, the men were all brothers by virtue of having the same clan name, and this was how they treated each other. The other family groups who stayed in our building did not belong to the Mbeel clan, but still they were treated with love and respect. There was no doubt that these people were Christians and that their motto was, "Love thy neighbor." By Engelwayne's account, the strongest ties of solidarity among Africans were along lines of kinship. She thus recalls that among African District 6's, Ubuntu, the deep sense that kinship controlled the social relationship between the black inhabitants of District 6 in the same way as it did in the country, corresponded to the value of Kanala in the colored population. While Engelwayne remembers playing in the street with a group which she describes as a crazy mixture of a lot of colored and a few African children, she does not convey the same degree of blending between home and street in the social life of her community as found in the rest of the literature. Engelwayne also remembers that her name varied between these two spheres. At home her parents and other African residents addressed her as Nomvuyo, whereas the colored friends she played with in the street used her English name, Marjorie or Marge. Although the general image of relations between African and colored District 6's in Salah Kale is congenial, the book helps to correct the image of District 6 as an island of racial tolerance in apartheid South Africa. The legal and social constraints faced by Africans elsewhere applied in District 6 as well. Some public facilities were segregated, and there are indications that colored sometimes thought of African people as essentialized racial others. In Salah Kale, these indications are usually subtle and implicit. For example, colored onlookers of a stick-fighting game during the festivities at a wedding remarked of the African young men that these people really have hard heads. Another example is provided by the story of Mzwandile, one of Engelwayne's neighbors, who, along with an other illegal man, was arrested, presumably under influx control legislation. Upon their release, they were advised to go elsewhere or back to Kobo Kobo, as the police were aware of their presence and would now increase their raids of Cross Street. Mzwandile was further counseled by his friends that the easiest way that he could gain residence rights would be by joining the police force, which he decided to do. Engelwayne recalls that the colored neighbors were amazed when they saw him in police uniform for the first time. Because the past laws did identity and forced displacement not affect them, they did not understand that Mzwandile had no choice. That he could actually maintain law and order in the area surprised them too. They did not believe it possible that a black policeman could arrest a colored person. Clearly empathizing with Mzwandile's predicament, Angel Wayne draws the reader's sympathy by describing how, as a police officer, Mzwandile would intervene with colored boys who were tormenting mating dogs. The colored boys would in turn taunt Mzwandile, saying that he could not arrest them. Angel Wayne demonstrates how social bonds formed among African District 6s. She recalls that school was quite a social place, because here we had the opportunity of meeting other black children. The black families lived spread out amongst the colored and other families in District 6, and as most grown-ups worked outside District 6, our parents mostly met one another through the friends we made at school. The primary social ties constituting a sense of community were not confined to the boundaries of District 6, but reached into other areas of central Cape Town and often further afield to places such as Langa and Nyanga on the outskirts of the city. Angel Wayne claims that some African children that attended colored schools passed for colored, and because most of our parents did not want us to lose our identity, we were all sent to the Methodist school in Chapel Street. It would not be long before we would visit the friends we made at school during weekends, meeting their families and starting to invite one another to birthday parties. Once parents had met one another through their children, community building occurred in other ways as well, because our parents regularly met in church. After this, we all came to know each other really well, and the black residents of District 6 became a very tight-knit community. Angel Wayne increasingly grew apart from her colored friends as she grew older. After Standard 2, Grade 4, most African children would have to travel by train to the Langa Methodist School. Prior to this move, she recalls a blissful time in her small group of mostly colored friends in Cross Street, and tells of her best friend Gladys, a colored girl with whom she was very close. Things would inevitably change after she started attending school in Langa, because the different race groups had to attend different schools. Only African pupils could be members of our study group. I became closer to my Langa schoolmates and saw less and less of my old colored friends. There are many other references to African communal life in Angel Wayne's book. Salah Kale refers to frequent visits by African residents to other parts of the city, but also to far-flung rural areas. She describes Ukugoduka, the practice of going to the country during the summer holidays to visit family. Someone undertaking such a trip would be sent off with an umkwelo, house party, to which African people from all around District 6 would be invited, and where money would be collected for the traveler through an umgalelo, a club for pooling of funds and mutual support, usually organized in rotation at members' homes. She indicates that the African community had internal mechanisms for establishing and maintaining authority and order. The adults formed a united front when it came to the disciplining of children, and in the case of a husband caught battering his wife, a meeting of the Ibhanga disciplinary committee would be called, usually resulting in a fine. According to Angel Wayne, since the group structure was so important to everybody, the offender would conform fully to its laws. Later in the book, Angel Wayne incidentally mentions that many of the African residents of District 6 were Amamfengu. Angel Wayne's brief discussion of her ethnic identity and its placement late in the book may be due to ethnic solidarity being overridden by a broader African identity. A more likely reason that ethnic identity is downplayed in the book is that the Amamfengu were unpopular with the other Africans living in the Eastern Cape on account of their historical closeness and cooperation with whites, as well as their non-participation in the national suicide of the Amakosa in 1857. Angel Wayne adds that African freedom fighters and political activists were not at all in favor of promoting ethnicity. Angel Wayne identifies her primary community in District 6 as African. The book's cast consists largely of African characters, and is full of references to formal and informal groups such as choirs, sports teams, musical bands and circles of friends that were almost exclusively African. While social relations with colored co-residents are generally represented as amicable and caring, colored people are rarely identified by name, and their characters remain undeveloped. That solidarity along racial lines should figure prominently in the formation of community among African residents in District 6 is not surprising given that their identity and forced displacement formed a racially prescribed minority with a lower citizenship status than other South Africans. Salah Kale is significant not only because it establishes the presence of African people in District 6 and their deep sense of attachment to the place, but also because it frames their presence as a collective and distinctive one. It is noteworthy that, despite the aforementioned differences, there is in Salah Kale a sense of mutual sympathy between African and colored District 6s. While there was evidently a greater degree of tolerance of social difference in the district than elsewhere, the advent of forced removals no doubt heightened a sense of solidarity against a common external enemy. Angel Wayne recalls that when Africans received notice of their imminent forced removal, the colored neighbors were concerned, because we had stayed together and shared so much for so many years. That individuals can make multiple identity claims is by now a well-rehearsed truism in social constructionist analyses of identity. It is more interesting to ask by what social and political logic various identity claims are sometimes connected. While Angel Wayne identifies her primary community as African, she also finds common cause with coloreds in her oppression by a common enemy. And yet, in addition to cultural heritage, her identification with other Africans turns on the specific character of her oppression due to her racial categorization. The burden of history manifests itself in combination with cultural heritage in a markedly different way from the colored-centric narratives of District 6 considered earlier, and this has important implications for how District 6 is defined, both as a historical symbol of relative tolerance and as a social and political project of redressing a historic injustice. Conclusion. Narratives of identity in District 6 carry the burden of a traumatic history of forced displacement. Assuming that the social reality to which talk of identity refers is inherently heterogeneous, the question is, how does identity talk posit a unity of experience in the face of a traumatic past? In most of the post-removals literature, various identity claims function by positing an implicitly colored concept of community. Claiming a colored collective identity is about rendering the various experiences of removals of people thus designated colored as essentially the same. In Rives' Buckingham Palace, as in much autobiographical and popular testimony, identification assumes the character of a fall from innocence, and Africans figure as silent bystanders. Moreover, community is aestheticized according to socio-cultural reference points that correspond to the realm of experience of being legally classified as colored. The edifice of community is thus symbolically predicated upon a silence, which manifests the history of social exclusion of Africans in the region. The specific character of African community in Angel Wayne's Salah Kala suggests that District 6 cannot adequately be conceived of as a continuous socio-cultural formation, even in hybridized form. Instead, District 6 consisted of a heterogeneous order that included fundamental social and cultural differences. Such differences were, of course, reflected in various forms of social identification, but the idea of race often constituted an overarching frame of reference. District 6's ethos of accommodation and cultural and racial tolerance did not extend to all District 6s in the same way, and this is first of all evident in the way that District 6 has been and continues to be remembered. Chapter 5. Collaboration, Assimilation and Contestation, Emerging Constructions of Colored Identity in Post-Apartheid South Africa. By Michelle Reuters. Development Bank of Southern Africa. The ending of apartheid provided opportunities for people to self-identify as they wished and to experiment with their identities. All South African identities are thus in the process of reconstruction as citizens adapt to new relations of power. This chapter examines contemporary reconstructions of colored identity among elites in the Western Cape and focuses primarily on reconstructions linked to Khoisan, slave and Creole understandings of that identity. This study draws extensively on interviews with members of the colored elite engaged in public debate about the nature and future direction of colored identity. It juxtaposes these with analyses of political texts emanating from ruling party discussions around identity and nation building. The emergence of the New South Africa has created new problems for communities that perceive themselves as marginal and who consequently either agitate for recognition or withdraw from political participation. Two processes of identity construction are happening simultaneously. The state is in the process of constructing a national identity while different communities grapple with their specific identities in response to the state's discourse. In post-apartheid South Africa, all identities are in the process collaboration, assimilation and contestation of being reconstructed, particularly in opposition to their apartheid-era incarnations, presenting themselves, among other things, as not racist, not divisive and not isolated. South African citizens are redefining their identities on their own terms, both in relation to an emerging national identity and in relation to other identities within the South African context. This chapter focuses specifically on attempts by colored leaders and opinion makers to create meaning out of a previously imposed status within the new dispensation. Under apartheid, many people previously defined as colored argued that they were not white enough to enjoy the benefits of citizenship, and now in the post-apartheid era they claim that they are not black enough to access programs that address social inequalities. The Western Cape has a racial and political configuration different to the rest of the country. For example, the African National Congress, ANC, won landslide victories in the 1994, 1999 and 2004 elections nationally, but the Western Cape has always been fiercely contested. Coloreds constitute more than 50% of this province's population and occupy the majority of positions in the service industry and civil service due to the legacy of the apartheid government's colored labor preference policy. Many colored people continued to support the new National Party until it was disbanded in 2005, and the Democratic Party despite strenuous attempts on the part of the ANC to win their support. The media portrays colored people as having been bypassed by the Reconstruction and Development Program, and as a result, see themselves as the stepchildren of SA. Reality argues against this perception as many senior and successful public figures regard themselves as colored, or reject the identity but are nonetheless perceived to be colored. However, perceptions of marginalization persist. How has the state responded to groups that perceive themselves as marginalized in the new order? A rainbow nation? The end of apartheid afforded people new political and social freedoms which allowed them to determine their own identities. Stan Simmons, an ANC Member of Parliament formerly of the New National Party, and who defines himself as a brown person, explains that as a result of the democratic transition suddenly everyone is South African. With our history we need to build a nation to improve our way of living, rather than to fight. We can differ but need to work together, not be enemies. In the post-apartheid period, the nation-building project is vital for the construction of a unified South African identity. It rejects difference and emphasizes similarities between South Africans. In an address to the first sitting of the National Assembly of South Africa, Archbishop Desmond Tutu prematurely exclaimed, "We of many cultures, languages and races have become one nation. We are the rainbow children of God." However, this imagery has not been as successful as both Tutu and Nelson Mandela had hoped. Firstly, the imagery of a rainbow makes reference to difference, and especially the continued existence of racial differences in the post-apartheid era. Colored people commonly argue that brown does not appear in the rainbow, which also evokes the image of the opposite ends of the spectrum not meeting. Neville Alexander argues that in the South African case, the, perhaps unintended, stress placed on coexisting color strata or groups by using the rainbow image is to my way of thinking counterproductive. He instead proposes the image of the Gariep, or Orange River, which crosses most of the country and moves us away from the sense of unchanging, eternal and God-given identities. Multiculturalism is promoted as a way of celebrating difference and uniting the nation in its diversity. Multiculturalism maintains that all communities should have equal access to resources, be equally recognized by the state and have equal space for the expression of their cultural practices. A disjuncture exists in South Africa as colored elites claim that the dominant discourse and imagery of the ANC government fosters a national identity that is narrowly black African. It is not possible for a multicultural society to succeed when race and ethnicity continue to mark identities in particular and unequal ways, and where they continue to play an important role in groups' access to political power and resources. The South African approach to multiculturalism implicates people in subtle power relations within a framework of intersecting identities. The tourism industry, which markets South Africa as consisting of people, cities and sites affording the consumer multicultural experiences, is an example of a failing policy based on difference. Other dimensions of inequality such as caste, class, gender, and rural versus urban, which determine power dynamics in unequal societies, are sublimated in an effort to achieve cultural equality. Communities are encouraged to promote their cultural heritage in the name of development and tourism. In an attempt to draw tourists, rural areas often maintain a traditional state in order to capitalize on their differences. It is for this reason that Spinner argues against the call for cultural rights, because the language of culture should not displace the language of power and wealth. Former President Thabo Mbeki created a national discourse around identity and power, but while he attempted to construct a common South African identity, he also continued to use the divisive apartheid-defined identities of white, African, colored and Indian. A national identity needs to be cognizant of localized identities that continue to constitute and reconstitute the mainstream. An official ANC document argues that the concept of the Rainbow Nation could fail to recognize the healthy osmosis among the various cultures and other attributes in the process towards the emergence of a new African nation. For this reason, the rainbow metaphor has since been discarded as a viable political tool to unite South Africans. Subsequently, the ANC proposed a new patriotism that remains vaguely defined but could ultimately forge a national identity that is South African, with an emphasis on the African. Politically, this translates into the recognition of identity differences that remain in play in contemporary South Africa, and also recognizes that those differences would need to be suspended for the sake of creating a homogeneous nation-state. Peter Mokena, director in the Department of Arts, Culture, Science and Technology in the Western Cape Provincial Government, concedes that a collective identity supersedes everything, but warns against the creation of a common identity that tramples over individual and group identities. Nation building is a political, not a cultural process. Mokena's distinction between political and cultural identities is useful in that strong cultural identities could support a secure national identity. However, if localized identities do not feed into a national identity, many South Africans would only identify as South African when referencing their geographical origin and fail to identify with the nation in their day-to-day existence. Mbeki's seminal "I Am an African" speech provides an all-inclusive myth of origin for South Africans and those who identify as African. His discourse rejects a narrowly defined meaning of African and emphasizes a shared geographical and historical experience that unites people of this continent. Racial particularities are excluded except that they all combine to make us who we are. His speech, however, opens itself to unintended interpretations based on prior understandings of the term African. Under apartheid, African was understood to be Black African rather than an all-encompassing term referencing a shared political and continental identity. Many political activists previously defined as colored self-identified politically as Black or African, and continue to do so, in an attempt to reject colored identity. Grant Forade, a South African cultural studies scholar, originally from the Cape Flats but now based at Cornell University, writes that, whereas full blackness, or Africanness has translated into full citizenship of and belonging to the post-apartheid state, coloredness has retained its historic ambivalence. Many communities which perceive themselves as marginal continue to retain a narrow understanding of the concept African, despite these attempts at broadening its meaning. That ANC documents utilize both the narrow and broad definitions of African in their documents complicates matters. For example, one document affirms our Africanness as a nation, in recognition of a geographic reality and the awakening of a consciousness which colonialism suppressed, and simultaneously refers to colored, white, Black, and Indian communities as a means of distinguishing between the benefits obtained and roles played by each group in the liberation struggle. Similarly, in the realm of culture, the term African is understood by some colored people to imply an authentic Black African culture. Race continues to hold sway in common and official discourse even though new opportunities have emerged for self-identification. These different discourses have led to divisions within South African society that are either inadequately addressed or ignored by the ruling party in its drive to create a national identity. Official projects have tried to create national pride through, for example, the Proudly South African campaign that promotes products and services produced in South Africa. The South African Broadcasting Corporation also exclaims "Simunia, we are one," while the city of Cape Town markets itself with the slogan "One City, Many Cultures" in an attempt to promote unity despite its divided historical past and continued racism. These attempts to construct a common identity among South Africans have produced varied results. The main problem is that the differences entrenched during the apartheid era are proving to be highly resilient in the face of largely superficial strategies to eradicate them. Communities struggle to come to terms with their former identities while they try to redefine themselves socially in the post-apartheid environment. Their attempts at rejecting the old have often resulted in a reconstruction of the old in new terms. It is thus evident that apartheid-era senses of coloredness continued to influence current expressions of the identity. Perceptions that the post-apartheid state favors Africans help reinforce colored separatism. Tensions between the legislated identity categories of apartheid and current constructions of those identities continue to exist because these identities are reconstructed within boundaries that are familiar to people. In the colored community, as in the case of others, apartheid-era parameters continue to define the construction of coloredness in a myriad of ways, drawing on past experience and shared geographies. Apartheid constructions of coloredness merged very different groups of people into a legislatively defined administrative category. The state identified coloreds loosely as people who were neither white nor black. With forced removals, the state pushed together people who would not otherwise have lived in the same area or have mixed socially. This process led to closer identification between neighbors and within neighborhoods, cementing a closer sense of coloredness. Individuals and communities adopted elements from the state-legislated category of colored, but also added other social and cultural aspects to their personal identifications as colored. The identity was thus based on the neither white nor black concept but incorporated distinctive religious, linguistic and class-based elements as well. The boundaries of the legislated category proved to be porous as some individuals were able to find ways around state restrictions and managed to pass for white because they bore the physical and cultural markings of whiteness. The post-apartheid period removed racist legislation, but the social identities built around it persisted because of the shared trauma of forced removals and being confined to colored residential areas. For these reasons, strong identification with the South African nation has failed to emerge within the colored community. Instead, old identities are being revisited, leaving the impression that new ones are unattainable and limited to reimaginations of existing ones. Through new forms of imagining, it is not the identity that changes, but the ways in which it is constructed. This imagining points to the difficulty of constructing entirely new identities, even though the physiognomy of power has changed. The new power relations influence the ways in which people interact in public spaces. All identities are constructed relationally, meaning that people act in response to political and social realities when they define or redefine who they are. Citizens reconfigure boundaries of inclusion and exclusion according to their perceptions of whose needs and aspirations are being represented in government. Those people or communities who continue to feel marginalized on the basis of race or class balk at the idea of an all-inclusive national identity, against which they feel they need to protect their limited access to resources. In those societies where communities claim an insufficient level of service delivery, there is a marked upsurge in ethnic identities among colored and African populations. If citizens are more likely to identify in localized terms, then it is important that a national identity encompasses all those differences or finds a way to create cohesion between groups. For many communities in the Western Cape, a racial identity remains the primary source of self-definition despite the removal of apartheid legislation because it indicates in social and political shorthand who they are, where they come from and their cultural distinctiveness. Apartheid legislation created correlations between race, space, language and class, and communities who struggle for meaning in the new South Africa continued to cling to these familiar configurations. Jordan is of the opinion that similarity because of difference could work well for national identity in South Africa, but asks whether the ANC is leaving those of our people who identify ethnically to the political wolves of ethnic entrepreneurship by continuing to discourage ethnicity and favoring an inclusive nationalism. The state argues that those people who continue to identify ethnically are racist or ethnicist, and aim to derail the national project. The ANC's return to a black or African identity has revived a conservative conception of those identities and has returned the debate to issues of authenticity, which were found in traditional societies prior to their supposed cultural and genealogical hybridization. There are no authentic cultures and traditions because identities and cultures evolve. Even imposed identities are reconstructed to reflect the daily experiences and realities of a community and individuals, and this process could entail a reconstruction of an ethnic identity. People's reconstructions of their ethnic and, by extension, racial identities in the post-apartheid period point to the process of creating their own self-understanding because of a shared history and space, and their own version of identity. This process, however, is affected by prior constructions of identities and the power relationships that undergird that structure. Therefore, the new constructions need to negotiate a space for themselves within a structure that still functions along the lines of race and ethnicity. Elite reconstructions of colored identity. Colored elites who are calling for a new identity are not only driven by a desire for increased access to material resources, but also by the need for political and social recognition, and healing in some cases. The process of reconstructing colored identity is an elite process because it is driven by collaboration, assimilation, and contestation. People who have the ability to generate public debate around colored identities. In the post-apartheid period, these elites have begun to question their identities and to reconstruct their old identities in order to move away from a negative representation of colored identity. A process of conscientization has taken place, where people have become aware that they can be agents for change in their own lives. This awareness has led to a movement to renegotiate the position of colored people in South African society. Colored elites have, through public debate and letters to the press, complained about their in-between identities, demanded state recognition for the Khoisan as the first peoples of South Africa, and claimed a new coloredness. Through this ethnographic self-fashioning, these elites have discovered in themselves what Homi Bhabha refers to as depth of agency. The colored community has never lacked agency but has been forced to act and react within the bounds of the apartheid system. In the post-apartheid period, colored people are no longer confined to the options of assimilation or countering apartheid policies. They are able to choose identities with which they wish to be associated. The media's reduction of issues concerning the colored community to the colored vote in 1994 showed a lack of understanding of the debates around difference within the colored community. Under the guidance of colored elites, people have begun personal journeys around the questions of identity and now engage vibrantly in the media about their position in contemporary South Africa. Colored elites argue that theirs is not a social movement, but a process that has taken root throughout the community, a social process which has been adopted by small groups of people in an attempt to refashion their identities. The process of self-identification has been painful, because it forces people who have denied a part of themselves to come to terms with painful histories. For many, says Henry Cupido, an Afrikaans-speaking Capetonian and a leading figure in the African Christian Democratic Party, it is a confusing process. The brown people are confused because they must now self-identify. Many people who have chosen to redefine their personal identities are often ridiculed because they have revived and adopted Khoisan and slave identities which have historically been negatively stereotyped. Many colored people have been socialized by seeing the photos of white ancestors, not the black ones. Ironically, some white individuals flaunt newly discovered African ancestry to show that they belong to the continent and to the nation. Afrikaners also tend to stress that they are African because they have been born and raised on the continent. The ending of apartheid has significantly expanded the range and vitality of racial significations. Many colored elites consciously use the term colored to show that they have reclaimed it and imbued it with new political meaning. Simultaneously, they acknowledge that coloreds may have internalized the imposed identity and made it their own. Colored people now have the agency to negotiate and reinterpret their mixed feelings and fragile identities in empowering ways. For many elites in the colored community, the term colored is still inadequate and problematic for describing their identities, and they have thus embarked on constructing new understandings of their coloredness. New conceptions of coloredness have emerged which include historical identities such as those of the Khoisan, Creole and slave communities throughout South African history. These identities are linked to coloredness because, to date, it is largely colored people who have claimed them. Becky, in his I Am an African speech, for example, claimed Khoisanness as part of his identity, but this acknowledgement is not widespread in the African or colored communities because Khoisan identities have been denigrated throughout colonial and apartheid history. Its reconstruction has highlighted the heterogeneity of colored identity which, in the past, has always been represented as homogeneous, as if a stereotypical, Cape-colored identity existed. Many individuals who have chosen Khoisan identities have undertaken a highly personal process of self-definition and attachment to various ethnic or tribal groups such as the Damakwa, Outeniqua, Griqua, and so forth. Even though people have come together to define their identities collectively, it is a personal process in which people renegotiate their relations with one another in the South African context. Colored identities are multiple, fluid and hybrid. Muslim, Christian, English, Afrikaans, rural, urban, rich, poor, educated and uneducated were grouped under the limited apartheid identity of coloredness, which continues to weigh on contemporary forms. Soli Philander, a colored comedian, points out that it is impossible to make the leap from just being an old colored to an emancipated, evolved and free person. This statement serves as justification for those colored people who wish to self-identify as colored despite the advent of a new political dispensation. The evolved and free person to which Philander refers has to be open to different identities and different hierarchies, and be a fully participative, non-racial citizen. Coloredness can only be redefined if it challenges existing stereotypes and disrupts the power relations that have existed among colored people themselves, and among them and whites and Africans. In order to understand coloredness in its myriad expressions, one needs to understand the positions each identity occupies. Gail Smith, a Johannesburg journalist who identifies as colored, feels that for many years she has been made to feel ashamed of her brown skin identity. Smith argues as follows: "We need to make peace with colored identity. I need to start celebrating the good things, to move away from negativity." In my work around Sarah Baartman, I began to understand where this negativity came from, this whole idea of GAM, people of mixed blood being less than. History. I began to understand the animosity between coloreds and Xhosa. It all starts to make sense. I began to write, talk and celebrate identity. We need to celebrate colored identity. There are some wonderful things about being colored, I can't explain them. It just is. A word, phrase, song. I resist stereotypes. Smith's reference to the almost mythical nature of coloredness and her inability to describe it speaks of an essence of coloredness that is found within everyone from that community. Her recognition of her identity does not necessarily refer to a primordial identity but rather to a space, history and experience that she shared with a wider community. Her resistance to stereotypes implies a process of identity construction, both personal and political, that can be seen in pockets of the colored community. Chris Neeson, a former ANC chairperson in the Western Cape, in 1996 boldly stated that he refuses to be called so-called colored. "I am colored." Neeson's rejection of the qualification so-called points to his reclamation of the term colored. Colored elites, in an attempt to harness a collective identity for political reasons, have begun to rally around new conceptions of the term. Recently, a journalist, Vincent Oliphant, explained that colored has become a magical word, and his people are the true rainbow people. For Oliphant and many others, colored identity is multiple and suffused with ethnic pride. Generally, people resort to localized ethnic identities when they are faced with a crisis. Analyses of the 1994 national elections produced a discourse that identified the colored vote as having cost the ANC victory in the Western Cape. This both angered colored voters who claimed they were as motivated as other voters by issue-based politics, and rallied the colored community around a common identity under threat. Colored elites in the Western Cape have tried to find ways to lobby for a collective political identity through mass identification with, and support for, working-class issues. Political representatives such as Chris Neeson and Stan Simmons have employed their coloredness as political draw cards to lure colored voters who have expressed feelings of marginalization since the advent of democracy. The persistence of a colored identity in the Western Cape is directly related to how marginal that community feels in the post-apartheid era. Colored respondents in a 2005 Afrobarometer poll have shown a reluctance to self-identify as anything other than colored. Ethnicity, in this case, provides a safe space in which colored people feel they can express themselves and maintain a particular lifestyle they had under the apartheid regime. Many organic intellectuals in the colored community were ANC activists who identified as black during the latter decades of the 20th century. Their support of the liberation struggle led them to deny an identity that was seen to be conservative and racist in favor of a more inclusive understanding of blackness. Because colored identity was perceived to be closer to whiteness than blackness, it was regarded as anti-African. This forced colored activists to show their allegiance to the Congress movement by denying colored identity in its entirety. Difference and belonging. Broadly speaking, the colored community does not easily accept the idea of being African, despite some attachment to Khoisan identities, which they tend to define as not being black African. One finds that, in the new South Africa, educated and middle-class colored people tend to be supportive of the new government and its policies, but do not identify as African because they see the state's conception of Africanness as being narrowly rooted. Hence there is a reluctance within the colored community to identify as African or even South African. It is not a resistance to citizenship but a yearning for full citizenship that drives the colored community's demand for recognition and acknowledgement. Also, it is evident that South Africans resist a universal citizenship and continually refer to people as colored, black African and white. Cheryl Potgieter, an academic and ANC activist originally from the Eastern Cape, explains. Whites and Africans pigeonhole and see us as colored. Theoretically, I don't know how we should engage with this. Do we talk about building a South African identity, but then there's something lost? I do know that the ordinary working-class person in Bonteheuwel, Mitchell's Plain, and Eersterus says, we are colored. Potgieter's statement that colored people are forced to be colored by those with whom they interact shows the limitations imposed on that community in the post-apartheid era, but warns against a South African identity that hides the particularities of citizens' experiences and contributions to the anti-apartheid struggle. As a result, colored people are possessed of a more fragile sense of belonging, engaging in contradictory projects. They are simultaneously trying to write themselves into and against post-apartheid sameness. The Janus-like face of the colored person shows both the agency of the individual in relation to identity choices that they make throughout their day and the lack of choice in terms of the range of identities that are available to them. Despite the fact that many members of the colored elite have embraced a broad conception of African identity, one that is as inclusive as that outlined in Becky's "I am an African" speech, continued racism persists within sectors of the community towards black Africans, and as a result colored elites reject the narrowly defined conceptions of African that still continue to appear in ANC documents. This appears to be the result of the perception that the ANC has embarked on a project in which South Africa was to become Africanist in its policies, outlook and culture. In recent letters to the editor in the Cape Argus, 3 readers confirmed these fears. The first claimed that President Becky's speech on Africanism to Parliament was the turning point. It was not to uplift the African spirit but to impose a new brand of black African elitism, another that we so-called coloreds are not in general black or, in particular, African. So who are we? And the third was of the opinion that the ANC is here to protect and entrench the rights of the blacks to the exclusion of coloreds, Malays and Indians. All 3 argue that they do not fit Becky's description of African. For more conservative elements in the community, colored identity is being threatened by Africanness, and as a result they call for a protected and defined colored ethnic identity which is defined in terms of language, religion and historical experience. These views are being propagated by an array of organizations that sprang up after the 1994 elections. Colored essentialists. In February 1995, a new colored organization, the Kleurling Weerstandsbeweging vir die Vooruitgang van Bruin Mens, KWB, was established in Johannesburg. 52 Its leader, Mervyn Ross, argued, "We are proud that we are ethnic. And once we are ethnic and being recognized by various other people, we can also go further and say, look, we are ethnic. We have our own language, our own culture, our own land, and we want to govern ourselves. We are not prepared to be governed by the white man anymore. He made a mess of it for 300 years. We are not prepared to be governed by black people." Ross did not clarify who his constituency was, thus it is not clear who he represented. He spoke as though he represented all colored people, which was clearly not the case. His claim to an ethnic identity has alienated many in the colored community who associated ethnicity with tribalism and black African identity. The KWB has lobbied for support around issues of land claims, recognition of Khoisan languages and protection of their culture, and the right to colored self-determination. In the light of these claims, the KWB represented the most extreme ethno-nationalist portrayal of colored identity. Ross's attempt to mobilize around an ethnic identity has not garnered much support, nor has his use of Afrikaans been sufficient to mobilize coloreds to join the organization. Despite many colored people claiming Afrikaans as their mother tongue, the English language has been a marker of status in the colored community. Mervyn Ross also invokes Small's conception of brown Afrikaners to afford our people vision, economic advancement and political power. The KWB does not want an ethnic homeland, even though it does want the state's land restitution program to consider claims to land lost prior to 1913. In order to do this, the KWB needs to prove that brown people had existed as a group historically, their longevity qualifying them as an indigenous population. Ross cannot claim that brown identity has always existed in South African society, as it is an identity that has drifted in and out of constructions of colored identity since the early 1900s. However, since 1994 there appears to have been a growing trend for people to identify as brown. For groups like the KWB, people are born with their identities, and because brown people always lived in Southern Africa, they belong to the land and are indigenous. Some colored leaders such as Stan Simmons and Henry Cupido refer to themselves as Bruin, brown. Cupido and Simmons' denial of coloredness reveals the highly contested nature of the identity. Ultimately, the KWB's ethnic mobilization in the colored community did not succeed, but it did reach a particular sector of the community which has identified with that organization's call for an ethnic politics and a colored party to represent colored interests. This dual process of engaging in contradictory projects was evident during the election period in the Western Cape in 1994. Former United Democratic Front, UDF, activist David Abrahams explains that the success of the UDF in the Western Cape in the 1980s had given them a false sense of confidence regarding the outcome of the election. We expected support for the UDF in the 1980s to translate smoothly into an ANC election victory. It never happened, and we didn't spend time to find out why it didn't happen. He argues that it was clear that the ANC was not willing to engage colored voters as coloreds during the election campaign and had chosen to concentrate on predominantly African areas where the majority of their support was situated. There were class differences in voting patterns, with middle-class colored voters predominantly supporting the ANC and working-class voters supporting the National and Democratic parties. Wilmot James explains that the ANC lost because it dealt with the colored community as a homogeneous group. David Abrahams clarifies this as follows. The way colored people voted was a combination of fear, ethnic racial difference, them, us, representation of the ANC that primarily represents African people. We thought the ANC policies would inform people's decisions. The issue was not about who the National Party put up. In 1994 it wasn't about policies, it was about fear, ethnic mobilization and them, us. This short-sightedness proved to be the downfall of the ANC in that region. Father Michael Weeder, a Cape Town-based cleric and historian of Cape slavery, explains that the ANC lost the Western Cape as a result of an uncritical application of the national question that did not contextualize the issues or the revolution in those areas. Weeder believes that the ANC's attention to differences between its voting communities cost it the opportunity to win over the Bruin-Ments, brown people. The resultant backlash and ridicule of the colored vote then created a perception within sectors of the colored community that they were being alienated from mainstream political life. Zoe Wickham refers to it as a shameful vote. The December 1st movement and slave identities. In 1994, when the ANC lost the Western Cape to the National Party, many colored political activists expressed shock that their constituencies had voted for their former oppressors. On July 26, 1995, three colored leaders, the well-known educationist Richard van der Ross, Afrikaans language poet Adam Small and activist Chris April, launched the Colored Forum in Delft, a colored township on the Cape Flats. The forum was established to provide a mouthpiece for colored people in the Western Cape. It was premised on the idea that colored identity is primordial and should be recognized within existing political and social structures. It was not established as an alternative to existing political parties but rather to encourage debate within and about colored communities. Wilmot James, former executive director of the Institute for Democracy in South Africa, was instrumental in facilitating debate both about the forum and colored identity in 1995. James posited that the forum positions itself unmistakably in the mainstream. It was to engage with, and not erode, democratic institutions. It purports to draw on, not supplant, the party-political framework. It encourages introspection, self-evaluation and self-criticism as a way of energizing colored people into the mainstream. The social psychological benefits of this approach are not to be underestimated for building self-esteem and confidence, as the Black consciousness movement of the 1970s demonstrated. Many colored intellectuals were of the opinion that through self-analysis their communities would gain self-esteem and confidence and thereby become fully engaged in the democratic process. The forum did not create a particularly vocal or popular platform in 1995 and 1996, but it did inspire the formation of the December 1st movement, named after the emancipation date of slaves in the Cape Colony in 1834. The failure of the Colored Forum was due to the conservative politics of its founder members. Like the KWB, the forum's politics were problematic because coloredness was constructed in essentialist and fixed terms. The December 1st movement, the movement, was established in 1996 to inform colored people of their history and culture, which, due collaboration, assimilation and contestation to apartheid education, was largely unknown. The movement was to be a political cultural formation which has as its central focus the political awakening of colored people. For David Abrahams, the rationale behind the formation of the December 1st movement was as follows. The movement originated because firstly, why did 1994 happen in the Western Cape? What is it about the colored community that led to this? Secondly, what is it about politics inside the ANC in the Western Cape that needs to be addressed? We need to start putting the notion of understanding the political, social and demographic realities on the top of the agenda in the ANC. The movement was intellectually based, and engaged with debates on coloredness and colored identity within an ANC-dominated political milieu. The leaders of the movement had been UDF activists and supported the ANC. They did not distance themselves from it but wished to introduce the debate on colored identity into ANC structures. This was an attempt to foreground the particularities of the Western Cape within a larger debate on identity in post-apartheid South Africa. Abrahams said that they wished to demythologize coloredness and to take it out of the realm of reactionary colored ethnic group identity. The movement attempted to create a deeper understanding of colored identity that was not tied to an ethnic understanding of identities. For them, coloredness was tied to a history of slavery and shared experience, rather than a primordial identity. For the leadership of the movement, material benefit for colored people was not the primary focus of their project. They aimed to inform people of their past in an attempt to foster feelings of belonging and esteem. Wieder explains that the December 1st movement pursued an agenda that said, "This is the way we are African. We have equal access to Africanness." He argues that the colored stake was devalued because colored people are seen to be not fully African, or not having suffered fully. Wieder explained that his interest in slave history motivated his role in the movement because he wished to inform colored people of their roots and origins, which could lead to a better understanding of their place in contemporary South Africa. Trevor Ousterwijk defined the movement as completely a cultural organization. The movement wished to lobby and advocate for an end to the political and social marginalization of colored people, to develop and encourage an intellectual and political understanding of non-essentialist culture through a politics of difference, and to organize among colored communities to restore their right to self-determination and participation in the transformation of South Africa. Much criticism could be directed against it for promoting colored identity, politics and culture, and in a later document the movement recognizes this essentialism. It explains it as follows. There seems to be an obvious contradiction between wanting to bring coloreds into the political and economic mainstream, and yet also in the same breath to talk about the development of a non-racial project. My response to this is that we have to admit, as many other people have argued, that the so-called non-racialism of the 1980s was largely a failure, because it never moved beyond being an organizational ethic and principle which for many reasons never permeated to the masses in a fundamental way. Wieder explains the failure of the movement in the following terms. December 1st was demonized, and the biggest hatchet men in this thing were the coloreds in the unions and the ANC to show how much African they are within the image of Nguni African, the African as noble and the African as pure. They had to show how they went for these narrow coloreds. So to show how big I am, I have to go against my own people. I'm just saying how the December 1st initiative was aborted for ethnic politic celebration of the First Nation in an idealized rewritten way. The ANC did not support the continued existence of the movement because it appeared to highlight differences between communities in the Western Cape. The movement acknowledged that similarities existed between communities in the region and that racial differences were constructed as part of the apartheid government's divide and rule strategy, but they opted to operate within the ANC structures which still recognized racially based differences. Abrahams also argues that the ANC is more comfortable with dealing with ethnicity and the belief that colored people are different, but it fails to address those differences and fears and instead produces broad-stroke policies that define citizenship in terms of Africanness with which the broader colored community does not identify. Khorasan identities. Khorasan identity has emerged strongly from within the colored community, but is not seen as a Black African identity. Mervyn Ross is of the opinion that we were the first to have fought against colonialism. It was the Khorasan, our ancestors. Where was the black man then? For this reason Michael Weeder rejects Khorasan identity as coloredness by another name. It is a postmodern tribalism that is driven by the impulse of separateness and quest for purity. It looks like a politics of ethnicity on appearance and doesn't look at power. Reaching back into history for a sense of belonging and differentiation shows a need for people to connect colored identities to what they would regard as an authentically African identity that predates Black African identities. Like all identities, the Khorasan revivalist movement is instrumentalist as it links the identity to land rights and land restitution, and the political recognition of its leaders by national and international bodies. Khorasan activists such as Chief Joseph Little, Chief Jean Burgess, Chief Holeen Sassman, Hendrik van Wyk, Ron Martin, and Chief Joseph Marks mostly argue that their movement aims to engage people in a more personal process of self-determination. These key individuals began to debate Khorasan identities in the public sphere in the period immediately after 1994. The link between Africa and Khorasan identities is strong as the Khorasan are seen to be the first people of southern Africa. Khorasan chiefs generally do not wish to be included in the Congress for Traditional Leaders in South Africa, Contralisa, a body consisting of African chiefs that is afforded limited political power and recognized by the Constitution. Khorasan activist John Witbooi, on the contrary, demands that Khorasan chiefs be recognized as traditional leaders and join Contralisa, thereby giving them access to political representation in Parliament, a stipend and power at local government level. For Chief Jean Burgess, a Khorasan activist from the Eastern Cape, the creation of a sense of belonging is of utmost importance to the Khorasan revivalist movement. She finds humility in belonging to a continent and a place, humility that is connected to her belonging to an ancient people who always lived in Africa and therefore have a right to be in South Africa as equal citizens. Many Khorasan activists wished to highlight their attachment to a historical identity that could be traced to the period prior to the arrival of the Dutch. It could be argued that this is a search for purity, a purity that cannot be achieved through a hybrid colored identity. Land rights are foremost in Khorasan politics because Khorasan land rights were not open to negotiation as the ANC had identified 1913 as the cutoff date, thereby nullifying many colored claims to land that their families had lost under British rule and during the early years of the Union. Other Khorasan identities survived apartheid, and the Griqua one is still being practiced in separate communities in Klaarwater, Ratelgat and Kranschuk. Cecil Lafleur, chairperson of the National Khorasan Consultative Conference, NKCC, said as much during his speech. Griqua culture and tradition survived despite the regime's attack on Khorasan people. It is through our doing that the Khorasan flame burns. Lafleur explains that the apartheid government's purposeful attempts to transform our people, Griquas, into a colored identity disempowered our people. There was forced registration by officials based on phenotype. Under colonial and apartheid rule, the Griquas sought a separate existence that protected and maintained their culture within a racialized system that ignored their particularities and treated them the same as it did other colored communities. The Griquas' search for separate development and self-determination and, more generally, the Khorasan revivalist group's project, renewed discussions around ethnic and racial identities. In 1997, the Khorasan Identities and Cultural Heritage Conference was held in Cape Town to discuss the future of Khorasan identities in the new South Africa. The holding of the conference was prompted by two developments. Firstly, the declaration of the United Nations Decade of Indigenous Peoples in 1995 highlighted issues around Khorasan rights and identity, and situated debate around them in an international context. Secondly, in 1996, Thabo Mbeki's "I Am an African" speech opened up a debate around who is African. Mbeki stated the following: "I owe my being to the Khoi and the San, whose desolate souls haunt the great expanses of the beautiful Cape, they who fell victim to the most merciless genocide our native land has ever seen, they who were the first to lose their lives in the struggle to defend our freedom and dependence, and they who, as a people, perished in the result. The ANC government's claim that the Khoisan had, as a people, perished, pushed the leadership to make surviving Khoisan communities more visible. Unlike the KWB and the December 1st movement, the Khoisan revivalist movement has entered the debate related to group rights of indigenous peoples. The NKCC's definition of indigenous follows the collaboration, assimilation and contestation United Nations understanding, which delinks the term from native or aboriginal identities. The Khoisan people say they are indigenous. That is the basic argument about UN indigeneity. It's not about racial purity. Indigenous identities are mixed, but it doesn't mean that they cannot take on a specific identity. It's about the principle of self-identification. Lafleur talks about Volksrechte, people's rights, thereby removing Khoisan identity from the liberal conception of individual rights. The Khoisan movement wishes to obtain recognition for language and cultural rights, which Lafleur claims are not protected by group or community rights. The Khoisan do not only need protection of their cultural, linguistic and religious rights but also need those cultural expressions to be constructed, reconstructed and corrected before they can be protected. He calls for a separate process through which the Khoisan could catch up with other groups, and argues that this is the reason why they need recognition first before they call for protection. Efforts to revive the language and cultures of the Khoisan groups have emerged in the Western, Eastern and Northern Cape provinces. Social constructions of Khoisan identities are important because the culture has largely been eradicated through cultural assimilation into colored communities. Ron Martin, a Khoisan activist in the Western Cape, explains that he is fighting the Khoi awareness cause. Another cultural activist, John Witbooi from the Eastern Cape, refers to this process as a reawakening and demystification of Khoisan identity. Martin calls for constitutional accommodation of the Khoisan and the restoration of Khoisan identity and dignity as a people. He has played a pioneering role in the restoration of the Nama language through the promotion of Nama language classes. Martin's purpose is to show that culture can be embraced by everybody. For him, colored is Khoisan, and through knowledge and experience of that culture, stereotypes will be destroyed. We put it out there that these people are not nonentities, cultureless bastards, the working class of the Western Cape. Martin distinguishes between cultural identity and racial identity by arguing that cultural groups are not ethnic or racial. Culture can transcend racial and ethnic barriers constructed in society. Evidence abounds in South African schools and universities, where students from all racial groups share similar tastes in music and fashion, and have a preference for the English language. John Witbooi assisted with the establishment of the Khoisan Awareness Initiative, KAI, in the Eastern Cape that promotes an understanding and knowledge of the Khoisan groups in that area. How do we decide what is our authentic culture, he asks. His answer is that KAI is not interested in political issues. We're interested in language, culture, history. KAI is non-partisan. Issues of authenticity are important to Black Africans in the post-1994 period for particular social and political reasons related to access to resources. Ethnic identities such as Xhosa, Zulu and Sotho are grounded in historical writings, and can prove their belonging to Africa in terms of shared language and culture. Because of its rootless nature, colored identity has not attained the same level of authenticity as the Nguni cultures. For this reason, the Khoisan revivalist movement could be accused of attempting to define identity in pure terms by relating Khoisanness to a past prior to colonialism. Kwame Anthony Opia equates the search for authenticity with the peeling of an onion as people try to find the essence of their identities. He warns that cultures constantly change and societies without change are not authentic, they are just dead. The search of an authentic African identity that is tied to the land, such as Khoisan identity, will not prove those members' authenticity because society, and the state, has not attached any value, other than tourism value, to that identity. Creoles and Africans. In 2002, Father Michael Weeder and ANC stalwart Reg September launched the Roots and Visions Forum in Cape Town to promote inquiry, information sharing, debate, cultural activity, engagement with issues of Africa, and proud celebration of our African heritage along with the full tapestry of our creolized culture. The Roots and Visions Forum was to be inclusive, regardless of political affiliation or status within the society, with the proviso that participants subscribe to a non-racist, non-ethnicist and non-sexist approach. It rejected ethnic definitions which divided people, and called for a society in which there was gender equality. The Roots and Visions Forum's aim was to engender debate about identity in the colored community, to encourage it to engage with contemporary politics and the nation-building project. We use terms like Creole and Creolization, but we do not use these terms normatively, where Creole refers to people who have multiple ancestral roots. Patrick Tariq Mellet, an identity activist in Cape Town, asked the participants at the Roots Collaboration, Assimilation and Contestation and Visions meeting in 2003 to go back and read President Becky's "I Am an African" speech. "I am also Creole, the sum total of what I am not what others say I am." The more of us who proudly say "I am an African," the more of a movement there will be. The nature of the debate around Creole identities is not very different from that of the December 1st movement. Both analyze identities and processes related to social change in post-apartheid society. It is important to note that the founders of these movements acknowledge the intellectual nature of the debate, and concede that not many of the objectives will be shared by the broader colored community. Mellet explains his use of the term Creole in the context of colored identity, and manages to incorporate debates around who was an African and the position of colored people within history. The language that developed was made up of a whole array of languages. It was a hybrid language. A Creole language, Afrikaans, emerged from slave population. There was contestation around Afrikaner Creole identity versus Afrikaner Creole identity. For most of the 1700s and 1800s, the term color did not feature. If you look at the first political organizations, the first recorded colored organization was the Kimberley Afrikaner League in 1880 and the APO 1903. There was a period when colored people said proudly that "I am an African." Mellet also argues that African nationalism in South Africa came from the colored people. He provides the examples of the South African Native National Congress, the Afrikaner League, and the African People's Organization, which he claims had moved black identity away from a racially imposed native identity towards a broader Africanness as had been imagined in African American writings at the turn of the 20th century. Mellet advises nation builders to adopt his Africanness and not to run away from Creoleness or mulattoness. For Mellet, the multiple identities found in an African context would form a part of the nation-building project. The national naming process should not engulf minor identities under a suffocating national identity, which will ultimately lead to dissatisfaction and increased tension within South African society. The term Creole has not been well received in post-apartheid South Africa and has often been viewed as both racist and suspect. Some scholars have used Creole to explain that colored identities are based on cultural creativity and creolized formations shaped by South Africa's history of colonialism, slavery, segregation and apartheid. Zimitri Erasmus, a sociologist at the University of Cape Town, posits that creolization involves the construction of identity out of elements of ruling as well as subaltern cultures, and that colored identities are made and remade by colored people themselves in their attempts to give meaning to their everyday lives. Again, this is an intellectual debate which fails to gain a footing in the broader colored community. Many colored people believe strongly that their mixture occurred so far back in history that it does not feature in their contemporary consciousness. As a result, mixed has new connotations in a post-apartheid South Africa in that it denotes children born of mixed couples. Johannesburg journalist Bornu Mlanjeni asks, "What identity do you give a child of mixed race in post-apartheid South Africa?" Because colored is an inadequate definition. What am I, is the question many children need answered without feeling they are the result of an immoral act. Here Mlanjeni, like others, favors the remnants of an apartheid-era sense of coloredness. She misses the point that in the new South Africa, children of mixed race could define themselves as they choose. This does not, however, preclude people defining such a child as colored or other. Terms such as Creole and hybrid hide the negative stigmas attached to a colored identity, while signifiers such as brown or mixed would more likely appear in ordinary conversations that have consciously moved away from the use of the term colored. Neville Alexander refers to it as a cultural domain without boundaries in which people can experiment with different computations of identities and cultural practices. Conclusion. While accusations of race-based voting are well-founded in some cases, issue-based politics have always been important in the colored community. Racism does exist within the colored community for reasons mentioned above. However, as this chapter argues, the colored community has always sought a political and social home that best represents its interests. It is imperative that, in addition to addressing material and social needs, the state should be cognizant of the different histories and conditions of each community and acknowledge these differences. The nation-building project cannot succeed if certain identities are valorized and others are not. Collaboration, assimilation and contestation. People in post-apartheid South Africa are reconstructing their identities but are doing so within an apartheid mental framework. Colored identity continues to occupy a space between whiteness and Africanness, even though it moves through a continuum comprising Khoisan, colored, Creole and mixed people. Time, space and institutional structure feed into constructions of identity, therefore colored people still create meaning within their communities and through experiences that are still tainted by apartheid. On a positive note, however, the group has begun to interrogate its own constructions of itself and to debate its conceptions of its authenticity. By claiming an authentic African identity, colored people can claim to belong in South Africa and to be tied to the land. Constructions of authentic indigenous identity cement the divide between black Africans and coloreds, which needs to be eliminated in order for South Africa to be truly democratic. The ANC government is calling for a national identity at a time when specific identities are being sought. Fears of ethnic nationalism underlie the caution against localized identities. The argument is that in order for a young democracy to thrive, internal strife and differences should be minimized. This chapter argues the contrary. In order for a democracy to survive, specific identities are necessary so as to provide individual citizens with the ability to say, "This is who I am," and to vote on their beliefs. This is not a call for searches for primordial linkages, rather, it is a call for imagined communities to emerge according to the needs of each community and group. Colored people are culture brokers in that what they have to offer in their deliberations of identity is the resilience entailed in crossing all types of boundaries rather than in simply forging negotiated agreements which harmonize interactions, but essentially allow the boundaries to remain. If colored people continue to search for discreetly recognizable identities, they will lose their resilience and ability to cross the boundaries to which Simone has referred. The politics of identity in South Africa since 1994 have shown that this country is still beset by issues of difference. In turn, these differences, in the present political milieu, determine whether groups gain access to resources and recognition, or are rendered politically or socially invisible. Colored, brown, Khoisan, Creole and slave identities have highlighted the nuances within the colored community, thereby revealing individuals' agency in the process of choosing their individual and collective identities. Colored elites have managed to find new ways to construct colored identities that conform to the discourse around Africanness, authenticity, indigeneity and belonging. The motives of elites could be instrumental or spiritual, but they have engaged in these debates in the public sphere that is dominated by the ANC. Stephen Robbins conceives of identity reconstruction as a recuperation of social memory. It is a recuperative process, but it is also one through which new memories are made and which responds directly to the nation-building project and the call for democracy in South Africa. Sharp suggests that the reasons for perceptions of marginalization in the former colored community may be that the dominant metaphors of the nation-building process have a different meaning for this segment of the population than for others. The process of constructing a national identity that hinges on conceptions of Africanness needs to be inclusive enough to embody a sense of belonging in its bearers. As Mellet puts it, ANC stalwarts, their Africanness is mine. Slave spirits are mine. Identity is not singular, it's plural. Perhaps this is the true hybridity which post-colonial writers have theorized. Sharp argues that cultural hybridity involves a reflexive awareness of multiple subject positions rather than a simple mixing of two or more cultures. A society with multiple identities will bolster democracy unless the hegemonic identity conforms to old racialized divisions within South African society. Various identities within an individual that are recognized in particular contexts could provide for and reinforce participatory democratic practices. Chapter 6. We are the original inhabitants of this land, Co-San Identity in Post-Apartheid South Africa. By Michael Besson. University of the Free State. Terminology and identities in flux. This chapter examines the dynamics of Co-San identity in post-apartheid South Africa. It begins by providing historical background and discussing some of the effects of colonial racial categorizations in legislation and censuses on Co-San identities. It is then argued that, with the ending of apartheid, the colored category, under which many Co-San descendants had been classified prior to 1994, lost much of the psychological, socio-economic, ideological and political value it previously conferred on its bearers. This predisposed colored people to distance themselves from the identity and to affirm an indigenous Co-San heritage. The shift was largely motivated by an attempt at finding identity terms that were useful for promoting broader colored social and political concerns rather than those of people who had historically espoused Co-San identities. This tied the articulation of Co-San identities to coloredness at the same time that it challenged the premises on which colored identity has been based. The term Co-San is used to refer to the indigenous peoples of southern Africa who inhabited the area before the arrival of Bantu-speaking agropastoralists 2,000 years ago. It was appropriated after 1994 by people who regarded themselves as descended from these indigenous peoples. This specific form is preferred to Khoisan partly because Koko is a more appropriate linguistic rendering than Khoikhoi. Hunter-gathering communities tended to be referred to as San by Koko herders. Hunter-gatherers who spoke a language other than Ko historically did not refer to themselves as San but used more narrowly based group names to refer to themselves. Hyphenating the two terms also reflects the view among some academics and people who identify themselves as Co-San that although the early hunter-gathering and herding indigenes of southern Africa had a shared ancestry and some cultural commonalities, there were differences in language, culture, livelihood and identity between the two. This configuration also takes account of the objection that the San should not be subordinated to, or subsumed within, Koko groupings. Many San reject the idea of the Khoisan people, terming it a political ploy by non-San-speaking people, particularly the Nama and the Griqua, to continue subjugating their unique culture. They would also reject the term Co-San, preferring to identify as a separate group. The hunting, gathering and herding livelihoods of early Co-San communities encouraged multiple and relatively fluid group identities. The impact of colonialism led to the fragmentation of Co-San communities and further erosion of traditional Co-San cultures and identities. The application of the terms Bushman and Hottentot to these people by colonists and subsequent self-referential usage of these categories fostered overarching group identities within Koko and San communities. San who were incorporated into the colonial labor force were also liable to be categorized as Hottentot and thus to develop a Hottentot identity. Captured San, especially children taken into the colonial labor force as servants on farms in the interior during the 18th and 19th centuries, were likely to assume a Hottentot identity. By spawning categories such as colored and Aboriginal native, colonialism engendered a broader group consciousness among Co-San underclasses. The terms Bushman and Hottentot did not, however, feature in the pre-1994 South African constitutional and legal dispensation as legitimate communities with identities, cultures and historical claims worthy of respect. Racial discrimination and the association of the Bushman and Hottentot categories with inferiority and primitivism led to people of Co-San ancestry distancing themselves from Co-Sanness and assuming alternative identities. Many such people found Christian and bastard identities more attractive than being categorized as Bushman or Hottentot, as these were associated with higher status in the colonial value system. Bastard and Christian identities allowed Co-San descendants to assert a status that suggested closer proximity to Europeans and Western culture and helped distance them from their Co-San heritage. This is apparent from William Burchell's 1812 account of Van Roy and Corn, two servants accompanying him on his travels. None were more lazy than these two, yet, on account of their being Christmensch, they rated themselves so high, that they actually regarded it as degrading, to do the same work as a Hottentot. They carried this ignorant mischievous pride so far, as to deny all knowledge of the Hottentot language. It was disgusting, though ridiculous, to hear these two woolly-headed men call their companions Hottentots, as an appellation of inferiority. Most Khoisan descendants were officially classified as colored and native during the 19th and 20th centuries. A slong-ath colored category subsumed the native category, as was the case for much of the 19th century when the term colored was used broadly to refer to people not considered European. Bushmen and Hottentots could unproblematically be designated both colored and native. A growing distinction between these two categories from the late 19th century onwards resulted in some ambiguity in the categorization of people referred to as Bushmen and Hottentots. This was especially the case with the Griqua. Some colonial laws explicitly lumped Griqua and Khoisan together with Bantu-speaking communities as Aboriginal natives. Other laws that classified Bushmen, Hottentots, Karana and Namakwa as Aboriginal natives did not include Griqua in this category. The perception that Bushmen and Hottentots were racially mixed often caused them to be seen as a subset of the colored category. At other times, the perception that people with Bushman and Hottentot ancestry were indigenous meant that they were regarded as native. The chance that they might be included in the native category and subjected to discrimination imposed on natives inclined many to invoke a colored identity and to valorize a non-indigenous heritage. Categorization, both in law and in official censuses, was very much tied to the colonial state's imperative to maintain social order. Preserving order under white rule required a neat demarcation of population groups. This was made difficult by a lack of consensus over, and shifting meanings of, racial terminologies within the colonial establishment itself. The water was further muddied through social networks cutting across official categories, and colonial subjects contesting the applicability of certain terms to their particular groups. In the 20th century, government officials used racial categories inconsistently in both legislation as well as in censuses. For example, in censuses between 1921 and 1970 the terms Bantu and Native were used interchangeably. Hottentots and Bushmen, on the other hand, were excluded from the native category and included together with Griqua in the colored category in censuses between 1904 and 1946. During this period they were also referred to as Aboriginal natives in some laws. The census classification of Khoisan, with the exception of the Griqua, changed in 1951. Viewed as Aboriginal races, people regarded as Bushmen, Hottentots, Karana and Namakwa were classified as natives in the 1951 census so as to be in line with the Population Registration Act of 1950. The Act did not explicitly refer to Koko or San but defined a native as a person who is in fact or is generally accepted as a member of any Aboriginal race or tribe of Africa. The exclusion of the Griqua from the native category in the 1951 census reflected the strong association of Griqua with the colored grouping. The Population Registration Act defined a colored person as a person who is not a white person or a native. Since Bushmen and Hottentots were to be classified as natives in censuses from 1951 onwards, these two categories were effaced from subsequent censuses. Many Khoisan descendants were, however, in practice treated as colored, a category of people that became increasingly associated with racial mixture in the course of the 20th century. This was very much as a result of the widely held perception among government officials that there were few pure Hottentots and Bushmen left, and that most who had previously been identified as Hottentot were racially mixed. It was mentioned in the 1911 census report that the term Hottentot was colloquially applied to many persons who, though their forebears in the distant past may have belonged to the Hottentot race, should strictly speaking be classed as of the mixed race. From 1961, population censuses generally used the term Bantu in place of a native, and this meant that people considered Bushmen and Hottentots were now liable to be classified as Bantu. Bantu were defined in the 1961 census as persons who in fact are, or who are generally accepted as members of any Aboriginal race or tribe of Africa, referred to in previous census reports as native. A 1961 circular from the Department of Bantu Administration and Development made it clear that those considered Bushmen or Hottentots were to be classified as Bantu, some district officers may encounter difficulty due to the fact that certain groups such as Namakarana and Bushmen may claim classification as coloreds. It must be emphasized that although the above-mentioned groups are lighter of skin than the typical Bantu, they belong to an aboriginal race of Africa and are regarded as Bantu for the population registration purposes. The subsequent use of the term black in place of a native would similarly have resulted in some Khoisan being classified black. Official usage of population categories in legislation and censuses tended to limit the identity choices of people, inducing them to locate themselves and others in terms of official categories. These categories and their meanings were, however, subject to contestation both within dominant and subordinate communities. The divergent ways in which these categories were deployed within the dominant classes, especially government officials, gave subordinate people some leeway in the identity choices they could make and the meanings they could give to population categories. Terms such as Hottentot, colored, and a native, introduced by colonizers, were not necessarily accepted by all people thus designated or, when accepted, were not necessarily imbued with the same meaning. Although the term Hottentot connoted primitiveness for many whites, it could be affirmed with a measure of pride by some Khoisan people, as occurred in the Cat River settlement between 1825 and 1851. Khoisan heritage and memory, especially around pre-colonial land ownership, was invoked by Khoisan descendants in the Eastern Cape to mobilize against colonial restrictions. In the 20th century, Griqua leader Andrew Abraham Stockenstrom Lafleur I, 1867–1941, attempted to turn coloreds into proud Griqua subjects. Lafleur also invoked categories, "We are the original inhabitants of this land," such as Hottentot and Namakwa, with a measure of pride. While there was a general proclivity during the era of white supremacy for Khoisan to distance themselves from their disparaged heritage, some people openly acknowledged having Koko and San ancestry. Post-apartheid Khoisan revivalism. The demise of apartheid together with anxiety about the future caused some colored people to re-evaluate their social identities and to affirm, even invent, an indigenous heritage. This contributed to a broader rethinking in South African society of what it meant to be indigenous and African. There was renewed discussion within colored communities after 1994 about the appropriateness of espousing a colored identity in the new order, as many saw it as an artificial imposition of the apartheid establishment. Many felt the need to develop a more appropriate identity. A relatively small but growing number opted to promote a Khoisan or one or other narrower indigenous identity. This they presented as the real identity of colored people, embracing what for many had previously held unpalatable associations. They asserted that there needed to be a rethinking of what it meant to be Koko and San in post-apartheid South Africa. Educated elites featured prominently in Khoisan revivalism and assumed leadership roles in many Khoisan organizations. A number claimed to be chiefs of long-extinct Khoisan tribes to attract support and bolster their legitimacy. It was largely members within the educated colored elite who assumed a leadership role within the movement because they were able to harness the mechanisms of power and influence in the new South Africa. The resurgence of Khoisan identities in South Africa in the 1990s coincided with a number of international developments that stimulated growing Khoisan organizations and the affirmation of their culture and identity. The United Nations, UN, declaring 1993 as the Year of Indigenous People and the subsequent declaration of 1995 to 2004 as the International Decade for the World's Indigenous People focused greater attention on the rights of Indigenous peoples or First Nations. Renewed Western fascination with, and romanticization of, indigenous cultures and the attendant boom in cultural tourism encouraged the assertion of Khoisan identity. These developments contributed to the realignment of identities within communities such as the Griqua, which had long acknowledged a Koko heritage. This in turn contributed to identity realignments among coloreds. During apartheid, Griqua were inclined to project themselves as being of mixed Koko, slave and European descent. They were prepared to acknowledge part Hottentot ancestry but did not represent themselves as Koko. Griqua, especially the most westernized segments outside of Griqualand West, were also not inclined to view traditional Koko culture in a positive manner. By 1995, however, Griqua were increasingly claiming that they were Koko. The view that they were of mixed descent was now de-emphasized. They were also now prepared to affirm traditional Koko culture, and projected themselves as Khoisan. In reticulating their identity, Greeka reasserted a long-standing aspiration for official recognition of Greek identity and culture, gaining constitutionally entrenched political representation and the restoration of lost land. The public articulation of these objectives was encouraged by an accommodationist official ideology and a growing international First Nation rights discourse. Since most of these aspirations could not feasibly be met within the current constitutional framework, it reinforced their sense that Greeka were being marginalized in the new order. The perception that the post-apartheid government was not sensitive to the needs of Khoisan communities caused activists to try to gain First Nation status, both from the United Nations and the South African government. Greeka organizations together with the South African San Institute, SASI, and its mother body, the Working Group for Indigenous Minorities in Southern Africa, WIMSA, an NGO that specializes in promoting San interests across Southern Africa, became the principal catalysts in the assertion of an indigenous status and in the agitation for First Nation rights among Khoisan. These demands were highlighted by post-1994 campaigns for the restitution of Khoisan land and at academic conferences on Khoisan history and identity. The new discourse of indigenous rights found resonance among some colored people in search of empowering post-apartheid identities. These developments together with the changed constitutional order provided an impetus for the emergence of a Khoisan identity outside of long-standing Khoisan communities. Khoisan and indigeneity in South Africa. Affirmation of Khoisan identities and claims that they were the real indigenes had the potential to yield a range of benefits. This fostered a deep sense of rootedness in South Africa as well as a sense of entitlement to socio-economic resources. After the transition to democracy, segments of the colored population were more open to acknowledging an African heritage. A number opted not only to proclaim their Africanness but also that their indigeneity entitled them access to resources. Many, however, sought to distinguish themselves from Bantu-speaking communities. In projecting themselves as indigenous, claimants to Khoisan identity appropriated a status generally associated with Bantu-speaking communities in South Africa during the apartheid period. Within Khoisan organizations, Bantu speakers were not regarded as indigenous to Southern Africa. Khoisan claimed their ancestors to have been in Southern Africa before any other peoples, and their claims to indigeneity to be more authentic than anyone else's. This logic encouraged Khokho to also position themselves as Khoisan, as the San were acknowledged to be the earliest people to have inhabited the region. The rights claimed for First Nations at the United Nations contributed much to the popularity of the term indigenous within Khoisan organizations. The International Labour Organization's Convention No. 169 of 1989, concerning indigenous and tribal peoples in independent countries, was seen as particularly significant because it had far-reaching implications for the treatment of Khoisan across Southern Africa. It required ratifying states to institute special measures, in collaboration with indigenous people, to safeguard their rights, cultures and institutions, and the ownership of land that they traditionally occupied. To be defined as an indigenous people, the convention required a group to have been in existence before colonial conquest. Regarding the Khoisan as the only indigenous people of South Africa was controversial, as African politicians were inclined to reason that all black Africans were indigenous to Africa, thus making the ratification of the Convention 169 by African states problematic. The terms First People and First Nation could be used as alternatives to indigenous in restitution campaigns. Demands for restitution, especially of land, within long-standing Khoisan communities such as the Greeka, Kalahari San and Nama, provided some incentive for the affirmation of Khokho and San identities among people who were not part of these communities. A host of new organizations claiming to represent Khoisan interests emerged after 1994. The drive for land restitution was particularly evident among the Greeka from the Northern Cape, who made extensive demands for land and monetary reparation. The view that the British were responsible for Greeka impoverishment and the confiscation of their land in Greekaland West and East Greekaland gained new life. In 1996, the Griqua Volks Organisation sued the British government for £1.4 billion for robbing and driving our ancestors off their land and property. It also sued De Beers Consolidated Mines for £8.7 billion for royalties on the mineral rights of the company's Northern Cape and Free State diamond mines situated on historic Greeka land. Renewed Khoisan activism, Wimsa and Susi. As with the Griqua, the affirmation of a Komani San identity in the Northern Cape was also influenced by the prospect of land restitution in the Kalahari Gemsbok National Park, KGNP. The activities of organizations such as Wimsa and Susi also played an important role in the reaffirmation of San identities and awareness of indigenous rights. In 1994, a Zun and Kui delegation from Schmidtsdrift, supported by whites later involved in the creation of Susi, attended the proceedings of the United Nations International Working Group for Indigenous Affairs, IWGIA, in Geneva. The delegation not only attended discussions on the need to protect indigenous peoples but also delivered 2 speeches appealing for international recognition of their indigeneity and for the conservation of their cultures. The visit by the Zun and Kui delegation to IWGIA and subsequent delegations from other Khoisan groups was important in facilitating contact with First Nations from elsewhere and for familiarizing themselves with First Nations rights discourse. The visit by the Zun and Kui delegation also provided inspiration to other Khoisan and Neo-Khoisan groups to assert claims to First Nation status. Greater international sensitivity to First Nations rights contributed to the emergence of an industry around the protection of indigenous rights in South Africa. Highly educated and skilled individuals, largely white and usually contracted as consultants, became involved in San educational, cultural and economic development projects, especially the promotion of San land rights. These efforts drew a fair amount of funding from international sources for their activities, suggesting that activists skillfully exploited international sympathy for the plight of the San people. According to Wimsa, the organization was established in January 1996 in Windhoek, Namibia, after San representatives from southern African countries expressed the need for representation at local, national and international levels. They sought effective channels through "We are the original inhabitants of this land," which to exchange information among their communities and through which they could participate in regional developmental processes. San delegates defined a number of objectives for Wimsa. It had to help the San gain political recognition, secure access to natural and financial resources, and raise a general awareness of their rights so that their communities could become self-sustainable through development projects. Wimsa was also expected to assist San communities regain their identity and pride in their culture. Wimsa provided training courses at its Windhoek office for San youths, and conducted a series of workshops with San traditional authorities on land tenure, income-generating possibilities and specific community problems. The organization provided opportunities for San delegates from Southern Africa to participate in regional workshops and international conferences. Susi was established by WIMSA as a specialist service organization. It mandated SASE to set up multidisciplinary development projects in areas such as education, leadership training, cultural resource management, land rights, intellectual property rights, oral history collection, and community mobilization. Susi aimed to give the San permanent control over their lives, resources, and destiny. Although Susi, at its inception, was very much a white-controlled organization, it insisted that it was acting in the interests of the San, who were being guided to take control of their own destiny. San now play a more visible role in the organization and its leadership than before. To secure funding for their activities, Susi and Wimsa were inclined to use a discourse that presented the San as a primordial people whose hunter-gathering lifestyle and ancient way of life was threatened. This discourse played on the strong interest of international donors in the survival of vanishing cultures and was invoked to support the Komani claim for land in the KGNP. During the land claims process, the Komani were projected as a highly marginalized but homogeneous and cohesive hunter-gathering community with historical links to the KGNP. The Komani land claim not only stimulated a reaffirmation of Komani identity but also boosted the profile of Susi as a San developmental organization. Neo-Khoisan and Neo-Koko revivalism. The presence of Griqua, Nama and San as long-standing communities in the Northern Cape allowed coloureds in the region to be more open to accepting a Khoisan heritage and embracing Khoisan revivalism. The same applied to coloured people living in the Free State since they had strong historical associations with the Griqua and Karana peoples. While Khoisan revivalism within these communities rubbed off onto coloureds who had no such attachments, the broadening of the revivalist movement to such people in turn fed revivalism within long-standing Khoisan communities. Though not as attractive an option as espousing a Coco identity, some revivalist segments in the Northern Cape opted for a specifically San identity, as embodied in the San Diaspora, an organization formed shortly after the 1994 democratic transition by Pastor Johannes Lawrence of Kimberley. Claiming to be a Zam descendant, Lawrence assumed the title of San Paramount Chief. The presence of long-standing Co-San communities in the Northern Cape facilitated a positive reception of this initiative among colored people in the region. Lawrence's positioning suggested the opportunism that might be involved in claiming Coco and San identities, especially chieftainship of one or other group. Lawrence at first espoused a Griqua identity but later opted to present himself as San after falling out with his Griqua counterparts. He claimed, however, to have been born San. Lawrence's shifting identities suggest opportunistic use of multiple ethnic heritages. Claiming to be San allowed him to exploit their association with innocence, vulnerability, marginality and colonial genocide, that is, with ultimate victimhood, in appeals for reparation and aid. Lawrence's San Diaspora issued a media statement in 2000 in which it asked the government to prevent museums from removing San title deeds, by which it meant rock art, from their original locations and placing them in museums. The San Diaspora reasoned that rock paintings were the only proof the San had of their land rights and heritage. The organization also asked for government assistance in retrieving their ancestors' skins and skulls from museums in other countries so that they could be buried at an appropriate place. Playing on the notion of the San as the ultimate victims, the San Diaspora appealed to the public to help protect its heritage from further exploitation. It also solicited donations of office equipment, old clothes, tinned food, furniture and blankets, and any other articles that may be of use. The media statement, in addition, called for San representation at provincial and parliamentary levels and for their participation in government decision-making structures. While there were many organizations claiming Coco and Co-San identities, there were far fewer that associated themselves exclusively with the San despite the perception that they were the original inhabitants of the region. The lower status associated with the San as hunter-gatherers as opposed to Coco pastoralism contributed to this. The historical marginalization of the San was thus replicated in post-apartheid Co-San revivalism. A scarcity of detail on specific San groups may, however, also have played a part. Joseph Little and the Cape Cultural Heritage Development Council, CCHDC, which registered as a Section 21 non-profit company in 1996, played an important role in the organization of Neo-Coco in the Western and Eastern Cape. Joseph Little, Chief Executive Officer of the CCHDC, in 1997 claimed to be the chief of the Hamkamkwa people and to be a Coco descendant through his grandmother, who was a member of the royal tribe of the Hamkamkwa. He later positioned himself as chief of the Chinokwa. Little and his associates were inspired by the South African Constitution's various provisions for protecting and promoting the nation's cultural diversity to establish the CCHDC. Explicitly colored concerns as opposed to Co-San or Neo-Co-San interests were evident in the formation of the CCHDC and in the formulation of its objectives. At the Khoisan Identities and Cultural Heritage Conference held at the South African Museum in Cape Town in July 1997, Joseph Little explained that our very first objective in the Cape Cultural Heritage Organization is to create a spirit of unity among all South Africans, especially those under the statutory title as colored South Africans. In 1994 everybody got a shock and everybody was in a subdued mode because all of a sudden we were going to have a black government. The colored people were looking for their identity along the Khoisan lines which we, I think at this stage, also are half-heartedly, from my point of view, are willing to accept. Little also mentioned that his organization was launched in response to the government's affirmative action policies. Under the previous dispensation we weren't white enough, with the next we weren't brown enough. A leading associate of the CCHDC, Jean Burgess, a former United Democratic Front activist who now positioned herself as chief of the Ganakwa tribe, rationalized her acceptance of a Coco identity as a response to perceptions among Bantu-speaking Africans that coloreds lacked a cultural heritage. Burgess claimed to have been part of the Black consciousness movement and to have always seen herself as black, but that on Heritage Day in 1996, a Xhosa man asked me, in front of all the people in the hall, where my culture and heritage was. It made me feel like nothing. I couldn't answer him. I started searching for it. I wanted it so badly, I would have done anything for it. It's difficult to explain what it means to have one's culture denied. Upon embracing a Coco heritage and identity, Burgess suggested that she felt her dignity had been restored and that she saw her role as a spiritual responsibility to make colored people see they aren't just a mixture of black and white. Little concurred with her views. Black people have no respect for us because we have no ancestral roots. Colored insecurities generated by the democratic transition, together with the historical association of coloreds with the Khoisan, ensured a degree of receptivity to identity entrepreneurs such as Chief Joseph Little and his associates, who promoted Khoisan identities as having psychological, political and material benefits. Re-evaluating the historical association of coloreds with partial Khoisan ancestry, the CCHDC and its affiliates emphasized their indigenous heritage and played down, at least in public, the notion that the colored people were the product of sexual liaisons between white settlers and indigenous peoples. Coloreds were now seen as descendants of the Khoisan, their slave heritage occasionally acknowledged. The CCHDC aimed, according to Little, to foster unity among historically colored people and give them pride in their origin. According to its spokesperson, David Andrews, the CCHDC sought to restore colored people's heritage to its pre-colonial glory. The CCHDC opened branches in the Western and Eastern Cape, and subsequently acquired affiliates in Gauteng. Functioning as an umbrella organization, the CCHDC was presented as consisting of Coco tribes represented by their respective chiefs. The CCHDC campaigned for the recognition of their tribes as indigenous people, for the recognition of their chiefs as traditional leaders, and for constitutionally entrenched political representation. The CCHDC also planned to identify and claim land that originally belonged to the Coco tribes, and to capitalize on the cultural heritage industry. According to Andrews, in many areas, indigenous people are living in squalor while other interested groups are making money from "We are the original inhabitants of this land, their history. We will submit land claims to the Land Claims Court to get the land back and have them declared national heritage sites. We will develop it, with the cooperation of the people, into sustainable hives of activity which would enable the people to economically empower themselves while at the same time tap the tourism potential." Claims by their chiefs reflected both the material as well as psychological imperatives of the Khoisan revivalist movement. At a Coco gathering in Oudtshoorn in May 1999, Jean Burgess criticized the Land Claims Commission, LCC, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, for not recognizing the Coco. She also criticized the TRC for only focusing on cases of injustice committed from 1948 onwards, and the LCC for only helping people who were deprived of land since 1913. Suggesting a basis for Coco land ownership claims, Burgess stated that Harry Di Strandloper, or Shumato, was the first political prisoner on Robben Island and that Eva Krotoa died on the island, thus making the Khoikhoi the owners of it, Robben Island, and we demand that it be returned to us. Reasoning that coloreds were an apartheid creation, Basil Coetzee, chief of the CCHDC-affiliated Cochokwa tribe, also expressed the Neo-Coco desire for cultural renewal as well as for restitution of land on the basis of Neo-Coco aboriginality. Whoever came here, from wherever, found us here. We are the original inhabitants of this land. We want our land back and our languages recognized. If we can have land, we can end this cultural slavery. We were a sovereign people before the Europeans came here. The demand for land was, as Coetzee indicated, often qualified or moderated so as to appear reasonable and practicable. The CCHDC did not, according to Coetzee, seek complete restoration of Khoisan historical land or a homeland or a Khoisan state. How can we ask for a homeland in our own country? But we're not saying all immigrants should leave the country. There's enough land for all of us. There were also a few Neo-Coco organizations that operated independently of the CCHDC between 1994 and 2000. Two examples are the Cape Town-based Hirikama Cultural Movement and the Khoisan Awareness Initiative, KAI, based in the Eastern Cape. These organizations nevertheless shared much with the CCHDC. They also saw the need for colored Nesto be replaced by a Khoisan identity, and strove for government recognition, land restitution, economic empowerment, cultural revival, promotion of Khoisan languages and the inclusion of Khoisan history in the school curriculum. A number of people in the Northern Cape and Free State also started reassuming a Karana identity after 1994. Leaders with surnames of historic Korana personalities such as Hoogstander, Katz and Taarbosch came to the fore and asserted First Nation status. They also demanded the restitution of some of their historic land, and rejected the 1913 cut-off date for claims lodged in terms of the 1994 Restitution of Land Rights Act. Khoisan revivalism also took root in Gauteng. The Gauteng Khoisan Tribes Youth Council, GKTYC, was formed in 2002. Its main objective was to re-establish the Khoisan culture, language, identity and traditions. The council also strove for government recognition of the Khoisan and their leaders and for the rights of Khoisan people to be guaranteed by the constitution. The GKTYC was strongly critical of the perceived marginalization of the Khoisan. Philip Williams, president of the GKTYC, felt that the government was deliberately marginalizing the Khoisan and that the arrogance of the present-day leadership in our society is destructive to healthy nation building. The African Renaissance will fail the Khoisan people and more so Africa. He reasoned that meaningful nation building could not take place while the Khoisan were marginalized. In line with the CCHDC, members of the GKTYC presented Coloureds as descendants of the Khoisan and colored identity as an illegitimate imposition that undermined their unity. In the words of Williams, European immigrants conquered the minds of the Khoisan to the extent that they suffered from poor self-esteem and had an identity crisis. Khoisan Africans are misled into focusing on their Eurocentric heritage and Coloureds lack a serious sense of creativity, spending most of their time anxious, highly stressed and mostly drunk, with devastating consequences. The colored suffers from self-hatred and therefore engages in self-destructive behavior. They are proud of who they are not, but they are the most divided of people who can never unite without their original identity, language and culture. The Khoisan, in their artificial identity as sophisticated Coloureds, divide "we are the original inhabitants of this land, our people" into an antagonistic us, Gauteng, Cape Town, etc., and them, Kalahari Desert, Schmidtsdrift community and the Basawa people of Botswana. We continually divorce ourselves from our African mother and cling to our European father. It is imperative that we understand that colonialism, the mother of all thefts of all land and resources, is the real cause of societal divisions and conflict. South Africans, we plead with you to assist us in the quest for our identity. Public expressions of Khoisan identities were partly driven by the expectation that some demands would be met. However, none of the key demands, most notably that Khoisan chiefs be accommodated in traditional leadership structures, have yet been met. Protracted negotiations that yielded little and declining hope that their demands would be satisfactorily addressed intensified their sense of deliberately being marginalized. While a decline in the hope that key Khoisan demands would be met sapped some of the energy behind the public staging of Khoisan indigeneity, a continued sense of colored economic and political marginalization continued to provide an impetus for the affirmation of Khoisan identity. South Africa's past generated concern within colored communities that the country could again be ethno-racially ordered, to their disadvantage. Thus, insecurity and fear of especially Bantu-speaking African favoritism and colored marginalization, reinforced very much by the perception that affirmative action and black empowerment benefited mainly Bantu-speaking Africans, encouraged individuals and groupings to rethink and redefine their identities, their space, as well as their relations to others, with some opting to invoke Khoisan identities. The potential ongoing sense of colored marginality to provide an impetus for the affirmation of Khoisan identity was exemplified by the creation of organizations such as the Movement Against Domination of African Minorities, MADAM. Formed late in 2004 by 4 senior correctional services officials, MADAM was concerned that Bantu-speaking African correctional services officials in the Western Cape were getting promoted into posts without the necessary qualification, just because they are African and Xhosa-speaking. The organization was formed as a pressure group to oppose black dominance in prisons across the Western Cape. It also promoted a Khoisan rather than a colored identity, and sought to recruit Khoisan to its cause. MADAM seemed as much concerned with the career advancement of its leadership as with the ethno-racial marginalization of the Khoisan. The perception that Coloureds in senior positions within government were being sidelined by the ANC was reinforced with the restructuring of the City of Cape Town's management team in 2005 after it came under ANC control. The restructuring resulted in the predominance of Bantu-speaking Africans in the top levels of power in Nomadium Mfeketo's mayoral committee and the city's directors known as the Ekwezi Sunrise team. The Ekwezi team consisted of 6 Bantu-speaking Africans, 2 whites and 2 coloreds, despite coloreds being in the majority in Cape Town and the Western Cape. The limited representation of coloreds in the top structures of Cape Town's municipal structures caused much bitterness. The mayor justified the restructuring on the basis of the need for representativity in terms of national demographics. The restructuring was also seen as part of Mfeketo's drive to Africanize Cape Town. While limiting the number of coloreds in top management caused much bitterness among those who felt sidelined, much less concern was expressed about the preponderance of whites in the top management of the preceding Cape Town City Council, which was controlled by the Democratic Alliance, DA. This suggests a particular concern with domination by Bantu-speaking leaders. The DA selection of colored mayors might, however, have dampened criticism by coloreds of the ethno-racial makeup of the Cape Town City Council's management under the DA between 2001 and 2002. Media revelations in March 2006 that Mfeketo's media advisor and head of the City of Cape Town's communications department, Zimbabwean-born Roderick Blackman Ngoro, had articulated offensive generalizations about coloreds on his private website before his employment by Mfeketo reinforced the perception that the mayor as well as some of her close associates harbored prejudice towards coloreds, despite Mfeketo's emphasis that she was a long-standing proponent of non-racialism. Ngoro claimed, inter alia, that coloreds were drunkards and acted as cheerleaders for whites, and that the culture of Bantu-speaking Africans was superior to that of coloreds. Cultural chauvinism expressed by the likes of Ngoro reinforced colored concerns about their being marginalized, and continued to provide impetus to Khoisan revivalism. Conclusion: colored insecurity generated by the transition to a democratic order eroded the measure of security they had under apartheid as a group with relative privilege. Neo-Khoisan identities reflect attempts at adapting to the new order to meet individual and collective ethno-racial concerns. With the ending of apartheid, and the attendant reconfiguration of political, cultural and ideological relations, the colored category lost much of the psychological, socio-economic, ideological and political value it previously held, predisposing some coloreds to distance themselves from colored identity and affirm an indigenous heritage. By positioning themselves as African, coloreds suggested that Bantu speakers were not entitled to special privileges by virtue of being African. A Khoisan identity further allowed coloreds to outdo Bantu-speaking Africans in claims to indigeneity and entitlement to resources in South Africa. While insecurity generated by the 1994 transition predisposed a number of coloreds to assume a Khoisan identity, everyone who claimed such an identity was not necessarily uneasy about the transition or driven by fear. It was also not inevitable that once assumed, a Khoisan identity would be sustained by insecurity. Many other factors fed into the identity. The articulation of a Khoisan identity also allowed individuals to recreate their personal lives in a way that assumed new significance to themselves and to others. For example, those opposed to prevailing gender and social inequities point to the egalitarian social and gender relations they read into the Khoisan past as ideals for which they should strive in the present. The past is thus revisited to validate present desires. Khoisan identity engendered a range of social and psychological qualities that many desired but which the colored category could not confer on bearers. These included a geographic rootedness, a sense of belonging, self-esteem, ethno-cultural specificity, legitimacy, integrity, unity, and a sense of entitlement to national resources. Although Neo-Khoisan expressed disapproval of the concept of coloredness, the Khoisan identity that they presented as an alternative was continually invested with elements of colored identity. The two categories tended to be articulated in a manner that placed them in a similar relationship to other racialized categories against which both were defined. This association and entanglement reflected the colored background of the Neo-Khoisan and the re-ethno-racialization of the Khoisan. Affirmations of Neo-Khoisan indigeneity and its attendant demands are testament to the psychological space opened up by the 1994 democratic transition for coloreds to reassess their identity. Chapter 7. Race, Ethnicity and the Politics of Positioning, The Making of Colored Identity in Colonial Zimbabwe, 1890–1980. By James Musondigia. Human Sciences Research Council. This chapter examines the growth of a distinct colored group consciousness in Zimbabwe. The history of this group has not only been marginalized in political and academic discourses but has also been subject to widespread popular misconception. One of the most prevalent fallacies is the notion that colored identity is a biologically determined, inherent quality derived from miscegenation. Another projects colored identity as an invention of the colonial state, arguing that coloreds did not exist as a distinct racial or ethnic group beyond state categorization and dismissing it as nothing more than false consciousness. This chapter will argue that the growth of colored identity resulted from definitions both internal and external to the group involving a wide range of actors that included the colonial state, the white public and the subject people themselves who, through self-identification, not only negotiated the dynamics of colored group creation, but also gave colored identity its shape and tenure. The identity was continually contested and redefined by various groups both within and outside of the culturally diverse colored community. Colonial institutions and the growth of colored identity. The growth of a distinct colored identity began with the onset of colonial rule in the 1890s. The development of this ethnic group consciousness was shaped by the complex interaction of both internal and external factors. Among the more important external factors was the Rhodesian state which, like the colonial state in many other parts of Africa and the world, sought to differentiate between natives and non-natives, and between majorities and minorities among subject groups. It also tried to construct and reconstruct people's identities by compartmentalizing them in biological, cultural and geographic terms. Laws passed from the earliest days of colonial rule, such as the Firearms Act of 1891, which prohibited the possession and use of firearms and ammunition by all black people, the 1898 Liquor Act, which prohibited the buying or consumption of liquor by coloreds and Africans, and the 1900 Census Act, defined black subjects into three major categories: native, Asian and colored. The Firearms Act, for example, defined a native as any person being, or being a descendant of, any Aboriginal native of Africa, while Asian referred to all Chinese, Indians and Malays or their descendants, and colored referred to any person other than an Asiatic or native who has the blood of an Asiatic or native. Classification of this sort did not necessarily lead to the assumption of ethnic identities on the part of those categorized. It did, however, set parameters within which the production and reproduction of ethnic identities, colored identity included, could occur. The way officials defined colonial subjects in their day-to-day implementation of the law was particularly significant in the production and reproduction of colored and other black identities. To take one example, under the Vagrancy Act and the Registration of Natives regulations, only natives were obliged to carry passes, while under the Town Location regulations, natives alone were compelled to stay in locations. Furthermore, when the first location was opened in Salisbury in 1892, only Aboriginal natives of southern Rhodesia were forced to live there. Coloreds and Indians, together with other non-autochthonous African groups, were only moved to segregated residential areas in the 1930s after the Land Apportionment Act of 1930 was passed. This meant that officials such as location inspectors, police officers and magistrates were called upon to make potentially life-changing distinctions among people defined as native, Asian, colored and European. Colonial categorization was indeed arbitrary, not simply because there were no easily perceivable phenotypical or cultural traits denoting coloreds as a group, but also because there was no precise definition of colored in the law which clearly set them apart. Even in the absence of clarity of definition, government officers still had to distinguish between natives and non-natives on the one hand, and Aboriginal natives and non-Aboriginal natives on the other. Within this context of categorization and discrimination based on colonial legislation, some people found themselves being ascribed new identity labels. Some people regarded as being of mixed race, for instance, suddenly found themselves defined colored upon entry into Rhodesian towns, simply because their color and physical characteristics made them indistinguishable from people categorized as colored when in fact they had always thought of themselves as African. That some of these people eventually came to see themselves in terms of the ethnic categories set in these definitions is not surprising. Distinctions or definitions made by colonial officials thus in no small way helped to shape ideas about colored identity in the broader society, while at the same time facilitating the reconstitution of people's own identities. Most importantly, because the law was more restrictive against Africans in general, and indigenous Africans in particular, assimilated colonial blacks, immigrants and locals alike found it convenient, if not advantageous, to assert non-African identities. To take one example, when Thomas Adams, a Cape boy accused of breaching the pass regulations, was brought before a Salisbury court in 1900, he was acquitted after successfully contesting the prosecution's argument that he fell into the Vagrancy Act's category of a native of Central and Southern Africa. Similarly, arguing his case before a Salisbury magistrate in 1902, James Marshall Kelly, a Cape boy accused of forging an order for alcohol, asserted that he was neither a native, nor had he the physical characteristics of the native tribes of South or Central Africa. By recognizing, and in certain cases imposing, distinctions based on color, language and geographic origins, state institutions such as courts of law became focal points in the process of colored identity construction. Churches and missionaries who tended to believe that all coloreds were descended from unions between Africans and whites, and that coloreds constituted a separate and intermediate racial category between Africans and whites, played an important role in the creation of a distinct colored consciousness. Missionaries also believed that the colonial government was morally bound to provide social services for coloreds. With this in mind, the Catholic Federation, for instance, criticized the race, ethnicity and the politics of positioning government for neglecting coloreds, and proposed a land settlement scheme for them to create a self-sufficient community, which would offer them a sense of economic and social security. Missionaries took it upon themselves to establish homes for abandoned colored women, orphans and destitute children, such as Mbakwe, built in Plumtree in 1921, and St. John's, established by the Catholic Church in Salisbury in 1924. They also advocated the removal of all mixed-race children from rural African environments and for their incorporation into urban colored communities and institutions. The orphanages and schools that were set up, as Ibo Mandaza insightfully argues, became an important medium through which the culture that helped define colored identity was transmitted. The social bonding that occurred in these institutions fostered a sense of group belonging. The white press and public discourse, through racial stereotyping, further helped to turn these people into a self-conscious social group. From the very early years of colonial rule, white settler discourse, influenced by social Darwinist thinking, depicted black immigrants as a distinct social group possessing higher forms of civilization and intellect than local blacks. Partly influenced by this positive stereotyping, a growing number of immigrant blacks increasingly distinguished themselves from Shona and Dabile speakers using the colonial terminology of raw natives versus colonial boys or Cape boys. Against this backdrop, an incipient group consciousness, in which colored identity increasingly found expression, developed among immigrant and other assimilated blacks. Inasmuch as positive stereotyping shaped immigrants' ideas about colored identity, so did negative stereotyping. In both official and public discourse, immigrant blacks, particularly non-African immigrants from South Africa, were chided for seeming to think that they hold the same position as a white man, and for allegedly inciting problems among natives. They were collectively blamed for crimes ranging from prostitution to illegal liquor trading and from robbery to murder. Borrowing from stereotyping of coloreds in the Cape Colony, settler discourse portrayed these non-African immigrants as idle, alcoholic and morally decadent. By stringing together both negative reports and stereotypes of Asian and other non-African immigrants, settler discourse helped to define them as other. Utilizing those same ideas and assumptions underlying settler discourse, some non-African immigrants reinvented and combined them with other distinctive features, such as cultural and phenotypical differences to define coloredness as distinct from Africanness and whiteness. In this respect, settler discourse shaped the symbolic terrain of coloredness and also helped to construct colored identity. Thus, colonial legislation and white public discourse helped influence colored people's perception of self and other. Notions of ethnic group identity among people who came to see themselves, and were seen by others, as colored were therefore not simply invented or imposed from above. The colonial state, the church and the white public in Rhodesia may have used labels, such as colored, and categorized people accordingly, but they were not solely responsible for giving colored identity its form, content and endurance. The colored people themselves were the primary authors of their identity text. Writing their own text, colonial subjects and self-definition, a distinct colored group consciousness existed in some parts of South Africa before the founding of Southern Rhodesia. Thus, among the Cape boys who accompanied the white pioneers were persons who saw themselves and were seen by others as colored. One of Rhodesia's white pioneers, Stanley Hyatt, for example, recalls that half-castes from the Cape resented being treated as natives and wanted to be accorded the same rights and privileges to which coloreds were entitled in the Cape. With their own sense of shared origins and cultural practices which included an Afrikaans subculture, these colored immigrants found in southern Rhodesia a social environment that produced and reproduced old and new African, colored, Indian and white identities. The gulfs between the languages, cultures, religions and senses of shared historical origins and destiny of the immigrant and the indigenous blacks were not only great, but in its miscellany the immigrant black population was also divided by distinct physical, cultural and linguistic differences. While the mere presence of cultural, religious and physical differences did not necessarily create ethnic or racial consciousness among blacks, they helped make these distinctions more probable. This was particularly the case when these culturally diverse groups began to define themselves in opposition, and in relation, to one another. From its inception, the various white and black groups constituting Rhodesian colonial society differentiated among one another in terms of origin, color, physical appearance, language, religion and culture. Among blacks, for instance, a big political and social divide existed between indigenous and non-indigenous groups. From the very outset, local Africans considered immigrant blacks as culturally distinct outsiders and closer to whites than themselves. Though employed mainly as transport riders and personal servants, this perception of immigrant blacks was strengthened by their presence in the pioneer column which the local Shona and Dabeel regarded as an invading force. Above and beyond this, in their collaborative capacities as store assistants, interpreters, messengers and catechists, immigrant blacks often found themselves clashing with local Africans. At the mines there were also endless conflicts between immigrant blacks and local Africans. During the early years of colonial rule, relationships between these groups was thus often tense. There is also evidence that both Shona and Dabeel communities regarded those descended from unions between white settlers and the local population, popularly referred to as mixed-race people, not only as inferior but as outsiders. The late colored political activist Joshua Cohen, who grew up in rural Matabeleland during the 1920s, thus points out that he was despised for being of mixed race, and felt out of place. The 1932 Commission of Inquiry into the Education of Colored Children also heard that half-caste children were sometimes jeered at by natives and by the time they are 5 or 6 they begin to notice the difference. That both black immigrants and people of mixed race were defined by Africans as other was central to the emergence of a distinct colored identity. At the same time, immigrant blacks, who were to varying degrees assimilated to aspects of Western culture, defined themselves as members of a distinct social group, culturally different from the indigenous population. They saw themselves as part of white immigrant society and identified with various strands of middle and working-class white ideology. Black immigrants from Mozambique, for example, called themselves Portuguese, while some mixed-race immigrants from South Africa described themselves as descendants of white men. Indians similarly thought of themselves as an integral part of colonial society, and considered local Africans inferior. Drawing on Western notions of status and modernity, these immigrants cast local Shona and Dabeel as primitive and uncivilized, in the words of one Mosotho immigrant, dirty little hill savages without trousers. Although immigrant blacks categorized themselves and were categorized by others as a single group, they were heterogeneous and saw themselves as such. They also differentiated among one another in terms of color, physical appearance, language, religion and culture. Processes of self-definition within this group usually revolved around competition for resources, jobs and facilities, and relative privileges conferred on subject groups on the basis of racial or ethnic identity. The process of self-definition was much more intense in the urban areas, especially in the major towns of Bulawayo and Salisbury, where competition for social resources was more pronounced and distinctions based on historical background, language, color and culture usually coincided with distinctions of work and residence. In the towns, residential segregation together with virulent customary segregation forced people with partially shared cultures, languages, religions and historic backgrounds to cluster together in defined residential areas. These living spaces were an important site for the construction of colored identity. In Salisbury, for instance, customary segregation influenced the cadastral development of the town from the time of its founding. As a result, by 1907 the older and less desirable Copy area was primarily inhabited by Asian and non-African immigrants, a few destitute whites and Africans, while the affluent northern section of the town, the Causeway area, was mainly occupied by white settlers. A similar pattern emerged in Bulawayo, where people defined as Asian and colored were confined to the less desirable parts of the town around the railway station, Lobengula Street and the Market Square. In these residential areas, closer identification occurred among residents through sexual relationships and intermarriage between people of various racial and ethnic groups, as well as through social and sporting activities, such as evening dances and football matches. New communities with distinctive values and cultural ethos began to emerge. In the case of Salisbury, Richard Parry points out that around 1900, black immigrants and some urbanized local Africans who lived in Pioneer Street, together with white artisans and drifters, had created a community with a unique working-class subculture encompassing, among other things, drinking, gambling and prostitution. Communities, such as the one described by Parry, also provided an important site for the emergence of communal ideologies. Such ideologies reflected the cultural diversity of the various groups comprising these communities. Where there was a strong correlation between color, language, culture and historical origins on the one hand and living space on the other, as in Bulawayo and Salisbury, the communal bonds forged by the residents tended to take on an ethnic dimension. Equally important was the workplace, where a strong correlation between color, physical appearance, language, culture and historic origins on the one hand, and the division of labor on the other, existed. Black immigrants who formed the basis of the skilled black working class filled most skilled positions during the early decades of colonial rule. Laundry, tailoring, and hotel and bar service became the preserve of Asian and colored people. Immigrant blacks were also employed in the commercial sector, where they became store assistants. Not until the third decade of colonial rule, when urban commercial work was rapidly taken over by white settlers, did they lose their dominance in the sector. Certain jobs thus came to be associated with certain groups, and this division of labor tended to promote greater ethnic awareness among blacks of southern Rhodesia. In the workplace, the colonial state also reserved specific jobs for particular subject groups. Settler stereotypes combined with other considerations, such as the skill and experience of laborers, to produce a hierarchy of wage differentials based on ethnic or racial categorizations. The system of job and wage differentiation provided the context in which the adoption and rejection of certain identities occurred. Workers discovered that the assumption of particular ethnic identities could be rewarded in the labor market, and it was not uncommon for individuals to emphasize or claim those identities that opened up opportunities for upward social mobility. Because of the privileges associated with being colored in relation to other black identities, the assertion of a distinct colored identity became a means whereby they could earn better wages and escape some social disabilities. Inevitably, some Africans, both immigrant and local, passed for colored. Some posed temporarily as colored while others managed to pass permanently in order to secure privileges and opportunities, such as better jobs and higher salaries, accessible to coloreds under Rhodesia's hierarchical society. In this regard, the racial stratification of Rhodesian society, in which colored people came to occupy the middle position between whites and Africans, tended to promote the adoption of colored identity by people who sought to benefit from its status of relative privilege. Those who adopted colored identity were not passive victims of a racially structured process determined by the colonial state, but were self-aware actors in their own right. As Stuart Hall correctly points out, the identity dialectic, and identity politics in particular, are all about being positioned and positioning oneself to gain some advantage out of that positioning. The politics of colored identity in the 1920s and 1930s. Whereas the period from 1890 to the end of the First World War represents the formative stage in the growth of a distinct colored political identity, the 1920s and 1930s witnessed the heightening of such consciousness. New and extended forms of colored identity, either reinforcing or challenging existing ones, were developed. During this period of drastic socio-economic change, tensions arising from competition for jobs, housing and educational facilities mounted. These tensions often found expression in racial and ethnic terms as organic intellectuals tried to mobilize politically on the basis of colored identity, and the various groups within the community fought over who was empowered to police the category colored, as well as the criteria used to police these boundaries. Colored identity thus remained highly contested. The process was influenced by an individual's ideas on such issues as religion, race, and gender. For instance, patriarchal notions of descent led most people to define colored identity in terms of descent on the father's side. Thus, while colored men who had married into African communities, and their families, were regarded as part of the colored community, colored women who had married African men, and their families, were not. In Umtali, for instance, by the middle of the 1920s, Indian and colored parents worried about increased competition for vacancies at Baring Primary, the only school for colored and Asian children in the town. They formed the Umtali Colored and Asian School Advisory Committee, through which they demanded the removal of native and half-caste children from the school. These parents insisted that admission should be confined to pure children of coloreds and Indians only. In Salisbury, as competition for jobs, housing and educational facilities stiffened and unemployment grew following the collapse of Southern Rhodesia's tobacco, cattle and maize markets in 1927, group networks were also activated to support their interests. Colored ethnic organizers in the town formed the Rhodesia Eurafrican Vigilance Association, REVA, in 1925. Alexander MacLeod, a colored builder and lay preacher who had emigrated from Kimberley in 1915, was at the helm of the organization until its demise in 1931. REVA stood for the promotion of the civil and economic rights of colored people, and restricted its membership to coloreds only. From 1927 onwards, REVA promoted a Cape-colored political identity by mobilizing only colored people of South African origin. The main reason for this shift was the fear that the influx of half-castes and other rural coloreds would put race, ethnicity, and the politics of positioning pressure on housing, education, and employment opportunities for South African-born coloreds and the more established urban elite. Worried that integration with other colored groupings might blur the distinction between coloreds and Africans, the 1927 REVA Conference resolved to approach the government to have their distinct status as Cape coloreds recognized. The REVA executive recommended that Cape coloreds be known as Cape Afrikaners to remove any ambiguity in our identity. In 1929, another organization seeking to defend the interests of the Cape colored community, the Cape Afrikaner population of Salisbury, was formed. Bulawayo also experienced renewed colored ethnic mobilization when some members of the Bulawayo branch of REVA formed a breakaway organization called the Rhodesia Cape Afrikaner Association, RCAA, at the beginning of 1928. The RCAA restricted membership of the association to Cape coloreds, and banned the use of the more inclusive term colored when referring to its members. Concerned about mounting hostility towards locally born coloreds, referred to as first-generation coloreds or Eurafricans, this group began to organize on the basis of their exclusion from existing colored organizations. By the end of the 1920s, the Rhodesia Colored Society, RCS, had been formed to represent Eurafrican interests. Describing the RCS as an organization quite distinct from any of the Cape colored organizations, the founder members restricted its membership to children of white men by native women only. Organizations that sought to promote the interests of colored people more broadly defined were also formed in the 1930s. The Rhodesia Teachers League, RTL, founded in April 1931, and the Colored Community Service League, CCSL, founded in July of that year, were among the more enduring. These organizations utilized ruling notions of race and civilization to claim concessions from the colonial government on the basis of their assimilation into Western culture and blood ties to the white settler community. During this period, colored ethnic mobilizers were increasingly concerned about intensifying discrimination against Africans. They worried about coloreds being relegated to the same position as Africans, and wanted a clear delineation of social and political boundaries between the two groups. Writing to Howard Moffat, the Prime Minister, in 1931, MacLeod protested against what he described as the tendency in some government quarters to class our people with Aboriginal natives and urged the government to draw a distinct line between the colored people and Aboriginal natives in its segregation scheme. Other colored political leaders opposed the Native Registration Amendment Act of 1930 for its use of the mode of living criterion to determine the status of colored people. In their view, it was bound to condemn some coloreds to the same rank as Africans. They also protested against colored prisoners being served the same meals and rations as Africans and against the mixing of colored and African patients in prison hospitals and similar institutions. In their attempt to widen the social distance between coloreds and Africans, colored leaders fiercely opposed all policies and practices that blurred distinctions between the two. Concerned about Africans passing for colored, some even proposed that coloreds be given the common law right to question the identities of persons admitted into their schools, housing schemes and social amenities. Others asked the government to amend the Immorality and Indecency Suppression Act, 1903, to include a provision that forbade intermarriage between African men and colored women. Conspicuously, their demands were silent about marriages between colored men and African women. The political strategies of colored communal organizations displayed a good understanding of how the colonial system with its notions of color and civilization could be manipulated to their advantage. This racial aversion towards Africans led many coloreds, both elite and working class, to feel superior to Africans. A 1933 CCSL deputation to the Prime Minister protesting the prohibition on coloreds consuming liquor argued that the colored man, who lives in a town and has raised himself above the natives, could not be like the native. The objection of colored communal leaders, such as Gaston Thornycroft and Alexander MacLeod, to African and colored prisoners being housed or working together was based on the premise that it was disrespectful for coloreds to work with their servants Africans or to mix with the primitive African in prison sleeping quarters. Contestation and redefinition of colored identity in the 1930s and 1940s. Being a highly contested phenomenon, colored identity continued to be redefined. For a start, many individuals, both white and black, rejected the idea that coloreds formed a separate group. They challenged colored people's attempts to secure special concessions or to mobilize on a racial basis. From the earliest days of the colony, African political leaders attacked the provision of separate facilities for coloreds, and called for coloreds and Africans to be categorized as one group. Rejecting both the validity of colored identity and the existence of a distinct colored community in the colony, Aaron Jacker, a founder of both the Bantu Voters Association in 1923 and the Southern Rhodesia African National Congress in 1934, argued that a colored man is a native, because whenever a colored man is poor he lives and eats together with natives, and it is only when he has means to support himself he likes to be separated. Bradford Nyanda, a leading African activist, argued that there were only two racial communities in the country and hence colored children should not be given separate schools but should attend native schools. He further urged those leaders of colored thought, chiefly from the Union, clamoring for the removal of half-caste from purely native surroundings so that all colored people in Southern Rhodesia may receive a higher status than that of natives, as is the case in the Union, to return to South Africa. Within the colored community itself, debate continued over the place of colored identity within a broader black identity. This question was particularly debated in the 1940s amongst activists who favored black political unity. Radical activists of the time, such as trade unionist Stanley Culverwell and Charles Mzingeli, and schoolteacher Francis Granger Rousseau, called for closer social and political identification between coloreds and other black groups, including Asians and Africans, based on their common experience of colonial oppression. The idea of black political cooperation, however, failed to find popular resonance among the majority of coloreds. It was heavily criticized by some colored leaders, especially within the Euro-African Patriotic Society, EAPS, who not only lobbied the government to prohibit marriages between African men and colored women, but also maintained that coloreds were a distinct group with a distinct history and a destiny separate from both Asians and Africans. Debate and contestation within the colored community during this period also revolved around the question of whether those born of Indian and African unions and their descendants, Indo-Africans as they were called, were members of the colored community or not. Leaders in most established urban colored communities opposed the integration of such people into the colored community. Using patrilineal notions of descent, these leaders argued that since most of the first-generation Indo-Africans were born of Indian fathers and African mothers, they and their descendants should be integrated into the Indian rather than the colored community. They called for Indo-African exclusion from public facilities and amenities reserved for coloreds. In Salisbury, some of these influential coloureds in 1949 successfully petitioned for the removal of mixed-race children of Indian descent from Moffat Primary School, which was reserved for Asian and coloured children. At a subsequent public meeting held by coloured parents, they managed to persuade other parents to resolve to withdraw their children from both Moffat and McCurtain schools if the government continued to send such children to coloured schools. There were numerous cases of coloureds protesting the admission of Indo-African children to coloured schools, arguing that they were either Indian or African. Ironically, members of the Indian community also refused to accept Indo-Africans. Instead, they saw them as either African or coloured, and often refused them admission into Asian schools, such as Mountbatten Primary in Salisbury and Treadgold Primary in Bulawayo. The contest over coloured identity was mirrored in opposing views on the integration of people of white and African parents, often called half-castes, into the coloured community. The first generation of Rhodesian-born coloureds, or Eurafricans as some of them liked to refer to themselves, maintained that all Eurafricans were members of the coloured community. Arguing against government definitions based on culture and residence, they urged the government to extend its definition of color to all children born of white and African unions, irrespective of whether they lived in rural or urban environments. For them, blood ties were more important in determining one's belonging than language, culture or environment. This emphasis on blood ties rather than language and culture continued to be opposed by some members of urban colored communities, particularly Cape Coloureds. They denied that people of mixed racial parentage, especially those raised in rural areas, were colored, and tried to bar their access to educational, health and housing facilities reserved for coloreds. Meeting in February 1932, the Bulawayo Colored School Advisory Committee, which was dominated by Cape Coloureds, formed a subcommittee to decide on the admission of children descended from white and African unions. In making such decisions, the committee was supposed to assess whether the children's cultural background qualified them to be considered colored or not. Through these developments, coloureds of South African origin, who formed about 36% of the total colored population but constituted the majority of urban coloureds, tried to appropriate the right to draw group boundaries for the colored community. The strongest challenge to the Cape Coloureds' attempt to impose their definition on the whole group came from locally born coloureds, particularly those born of white fathers and African mothers. These coloureds constituted more than half of the colored population and included the first generation who received mission education. Partly influenced by their English and Christian upbringing, they tried to introduce their own definition of coloredness. They emphasized English culture and Christianity as defining characteristics of coloredness, as opposed to Afrikaans culture and adherence to Islam, as found among some Cape Coloureds. Accordingly, they urged the government to exclude Cape Malays from its definition of colored, and argued that Muslims were not part of the colored community. Throughout the 1930s and the early 1940s, conflict over the status of children born of mixed marriages between whites and Africans on the one hand, and Asians and Africans on the other, dominated colored politics. At the organizational level, this conflict expressed itself in the form of a battle for control of the CCSL, the main colored communal organization of the time. Under the leadership of Thornycroft, who took over the presidency in 1933 and was born of an African mother and a white father, the CCSL increasingly became a vehicle through which the Eurafrican elite tried to redefine colored identity to suit their agenda. Eurafrican leaders fought to integrate mixed-race people in native reserves into urban colored communities, and tried to assert political ascendancy over the Cape Colored elite. They even tried to have the term Euro-African adopted as an officially sanctioned label for coloreds. This, according to Ronald Snapper, a prominent Eurafrican leader, was thwarted by the Cape Colored-dominated RTL. Consensus over what it meant to be colored remained elusive, and competing interests, based on linguistic, religious and cultural differences within the community, continued to dominate colored politics. The various factions used these distinctions to legitimize their ideologies and denigrate opponents. Eurafrican intellectuals argued that colored people born of white and African parentage were not only superior to all other colored groups but deserved higher privileges because they were direct descendants of white settlers. They cast Cape Coloureds as descendants of slaves and immigrants not committed to the future of southern Rhodesia but to South Africa. In counterclaims, Cape Coloured ethnic mobilizers rejected the charge that Eurafricans were coloureds. Resorting to the same logic of blood, Cape Coloured leaders cast Eurafricans as inferior beings with native blood in their veins. Eurafricans, they argued, were half Kaffirs, used to the kraals as opposed to their 300-year tradition of Western civilization. The rivalry between the Cape Coloreds and Eurafricans, mirrored at the organizational level by the rift between the CCSL and the EAPS, became so intense that it came to form one of the major dynamics of colored politics during this period. The EAPS had been formed in 1943 by a breakaway group of CCSL members, mainly Eurafricans, who were not happy with what they perceived to be the Cape Coloreds' political dominance in the CCSL, and the Bulawayo colored community's dominance of colored politics. The organization had its core support and headquarters in Salisbury. Once the EAPS had been formed, political relations between the two competing groups became increasingly polarized. Divisions within the colored community deepened, as both organizations battled to score points off one another and to win support from the government and the public. Only from the 1950s onwards did internal divisions within the colored community and tension between coloreds of South African origin and their locally born counterparts begin to diminish, towards a more cohesive identity in the 1950s. A number of social, economic and political developments contributed to the making of a more cohesive colored community in the latter half of the 20th century. Firstly, there was the issue of the reshaping of migrants' identity as they adapted to their country of residence. Having lived in southern Rhodesia for a number of decades, some of the older generation Cape Coloreds set down local roots. They stopped looking to South Africa for political and cultural inspiration or as a place they could call home. For instance, Dorothy Lou, the daughter of William Pretorius, who was one of the early Cape Colored leaders in Bulawayo, says that her family lost contact with their relatives living in South Africa by the 1940s. The apartheid government's increasingly hostile attitude towards coloreds also led some of these Cape Coloreds to cut ties with South Africa. Because of apartheid, colored workers who came to southern Rhodesia during the Federation, 1953 to 1963, were reportedly more interested in settling in the country than staying temporarily. As race, ethnicity and the politics of positioning their immigrants sought to establish themselves, they gradually began to shed their South African identity and to develop a local one. This meant discarding some of the attitudes and cultural values brought from South Africa, such as an attachment to Afrikaans culture and adopting certain aspects of British colonial culture which prevailed in southern Rhodesia, such as the use of English in public discourse. As Virginia Pinto, whose family migrated from the Cape and settled in Umtali around this period, remembers, her mother and all her siblings could only speak Afrikaans when they arrived, but they had to learn English in order to adapt. Eventually, she lost her fluency in Afrikaans. Adapting to Rhodesian life also meant developing a sporting culture that emphasized soccer and cricket rather than rugby, as was the case in South Africa. The adoption of these cultural aspects by immigrant workers and their dependents did not necessarily lead to the immediate abandonment of all the values and attitudes brought from outside. Nor did they automatically lead to the development of a common identity between immigrants and local coloreds. In Bulawayo, for instance, Afrikaans cultural values continued to have a strong influence on a significant proportion of Cape Coloreds. The cultural divide between these coloreds and Eurafricans also continued to govern relations between the two groups until the late 1970s. Nevertheless, the socialization of immigrants into the prevailing culture helped to foster the development of a common identity with locally born coloreds who, like most southern Rhodesians, were disdainful of both Afrikaans culture and language. Secondly, increased socialization among coloreds in segregated residential areas helped to bring greater social cohesion among coloreds. In the case of Salisbury, for instance, Julia Searlis argues that the creation of Arcadia in the 1940s offered coloreds something of their own, somewhere to belong, a home, and a place where people's feelings of belonging helped to shape their sense of identity. Because of the community's small size, it also did not take much time for residents to get to know one another, and soon they began to bond and to develop an identity as a community. For the younger generation of Rhodesian-born coloreds, shared experiences in segregated schools, such as Founders High School and Morgan Secondary School, particularly among boarders, were important in fostering a sense of commonality. This younger generation also began to redefine their identity in their own cultural terms. They began to develop a slang of their own, called Kabid. A variant of English that mixed English and Afrikaans terms, it challenged the dominant values within the colored community and Rhodesian society at large by reinventing the meanings of terms and ignoring grammatical correctness in speech. This new dialect, Searles explains, helped to give them something in common, both as youths and coloreds. It had the potential to exclude outsiders, and marked the cultural distinctiveness of those who used it. It represented a different outlook on life and a youthful desire to assert their freedom from parents and tradition. It was also an expression of defiance in that it disregarded the formalities of colonial culture and formed one of the elements of an emerging culture of protest among the youth in the 1960s. It was widely used in the 1970s, a time when a growing number of colored youths were turning to protest politics. Continuity and change in the 1960s and 1970s. From the 1960s onwards, colored identity was influenced by a resurgent African nationalism, the Black consciousness movement in South Africa, as well as the civil rights and the Black Power movements in the US. Because of these changes, the ideologies of the colored youth, particularly the educated, urban sector, gradually shifted towards a culture of protest. As Eugene Raftopoulos explains, the Black Power movement created an identity for the guys. They looked on the telly and saw a guy winning the Olympics and getting up there and saying, "Yeah man, I am black and I am proud of it." A significant number of colored youngsters began to identify with the cultural aspects of Black Power, the Afro hairstyle, the Black Power salute and Malcolm X's speeches and writings. Partly influenced by the American civil rights movement, politically conscious coloreds stressed the need for self-pride and rejected white tutelage. They began to affirm the beauty of being black and the idea of racial equality. It was in this spirit that they opposed the Arcadia Gardening Scheme, a colored self-help project financed by white sympathizers, which they described as paternalistic and stifling the development of a spirit of self-determination among coloreds. Their ideas were also significantly influenced by the works of writers and activists such as William Du Bois, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. The influence of these ideas on Herbert Thompson, one of the most fiery colored communal leaders and nationalist activists of the time, was so profound that in 1964 he changed his surname to Foy Thompson, a practice associated with the followers of Malcolm X. "With my political convictions I cannot use a European surname," Thompson had asserted when he announced his name change. "We are Africans, born of African mothers, although some of us have European fathers." Especially from the early 1970s onwards, according to Thomas Shoppo, the colored worldview was also being shaped by the ideas of the Black consciousness movement of South Africa, which were beginning to filter into colored schools and churches. Indeed, as in South Africa where the Black consciousness movement's influence spread mainly among intellectuals, in Rhodesia its influence also remained confined to a literate minority. But for these few, the Black consciousness movement became a major ideological influence, and some coloreds began to identify, at least culturally and symbolically, with its ideas. Local influences such as frustrations arising from conscription, growing hardship as a result of the Liberatory War and the resurgence in African nationalism were beginning to shape colored political behavior. A significant number of coloreds were being radicalized and aligning themselves with the nationalist movement. More and more colored people joined the national protest movement as the war progressed, the socio-economic situation deteriorated and the Rhodesian Front government seemed to be losing the initiative. Some leaders of the dominant political force in colored communal politics in the late 1960s and early 1970s, the National Association of Colored People, NACP, such as Herbert Foy Thompson, the organization's founding president, Gerald Raftopoulos, the chairman, Eugene Robinson, the secretary, and Cecil Smith, a member of the national executive, openly supported the African nationalist struggle, and urged their followers to do the same. Having assumed leadership positions in nationalist organizations, such as the United African National Congress, UANC, and Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, they tried to foster political unity between coloreds and Africans. Speaking at the NACP's annual conference of November 1975, Chairman Gerald Raftopoulos not only warned his audience of future changes which are on the horizon, but also urged coloreds to uproot all traces of racial prejudice against Africans and to work with them. Partly responding to these organizational efforts, a small but growing number of coloreds were more willing to support the nationalist struggle. A survey carried out by the National Observer towards the end of 1978 reported that there was growing evidence of coloureds joining African nationalist parties where they were also warmly received. In the previous year, a spokesman of the Arcadia branch of the UANC, in a bid to gain political mileage for both his party and branch, exaggerated that about half of the coloured community in Salisbury belonged to the UANC, while another large section belonged to other African nationalist organizations. The shift to new ideologies and changes in the political behavior of coloureds was neither dramatic nor all-encompassing. As in the past, coloured identity continued to provide the basis for mobilization within the coloured community, and the number of coloureds who embraced African nationalism or formally joined African nationalist organizations remained limited. Most coloureds remain poorly informed about the ideologies of the leading African nationalist organizations and suspicious of their political intentions. Reminiscing about his days as an activist in the 1960s, Gerald Raftopoulos points out that there was a genuine fear among some coloureds that an African government coming to power would lead to an erosion of their social and economic position, and that coloured workers were going to be replaced by African labourers. Most coloureds were particularly disturbed that African nationalist organizations mainly spoke the language of African rights and not more inclusively of black rights. Equally disturbing was the African nationalists' emphasis on majority rule. To some this meant replacing white supremacy with an African domination. To others it meant that coloureds would remain an intermediate minority with limited rights and privileges. For some, political developments in neighboring states such as Malawi and Zambia, where the coloured racial category had been abolished in post-independence constitutions, were enough evidence of African nationalists' prejudice against coloureds. Given these fears and suspicions, a significant proportion of coloureds, particularly the older generation, could not easily be convinced that they had anything to gain from African majority rule. They also felt a closer racial and cultural affinity with whites than with Africans, and that their interests were intertwined with those of whites rather than Africans. For many of these coloureds, particularly the less educated and unskilled who faced being displaced from their jobs by Africans, the prospect of African rule and the deracialization of society was highly unsettling. African nationalist leaders and their organizations also did little to allay coloured fears or to bring them on board the movement. Both the Zimbabwe African National Union, ZANU, and ZAPU were unambiguously Africanist in their ideologies and not particularly receptive to non-Africans. As Brian Raftopoulos, who joined ZANU in the mid-1970s, explains, ZANU was less tolerant of non-blacks, there was no doubt about that. It was considered a more strictly African movement. Coloureds and even whites were not considered to be part of that. Even when I joined ZANU in London in 1974 to 1975 I had problems. It was a slow process, there was this fear that I was not black. Nationalists' underlying suspicions about coloureds who joined their organizations militated against the widespread involvement of coloureds in the liberation movement. So strong were some African nationalists' suspicions of coloureds that there were times when coloureds who tried to join African nationalist guerrilla armies were either turned away or executed on suspicion of being spies. From its birth in the 1890s, the relationship between coloured identity and other black identities was complex, and its place within a broader black identity was never defined. As second-class citizens who enjoyed a status of relative privilege, coloureds came to be seen as both instruments and beneficiaries of colonialism. The contradictory experience of coloureds as a subject minority group meant that they were identified with colonial rulers in spite of their political experience being marked by both collaboration and resistance. They collaborated with the colonial regime in the exploitation of Africans and aligned with the masses in resisting their discrimination. In the eyes of African nationalists, coloureds thus increasingly came to be viewed as a suspect other. When coloured, Asian and African leaders tried to form a united political front in the 1940s, problems and contradictions arising from the ambiguities of coloured identity and the intermediate position of coloureds in the Rhodesian colonial system had created tension and uneasiness in the movement, and led to its demise by the late 1940s. Only in the 1960s and 1970s, when further attempts were made to mobilize coloureds into the mass protest movement, was there any degree of success. Even then, the position of coloureds in the national movement of the 1960s and 1970s was never fully defined. In fact, colored identity increasingly came under siege from a resurgent African nationalism, which treated the colored community as an adjunct to African nationalism rather than as an integral part of the political movement. Most coloreds were disturbed by the African nationalists' denial of the validity of a distinct colored identity. In the eyes of these nationalists, colored identity, like any other identity, was a false consciousness invented by colonialists complicit with the black elite. As such, colored identity had to subject itself to African nationalism, while colored political activists could only organize and express themselves through African nationalist organizations. In their attempt to speak to colored identity and colored people, African nationalists thus not only failed to relate the political behavior of coloreds to prevailing socio-economic and historical conditions, but also failed to address what Brian Raftopoulos has termed the central problem of relating nationalist hegemony to difference, and discourses of unity to the contradictions born out of the struggles and the varying perspectives of subordinate classes. Because of these and other factors, throughout the 1970s coloreds who had joined nationalist organizations had difficulty justifying their position. Adaptation to the coming of independence. Colored identity has always been a highly fluid and adaptable phenomenon, its dynamism sometimes being denounced as shameless opportunism. Colored identity's fluidity was demonstrated in the late 1970s when it was faced with imminent changes in the Zimbabwean power structure. With the advent of independence under African majority rule, some politicized coloreds readily realigned their political allegiances. Coloreds from this group increasingly identified themselves with African nationalism, and urged other coloreds to support African nationalist aspirations. For instance, while conceding that, through the educational system and their language, coloreds espoused Western values and culture, Gerald Raftopoulos, who had risen to become a member of the ZAPU National Executive by 1978, argued that the colored people's political future was intertwined with that of Africans. He also argued that there was no further need for separate colored organizations and that only the major African nationalist parties could fully represent colored people's interests. Other leaders of the NACP also urged coloreds to support majority rule. These calls for support of African demands for independence were mainly heeded by the younger generation of educated coloreds, who had been exposed to the radicalizing influences described earlier. A growing number, especially those who had gone through university, saw themselves as part of the oppressed African majority and identified with the liberation struggle. They saw colored identity as an artificial construct imposed by the state to divide blacks, and regarded themselves as African first, and colored, as a label tagged on. Rejecting the validity of a separate colored identity, a growing number of this generation assumed African names and identities, and called for the adoption of the Zambian and Malawian constitutional models, where coloreds were treated as part of the African community. Some politicized coloreds were also able to use family links with Africans to negotiate and to legitimize their claims to resources in the post-colonial order. David Kilpin, a colored political activist, argued that coloreds should not be identified with whites but were children of the majority and should thus be identified with them. He further appealed to notions of indigeneity, and argued that coloreds were, unlike other minorities such as whites or Asians, truly Zimbabwean because they have no other country besides that of their birth. Jack Malharkis, a resident of Arcadia interviewed by the Herald in 1979, also argued that the word colored was not only unacceptable, but that coloreds could not be separated from Africans who brought them up. In the same vein, a memorandum sent by members of the colored community to Lord Soames, the British governor overseeing the political transition to independence, portrayed colored people as products and victims of the sexual exploitation of the African woman by the white man, who were defined as colored from their infancy and stigmatized to attend separate schools, separate hospitals, and were denied employment in the civil service, on the grounds of our African origin. The memorandum castigated African nationalist leaders of ZANU, ZAPU and the UANC for agreeing to categorize coloreds in the same group as whites at the Lancaster House constitutional talks. This unilateral decision, the drafters of the memorandum further protested, not only negates our sovereignty as an integral part of the indigenous people, but also aligns us conspicuously with the criminal past of the white man. They categorically asserted that coloreds were bona fide Africans, authentic Zimbabweans born of African parents in Africa. Conclusion. This chapter examined the origins of colored identity in Zimbabwe and argued that the growth of a distinct colored consciousness was shaped by the complex interaction of both internal and external factors. The Rhodesian state and its agents, which set up parameters through which the process of self-identification occurred, were among the more important external influences. Yet, despite the important role played by the state in the creation of colored identity, notions of group identity among people who came to see themselves and were seen by others as colored were not simply imposed from above. The dynamics of colored group creation were instead negotiated within a process of self-definition which occurred among Rhodesians as they defined themselves in opposition and in relation to one another in their day-to-day social relations. The meaning and content of colored identity has always been highly contested, not only by groups who made up the culturally diverse colored community but also by outsiders. Because of these contestations, colored identity continued to be redefined. In the very early stages of colonial rule, for instance, coloreds tended to express their group consciousness mainly in terms of their assimilation to Western culture and non-indigenousness. They also emphasized a historic connection to the colored community in South Africa, and largely saw themselves as a community in diaspora. By the beginning of the 1930s, this view of colored identity was challenged by other groups, particularly the first generation of Rhodesian-born coloreds, who felt excluded by such a definition. Confronted by these challenges, which were a major cause of disunity in the colored community for the greater part of the 1940s, colored identity underwent a process of redefinition. By the 1950s, Cape colored identity had been subsumed under a broader, more inclusive identity that sought to accommodate both coloreds of South African origin and their Rhodesian-born counterparts. The new sense of colored group consciousness that was emerging emphasized local roots, and many of the older generation of Cape coloreds stopped looking to South Africa as home. The fluidity of colored identity in changing social situations was also demonstrated in the late 1970s, when colored people had to deal with the imminent changes in the political and economic structures under African majority rule. Many colored people struggled to come to terms with looming socio-political changes, while others experienced difficulty dealing with their multiple identities as Black, as African, and as colored. Because of the dynamic and hybrid nature of their identity, some politicized coloreds were, however, able to use their family links with Africans to negotiate and realign their identities in the post-colonial order. Chapter 8. Absent White Fathers, Colored Identity in Zambia. By Juliet Milner Thornton. Griffith University. Coloredness in Zambia, formerly the British colony of Northern Rhodesia, needs to be understood within the context of a racist ideology that portrayed it in pathological terms as an identity fragmented between conflicting positive traits derived from its European ancestry and negative traits derived from its African lineage. Colored people were thus viewed as racially degenerate, and despised as illegitimate. These attitudes were not exclusive to Zambia but common to the entire subcontinent, especially South Africa with its substantial colored population. The Zambian experience differs from that of South Africa, however, in that the majority of Zambian coloreds are the descendants of colonial British men and African women, and that colonialism arrived relatively late, with Zambia being colonized only towards the end of the 19th century. The Zambian colored population is much smaller than South Africa's. Zambia's population and housing census form for 2000 did not include a separate colored classification. This exclusion by Zambia's Central Statistics Office makes it difficult to evaluate how many people in Zambia currently identify as colored. However, according to James Musondagia, Zambia's colored population represents only 0.3% of the national total. The colored presence in Zambia is a legacy of British colonialism and what I term the absent white father. The latter refers to the absence, or ambiguous presence, of white fathers' names in public documents relating to their mixed-race children. Historical records reveal the absence of white fathers' names in public records relating to colored children was, to a certain extent, encouraged by the Northern Rhodesian colonial administration. This is clearly demonstrated in a letter Tom Page, member for the Eastern Electoral Area, wrote to the Secretary for Native Affairs advising him as follows. Compulsory registration of births of colored children with the names of the alleged fathers is open to serious abuse. I think that native authorities might be instructed to note and keep a record of the births of colored children without any reference whatever to the fathers, and also to keep a record of the deaths. Here again the inquiry might be made as to whether anything in this respect is being done in other countries which are faced with this problem. The mixed-race presence in northern Rhodesia and other parts of the British Empire was considered a source of great embarrassment and shame that needed special treatment. The absence of their fathers' names in the public record meant that their colored children were branded as illegitimate. This stigma resonates down to the present day and continues to have repercussions for Zambian colored people. It, for example, creates difficulties for mixed-race descendants of absent white fathers to claim political, social and legal rights, including the rights of inheritance and citizenship in the homeland of their European ancestors. My interest in the nature of Zambian colored identity was initially sparked by curiosity about my own family history because I am the descendant of a British adventurer, Dr. Sidney Spencer Kachalola Brumfield, celebrated as one of the pioneers of northern Rhodesia. In the late 1920s, Brumfield mysteriously left northern Rhodesia, abandoning his mixed-race children, who never learned why their father left or his fate. Brumfield's behavior was not uncommon, though. It reflects the experience of many Zambian colored families. The disavowal of mixed-race children by European fathers is a common characteristic of colonization in other parts of Africa, Southeast Asia and Australia. In the Australian context, Fiona Probin makes the point that white fathers were disavowed and often the subject of public and legal censure, and at the same time, they were in a sense protected, monitored and sponsored by government policies which surrounded them. By these means, she explains, white fathers were both agents of assimilation and irritants to segregation. Probin suggests that white fathers' only contribution to their Aboriginal families was sanguineous, through the provision of their blood. Yet this act of miscegenation contributed to their own invisibility, their children's visibility and, for many, their subsequent removal from Aboriginal society. By contrast, in the Zambian context, the visibility of white colonial fathers as pioneers, administrators and officials rendered their Anglo-African descendants invisible. Their children have been erased from the public record, history books and family genealogies. My interest in Zambian colored identity was piqued by the way the original denial of paternity, or the abandonment of their families as in the case of Brumfield, by absent white fathers, impacted on the lives and identities of subsequent generations of their descendants. In this study I use autoethnography as an analytical tool to situate my family history within the social experience of Zambia's colored community. Discussing autoethnographic films, Catherine Russell explains that autobiography becomes ethnographic at the point where the filmmaker understands his or her personal history to be implicated in larger social and historical processes. Essentially, an autoethnographic text reveals the doubling coexistence of the collective and individual experience. Mary Louise Pratt, 1992, makes the point that if ethnographic texts are a means by which Europeans represent to themselves their, usually subjugated, others, autoethnographic texts are those the others construct in response to or in dialogue with those metropolitan representations. In other words, autoethnography is the autobiographical response of the subjugated to European or metropolitan representations. Accordingly, I compare my family history to Brumfield's autobiography and the archival and historical record of Zambia as a way of exploring the complexities of colored identity in Zambia. Brumfield's life. When I first read Kachalola or The Mighty Hunter, the autobiography of Dr. Sidney Spencer Brumfield, 12, it was with the expectation that I would discover both my ancestor's background and his special legacy to me. It came as a surprise that he did not acknowledge his family, and made no mention of his children, white or mixed race. Although in his private life in northern Rhodesia Brumfield openly acknowledged his Anglo-African children, he did not do so in his public life. They do not appear in his autobiography or even in his last will and testament. Brumfield is my great-grandfather and his son, Stephen, fathered my mother Nellie. Our family has limited information about my grandfather Stephen's mother, and my mother Nellie told me that her father never spoke of her. Apparently, Kachalola removed his children from their African mothers and took them to live with him on his farm. My siblings and I were born, and lived the greater part of our lives, in Zambia. My father, Francis Japhet Milner, was born in Nyati, southern Rhodesia in 1934. He was the offspring of a Lithuanian Jewish man, Joseph Milner, and a Zulu woman, Esther Seal. My father migrated to northern Rhodesia in 1951, where he met and married my mother in 1956. We lived together in Zambia until his death and subsequent burial in Chingola in 1986. In 1994, I migrated to Australia, having married an Australian national, Robert Thornton, whom I met in Zambia. 10 months after arriving in Australia, we relocated to Bangkok, where we lived for 4 years. In 1998, we returned to Australia and settled in Brisbane. Shortly after that, I solved the 70-year-old family mystery of what happened to Bromfield. He died at the Royal Brisbane Hospital on the 24th of October 1933 and was buried at Toowong Cemetery in Brisbane. Bromfield states he was born in the south of England in July 1847 and that his mother died in childbirth on the day he was born. His death certificate states he was born in Hampshire, England. Bromfield reveals that when he was 9 years old he was sent to London to live with his father. He does not state with whom or where he lived until then. In his writing, Bromfield presents himself as an intrepid transcontinental traveler and adventurer. He claims that, after his first trip to Africa in 1868 as a 21-year-old, he continued to travel, trade and explore the world for an additional 66 years. His exploits took him as far afield as South America, Southeast Asia, India, Ceylon, China, Australia, the Dutch East Indies, New Guinea, and East and South Central Africa. After extensive travels in Australia, including a 2-year-long overland trek from Victoria to the Northern Territory, Bromfield's decades of adventure and travel abruptly ended with his death from pneumonia and cardiac failure. Bromfield's book provides a sparse family account. He does not mention any siblings, though he claims he inherited money from his mother when he came of age. He also states that he was estranged from his father. Bromfield presents himself and his family as wealthy. He implies that he studied medicine at Edinburgh University. After contacting numerous universities in Scotland and England, I have been unable to find any evidence to support this claim. However, W.V. Brailsford, a Northern Rhodesian administrator and academic, alleges that he first appeared as Sidney Spencer in Southern Rhodesia in 1892. There was a Dr. Bromfield also in Southern Rhodesia who was an entomologist. He disappeared and somehow Spencer took his title and name. One version of this happening is that the real Dr. Bromfield left his estate to Spencer, who took the name of his benefactor, and that as Bromfield he got an American doctorship for $5 following some correspondence course. I have not been able to confirm Brailsford's allegations, and there is no record of birth for a Sidney Spencer Bromfield. However, I have been able to obtain a birth certificate corresponding to Bromfield's date of birth for a Sidney Edgar Spencer of Oxford Street, London, and a copy of my great-grandfather's death certificate stating his name as Dr. Sidney Spencer Bromfield. According to Bromfield's Anglo-African granddaughter, Mavis Burt, her mother Dolly, Bromfield's daughter, often spoke of his great wealth. Documents at the Brisbane City Council Cemetery Administration Office state that Bromfield died bankrupt and was buried in a pauper's grave in 1933 in Toowong Cemetery. However, 5 years after Bromfield's death, records at Toowong Cemetery reveal that a person identified only as Bromfield purchased his grave and erected a headstone. The person who purchased Bromfield's grave was most probably a family member who demonstrated his or her familiarity with him by inscribing his headstone with his epithet, Cachalola. Throughout his autobiography, Bromfield maintains that he was a doctor, big game hunter, abolitionist and entomologist. He claims that, as he traveled in the various tribal lands of northern Rhodesia, he became known for his prowess as a hunter. He exhibits great pride in his epithet Cachalola. He wrote, "But I think it was a later trip that the name Cachalola was first given to me, because I had a lot to do with bringing the tribes together. I have been told by some natives that it means to bring together, and by others, the great hunter." Brailsford suggests that the origin and meaning of Cachalola is unknown, and provides the following explanation. Chiripula Stevenson, a Northern Rhodesian administrator and contemporary of Bromfield's whose etymology was often suspect, states it meant rumbling in the belly, while P.H. Selby, a colonial official, claimed it meant woolly and unkempt. A granddaughter of Bruce Gray, a contemporary and associate of Bromfield's, explained that in Senga, Cachalola, in its crudest sense, is used to describe a man who likes women. Unfortunately, our family oral history is unable to provide any further insight, apart from the fact that Brumfield was always referred to as Kachalola by his family and friends, and a town in the eastern province of Zambia is named Kachalola in his honor. Coloredness in Zambia. It is important to recognize the significant role of colonial sexual relations in the creation of Zambia's colored community. According to Ronald Hyam, sexual desire performed many functions in British colonialism. Hyam states that British men initiated sexual relations with indigenous women in Africa and Asia for their mental well-being, the alleviation of loneliness and boredom, and because they could indulge in their sexuality in a way they could not at home. Brailsford describes Kachalola Brumfield as one of the most colorful characters of Northern Rhodesian history, and implies that he was notorious for his sexual exploits with African women. He mistakenly writes that Kachalola had at least 8 or 9 wives in the Fira district alone, and he left 36 half-caste children. Descendants still alive today call themselves Bloomfield and not Brumfield. Brumfield justifies his and other male settlers' sexual relations with indigenous women by citing the scarcity of white women in the colonies. This, together with the expense of keeping a white woman in a place like Northern Rhodesia, meant that many white men found it more practical to form sexual unions with indigenous women. Such alliances, he asserts, established white men's sexual virility, thus commanding the respect of the colonized. He contends that the advantages for white men of establishing sexual alliances with native women far outweighed the disadvantages, as white men benefited both sexually and financially. According to Brumfield, indigenous women were useful for establishing congenial relations with African chiefs and as intermediaries through whom white men could gain political and trade concessions. They were also an effective and pleasant way in which white men could gain access to vital knowledge and learn the local languages and customs. In Brumfield's words, African women were white men's feather-bed dictionaries. Contrary to Brumfield's assertions of the value of interracial sexual alliances, he denounced indigenous women because of the social and sexual retrogression they produced among white settler men, who were supposedly defenseless in the face of their charms. Brumfield reproached African men for offering indigenous women and girls as gifts or bribes and as commodities that could be purchased by white men. Brumfield's opinion about indigenous women exemplifies the consensus of white men in Northern Rhodesia. Furthermore, Brumfield shows no compunction about claiming that native girls were only too eager to take on a white man, and that since the contract was not binding they could be discarded at any time. Brumfield exonerates himself from criticism by arguing that native women are plentiful and easy to get, and they have a charm of their own. A good many white men of all classes fall to them. His allegation is supported by the existence of coloreds who are acknowledged locally in Zambia as the descendants of former Northern Rhodesian pioneers, colonial administrators and officials. The list includes prominent men such as E. H. Lane Poole, described by Brailsford as a Balliol man who had rowed bow for his college and whose father was a professor at Oxford, and Sir Alfred Sharp, whom Gann and Duinion identify as Rhodes's emissary. Others were J. E. Chiripula Stevenson, colonial administrator, Dr. Alan Kinghorn, a medical doctor who arrived in Northern Rhodesia to research sleeping sickness, Sir Percy Silito, a police officer based in Lusaka who was later appointed Director General of Britain's Security Service, MI5, and Dongolosi Thornycroft, District Commissioner at Old Patalk. Brumfield's observation reveals the impunity with which certain white men abandoned their colored children. In contrast to some of these men, Brumfield's frank disclosure of his attitude towards African women is exceptional. According to Gann and Duinion, colonial white men who openly admitted to consorting with native women were rejected as reprobate. Chiripula Stevenson experienced this when his open and unashamed marriage and cohabitation with native women enforced his resignation from his prestigious colonial posting by his senior colonial officers. The open secret of colonial white men having mixed-race children confirmed these children's shadowy existence. As an 8-year-old, my late grandmother, Eliza Maria Brumfield, was forcibly removed from her African mother by Jack Cowie, an associate of Brumfield's. Cowie would later tell her that he did this because she was half-caste and as such she should not live with the natives. My grandmother often told me that it was not uncommon for white men to live openly with their indigenous or colored wives and children in black society, but they would not do so among their fellow white settlers. If a white settler unexpectedly visited such a family, the African wife and half-caste children were not permitted to show themselves. They had to hide. Such women were known as kitchen wives or cook's women. My grandmother's observation is supported by Gan and Uinian, who write about white men in northern Rhodesia putting away their African mistresses. These women's status within such family units, as preparers of food and providers of sex, was regarded as insulting, shameful and humiliating within African society. In colonial archival records, mixed-race progeny and their African mothers, where acknowledged, typically remain nameless. This is the case with my paternal Zulu grandmother Esther Seal and her mixed-race children, my father Japhet and his 3 siblings, Aaron, Michael and Rebecca. The children's father, Joseph Milner, a Lithuanian Jew by birth and British subject, died in southern Rhodesia in 1939. Joseph's death certificate, dated the 18th of February 1939, states that at the time of this death he was unmarried, that he was survived by 4 illegitimate children whose names were unknown and that his children's mother was a native. Joseph Milner's children remain nameless in archival records and, until recently, their existence was unknown to other Jewish family members. After many years spent searching for my Jewish family, I discovered them in South Africa. I contacted them, informed them of our relationship and naively expected an affirmation of our common ancestry. Their initial excitement turned to perplexity and dismay when I informed them of my ethnic and cultural multiplicity. White paternity greatly affected colored's lifestyle in northern Rhodesia. Fathered by white men and mothered by black women, mixed-race progeny were seen by colonial society as an affront to race, nature and God, and as such were not considered the rightful heirs of white men. This is confirmed by my paternal uncle Aaron Milner, a former Home Affairs Minister in Zambia. Northern and southern Rhodesia colonial laws did not allow white men or women to marry a black person. Such marriages were performed under the tribal African tradition. Children born under such arrangements were then called illegitimate, having no paternal rights to the inheritance of their father's property. Some white fathers, as mine did, took steps to register the birth of their children with the Colonial Native Commissioner's Office, under their surnames. It was not uncommon for the remaining white relatives to force the native mother and her mixed-race offspring to change their surnames through coercion and bribery. Euro-African children, such as my father and his siblings, Aaron, Michael and Rebecca, were acknowledged by their Lithuanian Jewish father but not by other white relatives. The Rhodesian government classified them as illegitimate. Joseph Milner's children were denied the status of being born in a legitimate union by the Colonial Office and their Jewish family, and this ensured their painful stigma of illegitimacy and poverty. My father and his siblings were sent to Mbakwe, a Catholic missionary school in Plumtree, southern Rhodesia, which Hugh Macmillan and Frank Shapiro describe as effectively an orphanage. The colored presence in northern Rhodesia instigated public debate among colonists about their social and political status in the territory. The prevailing attitude was one of contempt for coloreds, and identifying with their fathers or associating with settler society was discouraged. A few colonists, however, had sympathy for coloreds and saw them as deserving of full acceptance into colonial society. For example, Mr. A. W. Edwards Jordan, a settler from Fort Jameson, present-day Chipata, felt sufficiently strongly about the issue to bypass the local administration and address his concerns directly to the Secretary of State for the Colonies in London. I have the honor to bring to your notice the political status of the Euro-Africans in northern Rhodesia. These Euro-Africans born of a European British subject and an African mother are graded by this government, sometimes as natives, other times as coloreds or half-castes, and as British protected subjects. They claim, and I support the claim, that they are British subjects, entitled to a British passport, and the honor of British citizenship. Our government has consistently postponed and evaded the issue. Settler society in northern Rhodesia was scornful of white men who lived in concubinage with African women. Philip Mason, founding director of the Institute of Race Relations in London, describes such sexual relations as a matter of physical gratification and no more. Mason further contends that the arrival of white women in these colonies made white men realize the enormity of their sexual transgressions, and that they came to regard their colonial interracial exploits with indigenous women with horror, repulsion and deep remorse. Mason reveals the sentiments of white women in northern Rhodesia who seem to have been the bulwarks of racial segregation. He quotes the secretary of the Northern Rhodesia Women's League as follows. It is not generally known that in 1903, before women of Rhodesia had the right to vote, the Immorality Suppression Ordinance was passed, making it a criminal offense for a white woman to cohabit with a native, while the reverse relationship of white men and native women continues to remain outside the cognizance of the law. All thoughtful people are agreed that such mixed intercourse was degrading to the white race and has a very evil influence on the black, Northern Rhodesian white settler society's displeasure about cohabitation between white men and African women was primarily because the relationships produced half-caste children, and this gravely concerned colonial society as coloreds were perceived to be a threat to white racial purity. Despite this attitude, miscegenation continued, as evidenced by the large number of colored descendants of British men and African women who live within and outside Zambia. In most conventional colonial narratives, colored people are disparaged as illegitimate. Floyd and Lillian Dotson as recently as 1965 maintained that Eurafricans in Central Africa are products of casual and mercenary encounters. The Dotsons, however, do concede that coloreds in Central Africa have customarily assumed the name of their British father, and among the most common names of the older generation of coloreds appear those of pioneer officials and administrators of the first rank. This acknowledgement goes against the presumption of casualness. The main point of reference for the majority of Zambian coloreds when it comes to obtaining information about their British ancestors is Brailsford's The Generation of Men. It highlights the significance and legacy of the absence of white fathers in the public record of their colored children. Northern Rhodesian interracial cohabitations between white men and African women were usually sanctioned with the payment of bride wealth, commonly known as lobola. This was not the sale of African women, as Sidney Brumfield implies. Lobola should be seen within the context of African morality. For this reason, the children born within these marriages were not considered illegitimate by African society, most especially if they were in long-term, traditionally sanctioned marriages with African women. The daughter of a prominent British settler in Northern Rhodesia agreed to speak with me about her childhood memories in Northern Rhodesia on condition that she remains anonymous. She informed me that lobola should be regarded in the same way as white people awarding a ring to their betrothed. The payment of lobola is a pledge made by a man to a woman and her family, a commitment to a long-standing relationship within the confines of marriage. In Northern Rhodesia, traditional unions sanctioned through lobola were regarded as legal, both tribally and in native courts of law. Lobola was in fact practiced by Africans in accordance with their traditional moral codes. In most instances, the long-term traditional marriages between colonial white men and African women included all the elements of conventional European marriages, except the sanction of Christian churches and the Northern Rhodesian colonial government. During the colonial era in Zambia, the practice of lobola between white men and indigenous women appears to have been the principal reason why the colonial government and settler society denied legitimacy and British citizenship rights to the children born in these interracial unions. According to the Northern Rhodesian Marriage Ordinance of 1940, colored children born in a union of a native mother and non-native father were illegitimate. They could not claim British ancestry in spite of being born of British fathers. Instead, they were deemed British protected persons. They were designated with the same social status as their African mothers. African leaders in Northern Rhodesia, and most especially Kenneth Kaunda, resisted being classified as a British protected person. They argued that, first and foremost, they should be given the dignity of being permitted to be citizens of their own country, Northern Rhodesia. In this regard, Kaunda appeared unsympathetic to their plight, accusing Euro-Africans of being misled by British propaganda. He expected the sons and daughters of African women and European men to renounce their European fathers, and thereby their European ancestry and any political privileges this way have entailed. Kaunda implied that it was necessary for Euro-Africans to do this in order to demonstrate their commitment to the African nationalist movement. However, it is important to recognize that a number of British men, particularly those who remained in Zambia, did not distance themselves from their Anglo-African children and grandchildren. This is evident from the way in which some British settlers defied government policy regarding the education of colored children. From the late 1920s onwards, the Northern Rhodesian government refused to build separate schools for half-caste children in the territory. The administration argued that separate schools would encourage half-castes to think of themselves as separate from African society. They would then become an artificial class of people that would not be accepted by either European or African society in the territory. The government wanted colored children to attend African missionary schools to encourage their being reabsorbed into African society. This assimilationist strategy for resolving the half-caste problem in the territory remained in place until the late 1950s. Several British men, some of whom had formerly served as colonial officials, resisted this assimilationist scheme by building schools on their farms and employing teachers to instruct not only their own Anglo-African children and grandchildren but those of other settlers as well. Karen Transberg Hansen dismisses Chiripula Stevenson's romance with his first African wife as mere infatuation, but romances between white men and African women were not as implausible as she implies, and many older colored people speak about the loving relationships they enjoyed with their white fathers and grandfathers. Recently in Australia, an elderly woman formerly from Zambia spoke to me about the loving relationship her British father shared with his African wife, who was the daughter of a prominent African chief. After paying lobola, her father swooped down from his horse, picked up his bride and carried her on horseback to his home. The marriage produced 9 Anglo-African children. This woman also spoke to me about the public debates which raged in colonial Zambia about the social and racial classification of half-caste people such as herself. She told me that, during the 1950s, there was much discussion in colonial Zambia about what status and categorization mixed-race people should hold. According to her, the term Eurafrican was particularly controversial. The racial and cultural classification of Eurafrican or Euro-African was commonly used in the 1940s and early 1950s in northern Rhodesia. John Grotpeter defines Eurafrican as people who have one parent who is predominantly European and one who is predominantly African. The interviewee said the white settlers determined that the term Eurafrican should be used to describe Europeans born in northern Rhodesia. According to her, white settler society appropriated the term to eliminate any confusion with people like herself. Since then, Eurafricans in Zambia have been referred to by, and have subsequently adopted, the South African term colored. In the late 1950s in northern and southern Rhodesia, the term colored became more commonly used to describe mixed-race people, who in turn adopted the term in preference to the derogatory and offensive half-caste and darkie. Historical books and journals glorify British men in northern Rhodesia as colonial trailblazers. Brailsford, numerous British contributors to the Northern Rhodesian Journal 48 and writers of other historical publications are biased in their reports about illustrious British colonial officials, administrators and farmers, men such as E. H. Lane Poole, H. S. Thornycroft, Frank and Jack Goddard, Dr. Alan Kinghorn, Richard Thornton and Jocelyn de Jong. These reports deliberately avoided discussing the men's marital status and sexuality, choosing to ignore the long-term relationships many of them enjoyed with African women. They instead promoted these men as upstanding colonial citizens and glorious pioneers of empire in northern Rhodesia. While a small number of historical texts do concede that half-caste progeny in Zambia are the descendants of British men, they suggest that these children are evidence of the tarnished character of these men. In these historical narratives, colored people remain anonymous. These histories do not provide any insight into the social and political experiences of African descendants of British men. Mixed-race child removal also occurred in northern Rhodesia. One of its victims told me that because her mother was African and her father was British, the welfare department labeled her an orphan, which gave it authority over her life to dictate with whom and where she could live. She informed me that, during the school holidays, colored children such as herself would either remain in St. John's Mission or, if the nuns permitted, they could spend their holidays at a fellow colored student's home, provided that the student's parents were both colored. These children were discouraged from going to their African mother's village. The informant told me that it was only in adulthood that she was reunited with her African mother, and then she found that she was unable to communicate with her as she had never learned her mother's language. The perpetrators of forced child removal believed they were acting in the best interests of the mixed-race children. They felt such action would enable the children to assimilate more easily into white colonial society. In the social hierarchy of northern Rhodesia, colored children were left in limbo. British colonial administrators were split into 2 camps, one of which argued that it was necessary to create an intermediate status for colored people, while the other did not agree. Ibo Mandaza identifies H.S. Thornycroft and E.H. Lane Poole as two prominent British officials in northern Rhodesia who supported a separate status for coloureds. It is commonly known that both men had fathered coloured children. Thornycroft initiated and supported the Euro-African Association, and Lane Poole, the provincial commissioner of Mongu, wrote to the Northern Rhodesian colonial government arguing that coloureds preferred their own community rather than being assimilated into white or black society. Lane Poole further argued that to leave coloureds within their African kinship groups would corrupt them with an inferiority complex with almost inevitable complications in the future. Many of the first and second generation of Zambian coloureds were abandoned by white fathers at the end of their colonial adventures and careers. Zambian coloureds originate from varying districts and ethnic groups. For example, in 1940 the largest number of coloured persons lived in the eastern province of the territory, closely followed by the northern province. It was not an uncommon practice for white men to leave the district and not explain their true intentions to their African families. This seems to have been the case with Dr. Alan Kinghorn, who dumped his African wife and 4 coloured children, Andrew, Jean, Elizabeth and Meston, on his farm Kantenshi in Isoka in the northern province of northern Rhodesia. Kinghorn found employment in Livingston, but did not inform his African wife. He instead married a European woman with whom he had one daughter named Jane, who later became a prominent magazine editor. Although the fate of Kinghorn's coloured children was sad, it seems that they were fortunate as they were well looked after by their African stepfather. Colonial administrators revealed that other abandoned coloured children were not as fortunate when their white fathers left them in their African mothers' villages. It was claimed that these children were often subjected to harsh treatment and abuse by the native authorities. According to Tom Page, the treatment of coloured children depended on their mother's tribal affiliation and that particular tribe's customary laws. He pointed out that coloured children born to a Ngoni mother and white father who were subsequently abandoned by their white fathers in their mother's village were looked upon by the other villagers as an Ishmael, not the children of the covenant. Not wanted, despised as being without a father, very often neglected and badly treated, a possible obstacle to the subsequent marriage of his mother. Page revealed that coloured children were subjected to ill treatment by their fellow Ngoni tribesmen because, according to the customary law, children belonged to their father. Therefore, the absence of white fathers had harsh social consequences for the children. On the other hand, Page noted, coloured children born to Achua mothers and white fathers who were subsequently abandoned by their white fathers were accepted by their mother's tribe because, according to Achua customary law, children belonged to their mother. In northern Rhodesia, the legal and social status of coloureds was the subject of continuous debate in the 1940s. Page highlighted this to Sanford, the Secretary for Native Affairs, who was also chairman of the Coloured Status Committee. There is first the general statement made in the Interpretation Ordinance which lays down that certain coloured persons are, in the eyes of the law, natives, all others being non-natives. In the Marriage Ordinance, a coloured person with only a trace of European blood is definitely excluded from being native. Finally, there is the dictum that illegitimates take after the mother. As coloured persons of the first generation born in Rhodesia are illegitimate, they rank as natives irrespective of their manner of living. The offspring of coloured marriages are still natives after their fathers who are natives. They therefore come under the category of British protected persons and not British subjects. The child of illicit union contracted in northern Rhodesia but who happens to have been born in Rhodesia or other British possession, not protectorate, and who comes to live in Rhodesia is a full British subject even though living as a native. In northern Rhodesia, white paternity was not the only determinant of coloured identity. A person's lifestyle was an important consideration. In 1942, Sir John Waddington, the Governor and Commander-in-Chief of Northern Rhodesia, set up a commission of inquiry to investigate land policy in the colonial territory. The report, sympathetic to the plight of coloureds, also revealed their unstable social and political status in the colony. The land commissioners informed the government that coloureds' racial classification and social status in Northern Rhodesia were too flexible, and recommended that they be re-evaluated. The coloured question is one of great complexity, and we do not feel that the present definition of a coloured person can be regarded as entirely satisfactory, based as it is, in actual fact, solely upon material possessions. No person without means, and little opportunity for employment, can live according to European standards, but it does not necessarily follow that he wishes, or should be compelled, to adopt native standards and to be classed as native. We feel that this question needs further consideration. Financial criteria also determined colored status and identity. This made their status unpredictable because it depended on an individual's material possessions and their maintenance of a European lifestyle. This emphasis on material possessions and lifestyle gravely concerned Northern Rhodesian coloreds, primarily because they had limited opportunities to find work and thereby maintain a European standard of living. Coloreds' economic disadvantages were a constant threat to their racial and social status in Northern Rhodesia. Coloreds lived with the constant fear that their racial classification and status, along with the limited privileges these offered, would be taken from them and that they would be reclassified native, like their African mothers. The native categorization and status in turn would assure further social, economic and educational disadvantage. In British colonial Africa, coloreds witnessed the debased treatment meted out by the colonial administrators to Africans, and it would seem that this greatly contributed to their dissociation from Africans. In addition, their European fathers who were in marriages with their African mothers insisted that their children not associate with Africans. The colored children, like my grandfather Stephen, were told they were Muzungu, which means white, or that they were half-caste and colored, but not African, which denoted blackness and inadequacy. My grandfather would call himself a Muzungu half-caste, meaning he was white and half black. By calling himself a Muzungu half-caste, he emphasized his white genealogy. The first and second generations of Zambian coloreds were constantly warned by their white fathers, black mothers, the ruling white minority, mission school teachers and fellow coloreds not to socialize with Africans, as it would contaminate and socially degenerate them. These conflicting ideas about their racial identity resulted in coloreds being culturally estranged and absent white fathers displaced, not belonging to either culture, African or European. Frantz Fanon describes the phenomenon as an inferiority complex that has been created by the death and burial of its local cultural originality. In Northern Rhodesia, it was common knowledge that fair-skinned colored individuals who realized the predicament of institutionalized poverty were able to gain social mobility and attain a higher standard of living, but at great cost to themselves and their families. If they could pass as European, they did. Play whites, as such people were called, joined white social clubs, were promoted into managerial jobs which were reserved for white people and lived in white housing areas. Coloreds who played white had to reinvent themselves as white in speech and manner, which meant, in most cases, disowning their past, family and community. In the 1950s and 1960s, the intermediate status of colored people in Northern Rhodesian society ensured feelings of conflict. They attributed their limited privileges to the white ruling minority to whom they felt indebted. Their privileged status contributed to an estrangement with their African families and also prevented them from establishing relationships with them. The aspiration of attaining a European lifestyle and the allure of a superior social status meant that coloreds embraced European culture. They hoped that Europeans would accept them, but they were often exposed to further humiliation and vulnerability, as their ambitions were frequently rejected. Coloreds' marginalization and alienation contributed to their forming their own culture, an amalgamation of British and African cultures. Rejected and abandoned by white fathers, Northern Rhodesian colored people formed their own social community. Elizabeth Robertson eloquently defined her experience growing up mixed race in colonial Rhodesia as bonding in our abandonment. Whereas in South Africa race laws upheld the privilege of whiteness, in Zambia the color bar was imposed not by law but rather by custom. John Gunther points out that in Northern Rhodesia, white settler society, especially white South African immigrants, imposed an industrial color bar and that this ideology eventually spilled over into every aspect of Northern Rhodesian African social lives. In the 1950s, coloreds requested separate housing from the Northern Rhodesian government. The colonial government acceded to their demands and built houses specifically for coloreds. These housing areas became known as the colored quarters. In most cases, they were situated on the margins of white society on the outskirts of industrial towns along the railway lines. In a recent interview, my mother Nellie Milner spoke to me about her colonial experiences. She described the houses in the quarters as small and in close proximity to one another. She also stated that, within the quarters, there was a social club and schools. In addition to segregated housing areas, colored men were confined to specific areas of employment in the Public Works Department and Rhodesia Railways, with limited opportunities for promotion. Colored segregation and exclusion, although initially state-imposed, evolved into a self-imposed separation, beginning with my grandparents' generation. They married within the Zambian and Zimbabwean colored community. This preference persists among the present generation of Zambian coloreds both in Zambia and abroad. Such marriages ensure that the community remains a complex web of familial and kinship connections. Living within the confines of their own social group gave coloreds a sense of security and community, but it deprived them of far more. This segregated, alienated lifestyle was inherited by subsequent generations. From the segregated hospitals where they were born to the segregated schools for coloreds, the pattern persisted into adulthood in the segregated housing areas in which they lived, and their employment in racially segregated jobs. In this way, the colonial government and coloreds themselves ensured their alienation and marginalization from both white and black society. In Zambia, the memory of absentee white fathers such as Kachalola Brumfield may have started to fade. Their legacies can, however, still be discerned in the social, cultural, racial and political experiences of the current generation of their colored descendants. The most notable manifestation of this heritage after independence has been the ongoing emigration of Zambia's Anglo-Africans to Great Britain. This exodus became pronounced with Zambia's economic decline from the early 1970s onwards. Anglo-Africans' dispersal from Zambia to the UK has also partly been prompted by the legacy of the absent white father. Cultural theorist Stuart Hall suggests that there can be no simple return or recovery of the ancestral past which is not re-experienced through the categories of the present. In other words, the Zambian Anglo-African social category and colored identity are artifacts of their colonial past, and many have felt the need to return and recover their ancestral past in order to make a coherent story of their current social and cultural predicament. They have experienced the diasporic described by Hall as not the so-called return to roots but a coming to terms with our roots. The migration of Zambian Anglo-Africans to Britain suggests that in the post-colonial situation they have come to see themselves as part of the British diaspora. The contemporary migration of coloreds from Zambia to Great Britain and other global destinations would indicate that they have not only crossed political borders demarcating nation-states, but also crossed diasporic convergences across ethnicities, cultures, religions and nationalities by reclaiming their British ancestry, which they were discouraged from asserting during British rule in northern Rhodesia. In contemporary times, these children's stigma of illegitimacy appears to be insignificant should they choose to claim British citizenship. British citizenship laws are sanguineous in that the children and grandchildren of British people who can irrevocably prove their British ancestry can claim right of abode in the UK, 68, and many Anglo-Africans have done this. They have claimed their birthright, British citizenship. In the last 30 years, the British government has changed its earlier stance of not acknowledging the mixed-race descendants of British men born in its former colonies, and awarded them equal access to British citizenship. Also during this period, social expectations changed. Today children born outside of marriage have equal rights to those born within marriages. Illegitimacy is no longer the stigma it was in the colonial era. Another factor is that during the colonial era, coloreds were not able to access British archival records. However, in the present these records are accessible, and coloreds have been able to retrieve and piece together their family histories through birth and death certificates, letters, wills and other such documentation relating to their British ancestors. Conclusion. The fundamentals of the colored phenomenon in Zambia are its Britishness, recentness, and separateness. Zambian colored people identify themselves in these terms primarily because of the commonality of their origins. They were born in Zambia as the descendants of colonial white men and African women. In colonial Zambia, coloreds lived as coloreds among coloreds, people like themselves, of African, Asiatic and European descent who shared their predicament of social alienation. The legacies of Anglo-Africans' colonial experience are their cultural displacement, migration and diaspora. In the Zambian context, the diasporic and return migration features further complicate coloredness. However, these two features are important in understanding the distinctiveness of the colored experience in Zambia. Diaspora, in particular, deepens the complications and entanglements of coloredness in Zambia, wherein colored is both white and not white. The visibility of whiteness, and particularly white genealogies of British ancestors, has currency for Anglo-Africans in Zambia. It enables them to return to their imagined homeland of Great Britain. Colored's return migration to Britain is partly a cultural repossession. It is a reclamation by those who have been culturally displaced and the creation of a coherent story of their Zambian past. More than a century after the onset of British colonization, it has been estimated that as much as half of the total Zambian colored population have retraced the footsteps of their British ancestors back to their imagined homeland, Great Britain. Chapter 9. A generous dream, but difficult to realize, the making of the Anglo-African community of Nyasaland, 1929–1940. By Christopher J. Lee. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. In April 1929, an unremarkable man, a local entrepreneur and defendant in a minor lawsuit, entered the High Court of Nyasaland and made a remarkable gesture. The son of an Indian immigrant and an African woman, Suleiman Abdul Karim declared that he was a non-native, and that he should consequently be tried as such. The lawsuit brought against him by one Ernest Carr of Blantyre, Nyasaland, concerned the ownership of a Ford truck, for which he had failed to complete payment. Why he claimed this status is a mystery. Had he declared himself a native, Carr would most likely have been deemed guilty of transgressing the Credit Trade with Natives Ordinance of 1926, which restricted commercial loans and business transactions between European settlers and native Africans. The case would therefore likely have been rescinded with Carr perceived at fault under the law. Nevertheless, the court decided to accept Karim's claim despite the legal jeopardy under which it placed him. During his review, Judge Haythorne Reed accepted Karim as qualifying for non-native status, given his non-native paternal line of descent. The court case proceeded, and Karim was found guilty as charged. As a result of this ruling, the first meeting of what was to become the Anglo-African Association of Nyasaland was held in Lim, a town neighboring the commercial center of Blantyre, on the 28th of July 1929. Present were 19 men. As cited in the meeting minutes, the association was created at the suggestion of the Blantyre District Commissioner, who mentioned that due to the Carr versus Karim ruling, our status was entirely changed. Thomas Merry, secretary at the meeting, remarked that there were also clauses in already existing ordinances which would now apply to us, and certain of them may prove a hardship to parts of the community and some possibly an advantage, and that the only way to overcome this difficulty would be to form an association and select a capable committee and meet the provincial commissioner and the district commissioner. Motivated by the possibility of social advancement, this association attempted to define a new community unique to the colonial period. Because the area had only been colonized in the 1890s, the Anglo-African community of Nyasaland during the 1930s, for the most part, consisted of first-generation persons of mixed racial descent. This is reflected in their preference of the term Anglo-African over colored and half-caste. Although all three were used, Anglo-African had the advantage of emphasizing their partial descent from colonists. Not having the density of white settlement that characterized South Africa or Zimbabwe, the total size of Nyasaland's colored population was commensurately small. The European population of Nyasaland in 1931 numbered 1,975, the Indian population 1,591, and in 1934 the Anglo-African community numbered 1,202. On the other hand, the total African population was estimated at 1,599,888. This meant that the European and Anglo-African communities were respectively 0.12 and 0.07% of the protectorate's total population. Nevertheless, Anglo-Africans comprised nearly a quarter of the total non-African population during the early 1930s. Their claim to separate status therefore was not insignificant. Prior to the founding of the association, it is difficult to determine with accuracy the size and character of the community. Beyond the conjecture that a semblance of groupness, if not self-conscious community, existed beforehand, its contingent origins based on interracial relationships undermine any simple assumptions about its early history. This chapter is therefore concerned with the foundation and early challenges of the Anglo-African community of Nyasaland during the 1930s, before its activities and interests were transformed by changes ushered in by World War II. Questions of identity and status are explored with specific attention to the discursive manifestations of Anglo-African identity formation. Being a colonial subculture, the archival source base for such historical retrieval is limited, but not without local or comparative historical value. Indeed, a central contention of this chapter is the significance of such marginal communities and their complex, if historically nascent, intellectual traditions. Although Anglo-African was the predominant term that people of mixed racial descent used to refer to themselves in Nyasaland, the opportunities and challenges they faced as a group is indicative of broader patterns of colored historical experience in southern Africa during this period, an experience characterized by a desire for racial equality with whites. At the same time, the Nyasaland case also points to differences in how conventional notions of colored identity, predicated largely on case studies from South Africa, might be reconsidered vis-à-vis Anglo-African conceptions of identity. In sum, the central concern of this chapter is to outline local rationales of self-understanding against this regional backdrop. The issue of separate education was of particular importance to the community during this period. To the association, education not only offered the chance of economic betterment but also held out the possibility of eventual social equality with colonists. This emphasis is consequently significant in two key ways. Firstly, it firmly situates the making of Anglo-African identity within its era. In the 1920s and 1930s, Nyasaland was generally characterized by a colonial public sphere rich in aspirations towards forms of Western modernity, of which education was an element of central importance. The Anglo-African community of Nyasaland needs to be considered within this broader social milieu. Secondly, education also marks a significant point of thematic comparison with colored communities within the region. Such contextual and thematic elements underscore the coexistence of distinct variables for comparative analysis across the subcontinent. Taken together, then, this chapter aims to walk a line between regional comparison and the specifics of local difference. It is important to recognize that Anglo-African identity was discussed and debated on several fronts, by the colonial state, African officials, as well as the Anglo-African Association. A general conclusion of this chapter is that social identities must be understood as intersections of contending perspectives and interests. In contrast to pre-existing approaches to identity in Africa's historiography that have centered on notions of primordialism, instrumentalism or social constructionism, the contention here is that identities neither originate with state policies and action, nor are they entirely under the control of those who espouse them. They do not belong to any single entity or community. Rather, identities operate in contextually specific ways, existing between social structures and historical actors, rather than being located within, or in the possession of, one or the other. Their momentary meaning is consequently dependent on local contingencies of power and definition. Accounting for such conditions and the social practices and processes that create them is an important part of the historian's task. At the broadest level, this chapter proposes this revised approach of possession and dispossession to historicizing identity formation, not only among colored communities, but other ethnic and racial communities throughout the continent. Race, kinship and politics in a colonial subculture. The identity politics initiated by the Anglo-African Association during the 1930s had an impact at a number of levels. It became as much an administrative question of a native status in British Central and East Africa as it was a matter of individual self-reflection to members of the association. Despite the High Court's initial emphasis on origin, defining the general category of a native, or the more local identity of Anglo-African, were not simple tasks. The matter of separate education, which became a central concern of the association, was an extension of these broader questions of identity and classification, and proved to be as intractable. Both issues became closely linked in the minds of government officials and African authorities, and particularly members of the Anglo-African Association. Although the Anglo-African population was very small, institutional separation would complicate an ethnically based system of governance that was then being established through indirect rule. Indeed, it is important to note that the association arose at a time when the colonial state, in consonance with British administrative practices elsewhere on the continent, was pursuing an ethnic, rather than a racial, option for rule. Though never entirely successful, this policy sought to avoid the perception of British colonial rule as racist. Instead, indirect rule proposed a dual mandate of common interests and shared administrative tasks between British and African officials, thus mitigating the appearance of racial dominance. The association's quest for racial privilege aggravated local colonial anxiety about racial tensions that had manifested themselves through the Chilembwe Uprising of 1915. Though short-lived, this revolt, led by John Chilembwe and his independent church movement, viewed British colonial rule as unjust and sought to end it. Moving away from nakedly racist policies had therefore been an aim of the Nyasaland government ever since. In reference to this agenda, A.T. Lacey, Director of Education, argued in 1933 that he was not prepared to make any definite proposals on the matter of separate education since the whole question of the legal status of half-castes bristles with difficulties. Until the question of status had been settled by the British Colonial Office, establishing separate education for Anglo-Africans would be premature and could be subversive to general policies of native development under the British dual mandate. However, the need for separate education from the perspective of Anglo-Africans was entirely clear, as the community was growing and, in their view, formed a distinct and permanent stratum within the population. In the words of the association, "We are British subjects and citizens, and not mere non-natives. The marriages between non-natives and the black women, illegal as they may be, are bound to continue and increase. The number of the Anglo-Africans is also bound for certain to grow larger and larger as the years go along." The main predicament of the Anglo-African community was therefore how to position itself in a context that was both racially and ethnically defined. The colonial state and African authorities alike wished to avoid the appearance of racial privilege, whereas members of the association viewed their paternal kinship ties to colonists as a key advantage in the competition for limited social resources. This sense of connection in turn gave them a strong sense of entitlement. The upshot was that they found their racialized kinship background to offer a palpable advantage and strategy, but one that was also limited given the context of indirect rule in Nyasaland. These competing perspectives on colonial priorities, African power, and senses of self and belonging helped to illuminate the multifaceted processes of identification within this community. More broadly, the Anglo-African community of Nyasaland also demonstrates the contingencies and improvisations that mark racial and identity formation in marginal communities. As pointed out in recent scholarship in anthropology and cultural studies, marginal locations and subcultures are significant sites for such novelty, precisely because they are beyond the hegemony of mainstream patterns and practices. Analytic significance and historical meaning therefore should not be dependent or measured by conventional notions of margin and center. Rather, such locations should be reflected upon critically, with marginal sites and status embraced, not disparaged, which in most cases only serve to reproduce the problem of marginality. Given their location and size, Nyasaland and its Anglo-African community readily fit into such an interpretive paradigm. The use of such a framework also enables a comparative dialogue to take place. Recent work on South Africa, for example, has used creolization theory to understand colored marginality and identity, though with little detail on the context, means and history of the process. This chapter investigates such processes of creolization, how a first-generation, racially mixed community employed different resources and rationales to assert a hybridized identity. These demographic and spatial dimensions are therefore fundamental to understanding the shaping of Anglo-African identity in Nyasaland and help expand methodological possibilities for explaining the production of new social knowledge and identities in such spaces. From an imperial standpoint, the question of definition raised by the Reed ruling eventually took on a regional dimension, with Nyasaland officials looking to the experience and policies of neighboring British colonies to inform their thinking. The significance of such discussion is that it points to the ambiguities of state power vis-à-vis colored identity. Through their complex genealogical origins, colored individuals and communities complicated existing views and policies that centered on racially pure notions of native and non-native status. Conventional colonial visions of rule were therefore interrupted and rendered illegible, if to a limited degree, by such subcultural formations. This attribution of ambiguity to colonial states contrasts with conventional interpretations that have more often assigned ambiguity to colored communities and their behavior. The uncertainty of state policy during the 1930s allowed a degree of legal and social maneuverability for the Anglo-African Association and the community it represented. It created a discursive space for Anglo-African identity to insert itself into Nyasaland's broader civil society. The interwar years are consequently crucial for understanding the opportunities and challenges facing its establishment. To understand the place and predicament of the Anglo-African community during the 1930s, it is equally important to situate their interests and tactics within the broader social landscape of Nyasaland. As in other parts of the continent, a number of elite native associations had emerged in Nyasaland since the early 1920s, their membership consisting mainly of mission-educated Africans. The concerns of these associations were primarily accommodationist in scope, seeking to revise rather than overthrow existing colonial policies, in sharp contrast with the armed struggle led by John Chilembwe. The history of the Anglo-African Association forms part of this civil activism. Like competing organizations, the Anglo-African Association sought certain privileges for its constituency through dialogue with the state. This strategy, more often than not, included written petitions, the submission of meeting minutes and transcribed speeches to government departments, as well as direct encounters with colonial officials. Such dialogue points to the interactive nature of Anglo-African identity formation from its inception. Minutes from the inaugural meeting of the association, for example, were sent to the commissioner of the southern province within the Nyasaland government for consideration. This document stressed that the most important question above all was that of establishing our status. We humbly appeal to the government that when framing any ordinances concerning our community, especially with regard to our status, to kindly avoid, as far as possible, the scourge with which we have been initiated, namely, the term half-caste. The association further argued that there were millions of similar people like them domiciled in various countries and that the term half-caste did not offer any complement. They wanted to replace this painful designation with something more appreciative, and felt it would help in establishing a kindly relationship with all sections of the communities of this country. The other issues raised in their petition included welfare and education for children, taxation, higher wages and a census of the Anglo-African population. Initial government response at the district level expressed interest and support for the association. In my opinion, all their requests are reasonable. I believe that the formation of an Anglo-African society would be useful, wrote one local official. He also noted that Anglo-Africans were not popular amongst the natives from whom they keep aloof and circumstances have cut them off from Europeans. They were, however, very loyal to the British government and wanted to raise themselves and prove worthy of the citizenship they have inherited. In his view, such a clean, law-abiding, respectful community deserved government attention and legislative consideration as a separate class. This early enthusiasm did not last, however. A brief handwritten note from the colonial secretary to the Attorney General commented, "I think this is likely to be a very difficult problem." This perspective proved prescient as debate over what to do about the association's requests was to extend to the end of the 1930s. Such official concerns did not deter local agency and voices. Ongoing ambivalence within the Nyasaland administration towards the Anglo-African community during this period created the space for Anglo-African interests to be expressed and the identity to be further entrenched. Separate education was of particular importance to the association as it was regarded as necessary to the social advancement of the community. Anglo-Africans were not the only ones seeking such mobility through education, as other African communities in Nyasaland held similar aspirations. This competition only spurred the Anglo-African Association into striving even harder to achieve its goals. The situation took on a particular urgency for the Anglo-African Association after 1933, the year that the Native Authority Ordinance and Native Courts Ordinance were promulgated. Both entrenched African interests within the system of indirect rule, thus representing their ongoing marginalization in the eyes of Anglo-Africans. However, the passing of these ordinances was consistent with government policy of appeasing Africans after the Chilembwe uprising. This historical moment also points to a key distinction between the situations in Nyasaland and South Africa. Anglo-Africans initially did not occupy a stable middle position within the racial hierarchy but were marginal to black and white interests alike. It is this subsidiary social position that further qualifies the community as a colonial subculture, what Ken Gelder characterizes as a culture that is non-normative and or marginal through its particular interests and practices. The passing of these ordinances did not dispel the association's aspirations. Rather, they provided further impetus to their assertiveness. Two such instances, the first in 1933, the second in 1934, and both involving the drive for separate education, will be used to demonstrate the ways in which Anglo-African identity developed through a local process of creolization. Articulations of Anglo-African identity. On the morning of the 30th of July 1933, the Anglo-African Association held a meeting in Lim to discuss ways of advancing the social interests of the community. They took as their guiding principle a statement made by then Governor of Nyasaland, Sir Shenton Thomas, at a meeting held 2 years earlier on the 13th of July 1931, at which he stated that their community should be given every chance, opportunity and encouragement for their development. There was agreement that this had not held true during the previous 2 years, particularly after Thomas's departure for the Gold Coast in 1932 and with the local economy hit hard by global depression. James Jameson, a member in attendance, said his application for a job to the Agricultural Department was unsuccessful and claimed that little had been done by the government to recruit Anglo-Africans. It was recommended that the association compile a list of unemployed to be circulated among district commissioners for any vacancies that might exist. They reiterated the opinion of the Secretary of State for the Colonies that they should be given equal chances in life. Closely connected to this short-term concern about employment was the issue of separate education. Henry Scroft, a vocal member of the association, argued that in light of Thomas's earlier statement, this matter be raised again. With education a vital dimension of community development, 2 further meetings were proposed for the 17th of September and the 1st of October 1933. Prior to the second meeting, Scroft learnt from the head of the Blantyre Mission School, his alma mater, that education for the community was a general topic amongst the high government officials. It was a matter being taken seriously, and the Director of Education for the Protectorate was familiar with their concerns. With this encouragement, Scroft made a speech to the association at the October meeting entitled Education for the Anglo-Africans, a brief outline on education as a result of a meeting with His Excellency Sir Thomas in 1931. Scroft's speech is important for the complex sets of connections it reveals regarding education, paternal responsibility and community development. Its argument that situated Anglo-African education in a context of identity claims, kinship and race evinces a sensibility that extended beyond the immediate issue at hand. It thus provides crucial insight into the social parameters and rationales that underpinned local notions of Anglo-African identity. Scroft began by emphasizing the importance of education, and underscoring Anglo-African entitlement to separate education through notions of paternal responsibility. The association had asked to make it compulsory that every non-native father parent should deposit a certain sum of money with the authorities, to be used for fees for the child's elementary education. With this funding, the association believed there would be nothing more to worry about the child because at least there was something with which the child would secure his or her preliminary education. The father of any such child would then be free. Governor Thomas, however, did not think this could be legally justified since in Great Britain such children could only make claims through affiliation laws, statutes that were not applicable in Nyasaland. Scroft's response was to broaden the realm of paternal responsibility from strictly legal to more familial norms that, in metaphorical fashion, included the colonial state itself. The government will find its way to the accomplishment of their duty to a people who so much need education for the means of their existence and comfort in this world, he stated. It is the government's charge and not the father's alone in every sense. In this way, the failure of individuals to meet their paternal responsibilities was transferred onto the British colonial administration. With these personal and metaphorical kinship connections as a backdrop, the main argument of Scroft's speech was that Anglo-Africans were fundamentally different from native Africans. Scroft hinged such claims not only on kinship but on what he perceived to be the general aims of colonial policy, namely the cultivation of loyalty among subjects. In his view, their intrinsic non-native status made it dishonest of any person so engaged to recommend our being educated together with natives for an indefinite period. With rhetoric that was often infused with a racist tone, he justified this approach through personal experience. When later on the Anglo-African finds out the difference between him and his native classmates, he is scorned, mocked, and abused in such a way that he never forgets until there is some suitable counteraction sooner or later. He further asserted that their sense of inferiority towards African and white communities alike would inevitably be passed down to the next generation and would be intensified by mixed education if a solution were not implemented. Ashcroft closed his speech by emphasizing their kinship with European colonists. "We are children of non-natives, our thinking, living, and social life take after our fathers. We shall always stand by them and be of service to them. It is for this reason that government should give us education to shape us into a respectable race and form us into useful citizens of the government and the British Empire to which unhesitatingly we belong. If we are taught to know ourselves and what we should do, there shall be lacking no response on our side, because we know what we are and what we owe the government." He also requested that a census and an assessment of the social conditions of the Anglo-African community in the Protectorate be taken. While agreeing that education was important, there were some skeptical voices in the association. One member raised the case of South Africa, where there was separate education, but there were some who still could not even get a job because of their color. He agreed there should be separate schools for Anglo-Africans, but felt there was no way of getting out of the fact that he was a colored man and that the same thing which affected the colored people in the South might become applicable in this country, and that when the colored man failed to satisfy his ambition he became worried. While Ashcroft sympathized with such opinions, he re-emphasized that lack of education would be the end of our community. Another opinion expressed was that separate education was necessary for circumventing the threat of Africanization. And Mr. King, for example, was very much grieved to see our people who lived in the villages drinking native beer, dancing with natives with only a blanket or a single cloth tied round their waists or hung over their shoulders, and eating whatever the primitive native ate. Their condition was intolerable and would only make one weep. If these people had been brought up in a proper elementary school, they would be of great service to the government and would constitute a united Anglo-African community. Their kinship to colonists and the responsibility of the state entitled them to such education. Although copies of these meeting minutes were sent to the Commissioner of the Southern Province and the Governor himself as a petition for their cause, the government did not respond promptly to the claims made by the association. The official view was that the legal status of mixed-race people was still under consideration for the East African colonies. The state could not make any formal policy decisions until this basic question was resolved. However, the temporary guiding principle was that no obstacle should be placed in the way of native half-castes being classed among members of a higher civilization where their standard and manner of life justified such classification. It was also held that no obstacle should be raised to children, legitimate or illegitimate, of European or Indian fathers and native mothers being treated in accordance with the status of their fathers where they have been brought up in a manner suited to that status. The government felt that this group was small and that there were comparatively few who would desire to be treated as other than natives because the majority lived in exactly the same manner as natives, and it would be undesirable if these persons were prevented from taking their place in the life of a native village. It was thus felt that any distinctive educational program would be premature and potentially subversive of general policy. These views were shared by missionary institutions in Nyasaland. Some people wished to make of the half-caste children a middle class, between Europeans and African natives, summarized one white father's missionary. This is a generous dream, but difficult to realize. Negotiating modalities of race and kinship. It was not until mid-1934 that the government arrived at a clearer position on the issues raised by the Anglo-African Association. Though the Advisory Committee on Education viewed with great sympathy the plea of the Anglo-African Association with reference to children of mixed descent being hidden in the villages, and undertook to ensure that all such children have full opportunity of education, the official consensus was that there was no difference between the intellectual attainments of the African and the half-caste, and therefore no educational distinction should be made between them. The committee furthermore recommended that full consideration be given to the African point of view regarding the issue, and concluded that any plan of separate education was undesirable. Levi Mumba, the only African member of the advisory committee, provided the African point of view as described in its report. Mumba's stance constitutes a meaningful contrast to both British and Anglo-African perspectives on the matter. Furthermore, his testimony confirms that Anglo-African identity rested at the intersection of three competing points of view, each of which had different rationales for the making or unmaking of this distinct identity. Like colonial officials, Mumba considered the question of separate education for Anglo-Africans to be not only important but difficult and complex, because it entailed issues of racial privilege, separate legal status, and novel notions of corporate belonging. Mumba argued that the government should provide free elementary education to Africans and Anglo-Africans alike and supported its efforts in this regard. What he found problematic with the association's request for separate education was that it was based on patrilineal lines of descent. He undermined its claims by asserting that a matrilineal kinship framework, as practiced by African communities in the Nyasaland region, should also be applicable to Anglo-Africans. 42 Mumba recognized the tensions between this local corporate system and the aspirations of the association. He saw the association's claims not only as improvised but also as a form of cultural and racial subterfuge. The association clearly identified more strongly with their British fathers than their African mothers, though not completely denying the latter. Their interstitial cultural position and first-generation status forced a creolized outlook and strategy upon Anglo-Africans, one shaped by their perceptions of social challenges and opportunities. Mumba also conceded that Anglo-Africans were not necessarily responsible for their predicament. He reasoned that they had access to educational facilities through mission schools, and believed that, should separate facilities be provided for them, their British fathers and not the government should bear the financial burden. Were the government to accede to the association's request, it would in his view be guilty of wasting public revenue and for recognizing illegal miscegenation of races. Mumba based his arguments on indigenous norms and practices and, like his British peers, embraced particular notions of protocol and cultural practice. For example, he contrasted situations of legitimacy and illegitimacy as conceived in Europe and Africa. In Europe, illegitimate children had no claim on their father even if social equality were attained through educational achievement. Similarly, he argued, in Africa among tribes who pay dowry the children belong to the father and have a claim on him. Among those who do not pay dowry, they belong to the mother and can only claim on the uncles. With Anglo-Africans being, more often than not, the offspring of unions unauthorized by law, dowry, ancosui or other understanding, they should be considered under the guardianship of their African relatives, specifically their mother's brothers or uncles. In terms of local customary law, Anglo-Africans were part of their African families, and their legal status thus needed to be determined by matrilineal lines of descent. To drive his point home, Mumba added that African families never grumbled when nursing or bringing them up, they care for them with a parental love which is lacking on the part of the civilized and rich father. Mumba recognized the animosity to African values and culture inherent in the association's position. In this regard, he perceived Anglo-Africans as not only ungrateful, but misguided. He described how many do not wish to see the sight of their mothers, much less that of their related uncles, for they think that if their identity is known it reduces their chance of passing as pure white men or Indians on account of their light color and the father's name. He also argued that Anglo-African claims to a new status were undermined by their diverse origins. They are not an independent race and the term Anglo-African does not correctly describe them all, for it is not only the English who have children from African women. There are German, Italian, Portuguese, Indian, Greek, Arab and Somali half-castes as well as Nyasaland African half-castes, who are the children of African men and half-caste women. Mumba asserted that their desire for a separate status, to avoid their growing among Africans in the villages and eating native food, was ultimately unrealistic. What force can unite all these diverse offspring into one solid mass when they are removed from the villages? He asked. He was thus critical of the association's use of race and kinship to try and set a civilization standard, since the community's paternal origins were so diverse. A higher standard of civilization was the one avenue left through which they can push themselves up to higher positions and wages, though, as Mumba pointed out, this need not be a prerogative of any one single race. Mumba made it clear that their desire for education was reasonable and cannot be disputed, but that the request for separate education was not. Anglo-Africans in his eyes had no justification for claiming separate education, for education should be available to all without distinction. In conclusion, Mumba stated that Anglo-Africans were the children of wronged African women who had carried the responsibility of raising them. He argued that they may be non-natives but have no other home except as natives of Nyasaland. It would be a double wrong to the African woman, and no protection to the African race, if their half-caste children are encouraged to look down on them by being given a higher educational status based on nothing except that they are the accidental children of some foreigner who is ashamed to own them. He concluded that customary law which recognized matrilineal lines of descent should prevail in determining the status of Anglo-Africans. In the absence of a law to the contrary, the half-caste child is bound to live with his mother and maternal uncles as hitherto and get his education together with other children. The removal of such a child from its African environment of village life is at present impracticable. Mumba's position is important not only for the cultural perspective he offers but also for the notions of cultural and racial purity evident in his thought. The existence of such views and discourse within African society provides further evidence of the creolized nature of Anglo-African self-perception. If the Anglo-African Association spoke of patrilineal kinship and responsibility, Mumba drew upon an opposing local rationale for his position. These contrasts and tensions serve to locate the very site of Creole identification processes in contestation over kinship norms and cultural practices. Mumba's interpretation shows that not only was Anglo-African identity the product of competing conceptualizations of corporate belonging, but also that African authorities and communities had a stake in maintaining control over such processes of identity formation. This concern over social and cultural boundaries served to reinforce pre-existing identities and local social relations of power. The Anglo-African Association responded to Mumba's position with an extensive memorandum of its own, one frequently racist in tone. Their 1934 petition complained that their pleas for separate education were being criticized and attacked by a native instead of by a person of different status, and that no Anglo-Africans were given the opportunity to state their case to the committee. The fact that he is the first of the primitive stock to taste the blessings of European education was not considered, lamented one member. The association feared that Mumba's opinions would lead to the doom of the whole half-caste race of the country, that they must go down into the jaws of primitive life and its evil influences as if they were born by that inferior race alone without a drop of the blood of the advanced races in their veins. The association once again asserted their right, as descendants of European colonists, to privileged treatment. It claimed that they did not wish to be a burden to society but wanted to improve themselves and become useful citizens. They reasoned that free elementary education for the Anglo-African would lead to employment and enable him to follow the path established by his European forebears, for his fathers and forefathers, the Europeans, have led that very life and he must walk in their footsteps. The association furthermore rejected Mumba's claims that the matrilineal system nurtured Anglo-Africans, for there was not one who has been educated by his African uncle who has reached any useful standard and who is now doing some work anywhere on such education and earning a decent salary. In a similar vein, they did not see their petitions as an embarrassment to colonists or the Nyasaland government but as a matter of claiming their rightful inheritance which Mumba had no right to question. Who has found it embarrassing to do good to his own child, and why should an outside member or person or servant or slave be jealous and envious of the doings of a father to his child? Is it embarrassing for a prince to claim upon his blood father or his father's crown or kingdom? Will the king's servants and slaves have objections to his claims, and will their objections be sound within the law? The petition further expressed concern that a decision had been reached before the question of status had been decided among the colonies of British East Africa. The association consequently requested that their criticisms be sent on to the Colonial Office, in which it still held faith. They also expressed a desire to be allowed to participate in future policy making. In response, the Nyasaland administration shifted its position in October 1934, indicating that the question of Anglo-African status would be considered separately to matters of education, particularly since education was not under consideration at the East African Governors' Conference held that year. This change was intended to allow the administration to hold to its local policy of having a single education system for Africans and Anglo-Africans, whatever decision on the status of mixed-race people was reached. In the meantime, colonial officials in Nyasaland sought guidance on the status of Anglo-Africans from the policies implemented in neighboring colonies, particularly southern Rhodesia. Although the 1933 report of the committee appointed by the government of Southern Rhodesia to inquire into questions concerning the education of colored and half-caste children in the colony was carefully reviewed by the Director of Education, it left several uncertainties as to how it might be applied in Nyasaland. The director, for example, perceived many of the recommendations for institutional improvement to be limited in nature and doubted that such institutions developed community identity and self-respect as the report claimed. He also expressed reservations about policy decisions that led to making distinctions, social and economic, between degrees of color and race, where these distinctions must be more or less hard and fast. The report in his view gave the idea of definite strata, below the African and the African half-caste, then the colored and the European half-caste, then, though this is not quite so clear, the Indian, and then the European. The appropriateness or utility of legislating for such a hierarchy in Nyasaland was not apparent to him. He concluded that there were fundamental differences between Southern Rhodesia and Nyasaland, largely centered on the density of white settlement. The Education Department in Nyasaland interpreted its own approach as one of bridging over the gap between Africans and Europeans over time, not one of hardening racial distinctions and hierarchy. This policy did not take explicit account of Anglo-Africans, but neither did it exclude them. It did evince a concern for African interests, however. Segregation was not a priority for Nyasaland due to indirect rule being based on ethnic distinctions. The Director of Education felt that Anglo-African demands were out of step with this aspect of local policy, though they could be useful in the bridging over process since they would and indeed do suggest that a bridge already exists in their comparative consanguinity. He further concluded that the half-caste, no less than the African, shall, in Nyasaland, be accepted as eligible for any occupation for which he may prove himself to be fitted. Still, Southern Rhodesia's stark position only added to official uncertainty about how Anglo-Africans should be treated in Nyasaland. Uniformity of policy with the East African colonies was thus seen as the ultimate aim. However, regional considerations appeared only to complicate matters rather than simplify them. Notwithstanding further petitions by the Anglo-African Association, the issues of separate education and acknowledgement of a privileged status for Anglo-Africans were rendered temporarily moribund a few years later with the advent of World War II, which put Nyasaland on a new trajectory towards political integration with Southern and Northern Rhodesia. As part of the Central African Federation, Anglo-Africans were placed in closer contact and dialogue with colored communities in Southern and Northern Rhodesia between 1953 and 1963. Like the 1930s, this period provided an opportunity to stabilize and entrench the identity. By 1964, however, African nationalism had dissolved the federation and undermined the salience of both Anglo-African and colored as administrative or social identity categories. Today these terms have no legal or official standing, and their social currency, in terms of how people identify publicly, is greatly diminished. This is in large part due to the nationalist politics of Hastings Kamuzu Banda, who ruled Malawi from 1964 to 1994. During which he implemented an official policy of non-tribalism. In an interview conducted in 1999, Robert Jameson, the nephew of James Jameson, summarized his experience of the identity dating back to the 1950s in the following way: the term colored has been shifting considerably. There was a time when we were trying to get recognition as a people, as a separate entity, though during the 30 years of dictatorship our status was much reduced. Despite having established an early foundation by the end of the 1930s and persisting in substantive form until independence, Anglo-African identity has had a tenuous existence since then because espousing a colored rather than a Malawian identity has become a distinct liability. This contrast with the South African and Zimbabwean experiences emphasizes the significance of local meanings of coloredness and again suggests fruitful ground for highlighting regional political contingencies and differences. Conclusion. By the eve of World War II, the Anglo-African Association had failed in its efforts to secure an institutional foundation for its claim to a non-native status as determined by the Reed ruling. This failure was in part due to the administrative structure of indirect rule and the ethnically based, African-oriented priorities of the colonial government. Southern Rhodesia provides an example of how another colony with denser white settlement and a larger colored community addressed the issue differently. Even their uncertainty existed about the benefits to be gained from separate education for the colored grouping. The key point to be drawn from this comparison is that the interwar period constituted a time of transition throughout the region. Colonial policies under indirect rule were often contradictory, seeking to empower but within strict limitations. As illuminated by the struggles of the Anglo-African Association for Separate Education, even those social groups with the most collaborative of intentions met obstacles if they did not fit the agenda of the colonial state. Though the Nyasaland government may have had the final word on the legal status of Anglo-Africans during this period, it is important not to hinge Anglo-African identity and welfare on this alone. Indeed, this chapter has pointed to the complex ways in which a distinct and durable Anglo-African identity was conceptualized and developed by members of the association. An idiom of kinship intersected with race was used to situate the community between the racial and ethnic categories in place within Nyasaland society, and this hybrid identity was able to operate at multiple levels. It drew upon a sense of immediate familial history, and at the same time imparted a more broadly imagined sense of responsibility upon the colonial state for their welfare. Senses of loyalty and responsibility were invoked for both sides. These tactics also drew African perspectives into the discussion. As Levi Mumba depicts, local idioms of kinship contrasted with the paternal approach used by the association, evincing yet another layer of entanglement and meaning. Navigating such options demonstrates the kind of Creole agency, drawing upon local and European cultural traditions of belonging, that Anglo-Africans had as a first-generation community building a new intellectual tradition and consciousness. And yet it also underscores the social limitations and competing perspectives involved in contestations over identity. As this example highlights, identities are rarely the product of a single origin or process, but instead represent an intersection of contending points of view, agencies and aspirations. This case study also speaks to broader issues within Africa's historiography. Although a considerable amount of scholarship has been committed to understanding social and intellectual discourse about Africans as colonial subjects, a more recent complementary trend has examined the production of social, political and intellectual discourse by Africans. To a large extent, such inquiry into the local production of social discourse is an extension of a longer-standing concern for recovering counter-narratives to Eurocentric histories through the use of African oral traditions and testimony. Scholars who have studied such forms of discourse within African societies have been less concerned with their factual content and more attentive to their social utility and meaning. In short, recent work has argued that African voices should not necessarily be seen as a methodological means to an empirical end. A generous dream, but difficult to realize. Instead, such testimony and its contours of inclusion and exclusion must be read as reflective and symptomatic of the modalities of power and identity transecting colonial and post-colonial social orders. This chapter has similarly been framed within this broad concern for recovering the content, dimensions and meaning of local thought by offering an analysis of the political discourse expressed by the Anglo-African Association during the 1930s. Though small in size, this neglected community nevertheless provides a unique lens through which the local pathways and practices of racial discourse and colored identity formation in Southern Africa can be examined. There are limitations to the meaning that can be attributed to the organizational rhetoric discussed here, but it does provide significant insight into the ways Anglo-Africans conceptualized their position in Nyasaland's evolving colonial social order. Furthermore, given that the ideas embedded within its rhetoric drew from both African and European cultural realms with kinship suturing the two, this case study also helps to explain how concepts and categories of indigenous and Western knowledge were received and reconfigured at the local level by intellectuals, activists, and communities, even those considered marginal. In sum, this case study points to the ways in which the concept of creolization might be rendered more precise when applied to colored identity. By extension, this essay has sought to elucidate the malleability and contingent social uses of colored as a category of identity and experience. Taken as a whole, the discursive production and interaction described here reveal the contingent and complex identification processes that were inaugurated and shaped by colonialism, events that demonstrate the intellectual and political creativity of local actors who at times entangled the colonial state in matters it wished to avoid.